Yeah, the ad break timing will work out okay.
Hello folks, good to see ya.
I don't know why none of my audio sources are working. I better check some of my others. Hopefully those work. Yeah, I think there's probably going to be like some sort of little reveal video, or maybe just Jonathan announcing things, and then they're doing a podcast. But this determines everything about the future of Path of Exile 2. Tune in now to find out, is this game a dead game? Or is it still being born? Can you set up the YouTube live stream differently? They're clogging out my notifications. I have done specific steps to stop that. Like, you shouldn't be seeing the VODs unless, yeah, you shouldn't be seeing the VODs unless you go to my channel now. The last few ones, can you double check? The last few ones haven't actually done that? Because, yeah, I've changed that specifically. I, like, finish my stream unlisted and then I publish without a notification. You're right, it's fixed, Aaliyah? Okay, good. So you're probably just talking about the older ones before I figured that out. Yes, it took me a minute to figure it out. Glad it's working. Hello, Shadow Ice. Hello, Kiwi Gal. Good morning. Good morning to you both. Thank you very much for the subs. Appreciate yous. Hello, hello. Waiting for the end of the pre-rolls, and they're setting up on the show over on the official live stream. Humble React Farmer reporting for duty, chat. Hello, hello. Let's set things up here. Theater mode. Do we want the chat? I kind of enjoy the chat spam, to be honest. Maybe I'll do it, but I'll do it small. I'll pop it out and make it a little small. They can be baby chat. Good. Hello, hello. Good morning, folks. How are you doing? It is very good to see you. It is very good to see you. Let's go ahead and move all these things around here. Do. All right. It is a day today. It is an important day today. It is the day that decides everything. I think we're good. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week, we'll be releasing PoE 2 0.1.1. This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet.
Cool.
In this video, we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping.
Here
We've
we
made
go.
a lot of changes here. First, in-game maps have received a balance post of number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps. Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire, Bluff,
Pretty, I think. It's very blurry.
and
It's
Mesa.
not just you. This is normally not this quality.
We've also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring.
Looks
We're
like they're
now
more
also
open
spawning
now.
more maps with bosses. The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps,
Yeah.
but in reality the rate was much lower due to some
Yeah.
maps being unable to spawn bosses.
Aha.
We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate.
Okay.
We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool. Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them.
Oh my fog.
Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We've both changed the level of clutter on some maps, and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible. In addition, Elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved, stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies.
Yeah.
Volatile
Ooh,
plants
that
are also
last
way
part.
easy to
Ooh.
see before they explode. Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas,
Look at that.
done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel. And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it.
Oh, yeah, nice.
For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the Expedition and Ritual bosses.
I see, we still can't see anything. So foggy.
For Ritual, we've made omens now appear in the Ritual tribute window 60% more often. For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops, but we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on. And one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find.
Oh, wow, cool.
To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts.
Wow.
Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone in your party will be respawned at the same time.
Oh,
Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right?
that almost sounds
Now,
like
we'll also be adding
6
respawns
times
to other
6,
Pinnacle
but surely
content
not.
as well over time. Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses.
that's hilarious.
A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realize that we
sense.
do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch, we are buffing a lot of uniques.
Yeah, I can't see
These
any of
changes
that,
should make
man.
finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun,
I see
and
not-
make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too when you have some great uniques to use.
Hopefully they release this on the YouTube. We can have
We're
a look
also
later.
changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels
Too
too.
blurry.
First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity.
Oh,
Another change we're making is to make it so that
that a
socketables
low
such as
tier?
runes can now be overwritten with
hey,
another
there you
socketable.
go. There you
As
go.
we continue to play, we
That
still
was
find
my
many balance
expectation.
anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage.
Good.
Plague Bearer's Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off screen and has better telegraphing.
Nice.
Forsaken Miners
Keep
throw
going.
less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off screen either, as well as many other changes just like those.
Good.
One of the big issues for players on
Ooh.
consoles is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can. For 0.1.1, we'll be
players.
enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website. This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating, showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger,
The song of the Exile.
They fixed it.
fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town,
Yay! Hooray! I'm so annoyed about this. Yeah.
and plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we
That was
want to
game
make.
ruining.
And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in. That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime, we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future. Later.
I didn't expect any
Pretty awesome.
new classes or new league announced today. But exactly what we got, just like kind of fixing the current state of things. Looks like a very good start.
That is a be right back type of screen here. You will hear no audio, and it will just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us 1 moment here.
Excellent. They're going to have a chat with Jonathan here in a moment. So they said armor buffs, non-specific armor buffs. So we don't know what that's going to entail just yet. I'm curious to see. I don't expect massive right off the bat. Yeah, Jonathan does a great job, doesn't he? I don't like the new recording area. Yeah, my hopes for the socketing was, I actually kind of more expected that it would cost something, like you'd have to use the Arcanist orbs or whatever they are to kind of clear the sockets first, but they just made him override the runes, so that's good. They obviously changed their mind on that. I wonder if we can find, surely they uploaded that video to the official YouTube, right? PoE YouTube official. Let me have a gander. Hopefully they did. Yes. Good. Because this should be much higher quality. Because that was difficult to watch. It was very blurry. In particular, I mean, I'm tempted to just watch the whole thing, but we'll have to keep an eye on if the chat starts in the background. First, I want to jump. Maybe I'll just jump to the uniques first, because we couldn't see those at all. Here they are. Here they are. Is that all of them?
Uniques at lower level.
Still a bit blurry. Is this on high? Oh no, it's on 720 for some reason. Nice. There we go. All right. That's much better. Turn you off. Black Braid Fur Plate. Armor applies to elemental damage. Okay, so what do we got here? We have, it has increased armor. It has 10 all res now. So they gave it a little bit of armor, which probably doesn't make a big difference in the long scheme of things, but a bit better leveling item. But 10 all res is certainly a solid improvement for like a lower level unique. Looks like a pretty legit leveling unique now, actually. I'm just thinking, considering for my list of best leveling uniques. I could see there was probably a gap in this sort of area that I could fill now. It was like a defensive. There wasn't a lot of good, just solid defense uniques, so that could be a good one. Maybe I'll get my notes out. Where are my notes? Let's just start a new note. New note. This is 011. Can I do a .1? Reveal. And discussion. There we go.
Of audio now.
Oh,
Hello,
yeah.
everybody. So here we are.
I think we're here.
Real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Oh, and Mark's here too.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Great.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
This is my
Again.
voice on TV.
All right. And then lovely co-host Ghazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Excellent.
No
So
huge
with that
skill
being
nerfs?
said,
Oh, there'll be
Ghazi,
huge
why don't you
skill
take it away with
nerfs.
the intros.
100% there will be.
Hi, welcome to Tavern
They just don't
Talk
get announced in
episode.
that
We
because
still have
why
no
would you?
idea what episode we're on, and we're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host, Dark
Hellion. Thanks
Microtransaction,
for subbing.
and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grenadier Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break.
They're probably doing it the right way, maybe. That'd be separate.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again. As much as, it can be painful sometimes. But yeah, no, it's really good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit. Not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
I could tell he was a bit strung out when I was there.
It seems like with
So
with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing last week and this week. Like, we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can. But the thing now is, of course, going to be like. One issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have you know, like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state we like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content patch after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light, for some reason, questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the, you know, in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Yeah, which is exciting in its own to see how much more we can improve, how many people having a good time. So.
Yeah. So I mean, that's good, but yeah, really, it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful, say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors, that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So, having those different kind of axes is really interesting, where you are thinking about that as you go. Now people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on like, this map's really good and this map isn't. And we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character, like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the Endgame was where we got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that Endgame had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so, like, you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map. You've run it, and you're like, "What the? I didn't get anything back from it." So, the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas, like, a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE1, were just like happily sustaining maps. And so, yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Val Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps.
About the
do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like, we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it, like, so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So, I mean, I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like, obviously, you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously, this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to, like, this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that, yes, are just, like, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then, again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're going to have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, screen clearing AoE-centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, more rare monsters. They've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2 seconds. The bad case
of this, though, is definitely the tower map, because it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So hopefully we've addressed that one. Like, that was really urgent to address, because it's like it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them, and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But even so, like, obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Bit of visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps
open,
a lot.
less tight bottlenecks. They're still relatively narrow here and there, but much better to clear.
Mm-hmm.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like, we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, then that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like, so there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision of what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone Sustain. And so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you can do. And killing bosses will give you, upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like, I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that someone who's.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty and dying, and like it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean, even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
in a different universe.
The answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, I try and I'm going to see how it is for myself, and okay, I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So we have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out. But effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of wealth that you've found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that is on us because we need to adjust that so that you you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. There's quite a lot to that. And that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that. And I don't know that we're quite ready to understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next questioner.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so,
different that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can or sometimes don't provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable. It's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time, and as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content. But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. Like, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, for sure.
It just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we were in a position where we were going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right? And other attempts or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. It might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and we were like, are we gonna we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll just promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. Effectively, there's a little bit of trickiness around each one to just work out all the states of everything. If you're looking at just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just someone has to do it. Is for the breach one, for example, we have to decide okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, you can't reset the whole map because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint on the thing, and that means you have to do someone has to go write some code to make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and it's just random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. Yeah. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because that obviously can be quite destructive.
So it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened?
We generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I don't know what to so we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. As far as we could tell, it was just just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but all of his little attached zombies, during the phase 1 of the fight, they when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of this phase 2. So you'd be like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. Right. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people were just straight up succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other 2. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating I think it's 1 billion different blocks, and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case. And everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So
speaking
the
of
3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know.
All right.
I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to just to bait the conspiracies. But no, there was nothing weird going on.
It's just RNG. You have to. I did catch
it's
in the
just
video.
RNG. That's all it is.
It said closer to the center, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So, but basically, all that is literally just that there. Where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell where the that's like not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn like right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous. Yeah, effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. We actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before. Yeah. Seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on off the topic of Arbiter instead of those.
I mean, yeah, just being able to see
in
them
the
is gonna make a
video
difference,
less
isn't it?
bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more?
Oh,
detail?
sorry, it wasn't mobs. That I think because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly. But
Maybe I
the
did.
bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively, what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content, and effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out like. There were some anomalies around like what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of like somewhat random things about like how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not like huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things like I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was like I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could
occasionally, but whatever. The point is like there was a few things like that were going on, and we effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about like high end, like high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not like mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, like tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse direction in different contexts. Like, yes. What I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is. In some cases, it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that, because I think in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards, so I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort of tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow-up on that.
Yeah.
It is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier relatively soon. But again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this, because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are. And there was sort of some discomfort around that, but then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway. I don't know. That was the original thinking behind that, but whatever. It might be less confusing if T1 meant... No, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird. So yeah, I don't know. Like probably, yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Understood.
Yeah.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see asked for things like text UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then tested and sort of that. So that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. People often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that. Yeah. Things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Well, I know you were saying. I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness that surprised you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah. I had my whole okay. Obviously, people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second, and then like you got to this point where I was like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the Pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the Pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the Pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster because like they just had some build that was because to get to the Pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me.
Well, hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs. And there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then obviously there's going to have to be some changes because like, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that like we actually have an understanding now of like what a character should look like. And so ideally when we do our first like true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally it there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that, in terms of like how it evolves that way.
You have to
so, that's going to be a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer. But that is also what we're working on in the background as well, is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
There might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like that is not our goal. Our goal with this is like fix things that are annoying people and like make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of like the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Okay, yeah, people look into things I think a little bit too much. Okay,
there's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on. That was.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there
are we
won't be.
looking at-
They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league as so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there. But it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well, as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know, something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know,
like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not right?
Yeah.
Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address, but ideally in such a way where it still leaves the build perfectly viable.
Yeah.
It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So, like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always. Right. We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly, you know, our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage, and then we make a note of it or like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But, you know, often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are, you know, something we're going to do, and so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the economy / league reset kind of point. Yeah.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. I appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification, security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
All right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website, and we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it, and this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account that they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no like they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Was something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that so notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like, all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that like, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here?
The divine stealing.
But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that we totally fucked up here with like security stuff on this account. Like we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like we're going to audit and make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. All of that really, really sucks. And especially because, like, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't, like, easily find out what even frickin' happened. So there's going to be more investigation and working out what's happening here. But, that seems to be what occurred.
So just quickly for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like because the only way we've got it is the weblogs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like, we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But yeah, that was just really, really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense. But yeah, like that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so it's kind of one of those things where we will do it, but we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of okay, so someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? The two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's okay, so now you start to have to worry about what personal information can they give you, and then now it's storing personal information, and then what's the GDPR implications of that? And there's just it's just a whole rabbit hole of just random policy stuff that all kind of comes around to that stuff. Yeah, effectively, what I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. So you can bet on that. And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there because the policy around that is you just walk in person to the frickin' guy. If you lose it, then you can physically deal with that, right? That one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, all the policy stuff around it and all of the just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything. So appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes. So if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.? Right.
So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So that's I think that it works. Things work the best when you've kind of got releases that are fairly large that have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual, what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where, so we want to be able to do the balance patch, addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that people actually come back and play it and that sort of thing as well. You need to be able to make enough changes and add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. So I can't exactly say a date or anything, but we're gonna rush for it, right? We're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just. Look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this. But I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? This is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because. If you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and kind of what makes sense, so there would be so imagine we release 1 act, right? It's how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Do you go 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 1, 2 again? That'd be kind of weird. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or it's kind of just weird, right? And so like from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means like all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have like more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this like complicated like puzzle around this, and it's like, and what we kind of thought like. There are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And yeah, it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like releasing the acts one at a time would be make the making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like you say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it, then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, you know. So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts, just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Yeah. Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through, which is kind of showing that it's fine. So what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what Rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then. So the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all. And which is like a position you can take. And I don't know that I necessarily, agree with that position, but it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work. And ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which, like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean, that's kind of where it's at really. There's definitely more to look into here though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how. But then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which, again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things and we pick what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more honestly to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. but I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
So a follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live where people are like, Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which, yeah.
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's been our primary concern like this week because of the fact that like there's other things that we think, like we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like that's the kind of, our focus right now. Which, I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where like it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So that's, I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity, but you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay. It's not that it increases the quantity of currency. It increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity because like you don't care about like whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well, it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to say roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like that's certainly a problem. In which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looked fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure. No, well, absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, I sort of often say, like when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. So let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's mini nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, warriors in a position where a lot of people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-game play loop, or warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, our first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in endgame?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's Pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot Pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But it's. We do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed, that every other class is getting, and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end-game warriors that are certainly being played, and I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having used the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy and I need to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it would take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. Aside from things like, the Hammer of the Gods, just in one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. Things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. Now, one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that. There's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where, white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with. And so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like, have to look into, but that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like the strength characters effectively need to have around defense. And so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot.
Like Wind Dancer's universally just better than Scavenge Plating as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so like. It's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and energy shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. To say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor. It has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
I'm feedbacking so hard.
That's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
What do they have?
You have shields.
Yeah. You are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah, let's just sure.
Yep.
Okay. So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about...
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much the ailments matter against the player, and that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. The next time you get slows, protect you from slows, and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows. and so it doesn't even work against them. And like there's a
Okay.
little bit of things like that where
I
it's
wasn't aware
like,
of that one.
yeah,
Glad they're addressing
it's just
that
kind
then.
of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But on
I
the other,
don't think you get enough charm slots. Just like
yeah,
I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots. To be honest.
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had
Oh, you
patched
did?
that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players. At least it's like, you know, just an underwhelming thing that needs some love
I
for
agree.
sure.
This makes sense for
So
it.
it's not exactly
Yeah,
number
like,
in the top
tokens from
10 of
me
the
too.
hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see
And
improvements
newspaper
around
rabbit.
there in the future.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? 'Cause it feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, you know, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to, because like there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots, plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way. Yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's
probably.
no harm in it now, at least.
All right. We're going to move over to another topic, which is, speaking of belts and trading the unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we're going to talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like
Well,
one
that's
thing,
just-
of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there, for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line there,
Yeah.
and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that like there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism, and so that like
Which has a lot of room to expand over time.
sure.
like,
So there's more stuff you can do there, but I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So I don't know. Like I mean. I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because you crafting would always get you something better. Yeah, like that is a concern for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said, if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now. And what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind Ritual as opposed to core drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like, the crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is, I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se, it's lack of options to craft with, because the slot machine crafting, we have that in PoE1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's divining, and whatever we're doing with the items.
Harvest.
It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly, harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items, because right now you drop an item and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind the omens, that's a different topic which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading, but the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means RNG and then X-Slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of crazy systems.
But we'll make sure that like. I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure, but because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content. And certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
That's fair. We're not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off, they're now, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now cost 50 divines. If I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price
of a divine is
the
going
value
up.
of a divine is going
The
up. Okay,
item value, yeah.
Sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, yeah, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
we don't. We need a lot more. Which is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for and of course
the thing in PoE1 where things were priced and that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, if the thing's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some, but not many.
Right, not many.
Not many.
Astromentis.
Yeah,
that's like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop a divine orb on Avengers Gamble, so it's like that's literally gambling. But like in PoE1, we have the option of meta crafting DNA currencies in core divine orbs. More exalted. So it creates this natural flow, but also provides this crafting method for people to actually
why divine if the Val's gonna divine
help
anyway.
The state of crafting that people are looking for right now. They're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that like. Even players that plays a lot, I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with a subathon and everything. Like I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about you're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though that would be the
we
issue.
are at least making omens more common, so hopefully
yes, that but I mean
to some degree. But I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine syncs. And then I suspect the answer also is additional syncs of currency. Because I mean, I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay. So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most. Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like let's say the ritual, expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in endgame. And finding a strongbox is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, this, and you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the, you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. And you can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really, it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like, it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
like
about.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
So actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So like that there was a joke if we could release breach monster reduce breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it, because it would just result in less error messages for us. So, you know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as, you know, better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And there's probably a few more adjustments.
It's more about the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like, we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? Simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into Pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going with this.
So we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like, we're not happy with how the quest... the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like, we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger... It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that, like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like, there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like, it just needs more of a feeling of
random ones.
Yeah.
I mean like actual ones. Still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an Endgame, not Pinnacle, boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the endgame is not really there. Like, we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into endgame a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like, we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to endgame and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting. And like, in order for us to fix that, we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. And so there'll probably just be more there at endgame just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more, basically, just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to endgame of like, it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different.
For sure.
from campaign to endgame. And yeah, as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better, and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here. Because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression, at least. As you go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
You do actually, I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And, it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do, right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things we can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going. Sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story is like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything. And then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker. And, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into, based on the tutorialization, they're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff. And then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard and they're dying. And so, yeah, it's not, is friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just, like, obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those, like, story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just, like, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're like getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that like very much narrative driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, kind of random stuff. What am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, But again, PoE1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people like know how to blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the end game that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, one pour though? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one pour though feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one pour though state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one pour though defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the Pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're gonna try like that, and that's kind of where we came to like, well, first we'll try with this Pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible. And the 6 portal thing, like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like 1 death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve.
I didn't know that concept
but I mean,
before.
maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many
Could go
penalty
the opposite
axes. So
way,
if you
right?
are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also, it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
But
yeah,
you do have to have it. So that,
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation, but you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of, like, generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not, ultra powerful. And then you get into maps, and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map, and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another, aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully, or like, not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that, so I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map, we remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution, like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to, like, have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So yeah, like, I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the 1 portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the 1 portal. But yeah, it's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like, it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask.
Yeah.
I understand.
Fair enough, yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right, like, for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can, because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay? Let's just dive into it. We're going to talk about ailments, damage with time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE1, because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from PoE1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Know that one?
Well, I can't remember the history of PoE1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get... It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters, and everything else can't really scale them currently. And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE1 route where a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's, you know, again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you know, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
It's tricky because, generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid... I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things. And I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in... You know, you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE1, and it's like, this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where you like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're gonna go and we're gonna normalize everything, and I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get, like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like, we started with in PoE2 with a lot of things having, like, going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE1. And ideally, we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. You know, yeah, it's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally, we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
If you're running like unless you're breaking the energy shield, your hit's not going to apply bleed on energy shield, for instance.
I thought that
I don't think that's even true.
I thought that the thing with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does, but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, care, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works,
that is not how
that is meant to work.
Yeah.
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy shield. Look. And then I was like, okay, but I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like,
bleed was actually supposed to be like an anti-mage mechanic, not a like, you know, like as in like you can bleed someone past their energy shield. So like that was kind of the idea there. So
and I'm wrong, then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that question from him. So.
Well, again,
we could easily be wrong. Like, it's amazing how...
It also could be that it has been changed internally and not yet externally. That is another thing also. And, like, someone may have fixed this 2 weeks ago and we never got it live or something. Who knows? Like, I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
All right. Moving forward here, we are on elements. And now we are into ascendancy swapping is the next topic here. So these are kind of going back to conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe? But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other, to be honest. Like, it wouldn't be the end, like, that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure. But so, I don't know, it's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final, but that being said, we have respeccing of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from, like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly. And then we feel one way and we discuss it with those people and we kind of see where we land. But, like, we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot, you know, just to overrule it just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure, that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it, but I'm also, once again, like, other people on the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is, like, I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character, you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So it kind of does. I don't really think that really holds much water.
Less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. Exactly. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly, but you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another 55 times this year. So
surely we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is: given the current TTK, the time to kill, of Pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game, I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting Pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended assign something else?
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a Pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of, like, extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous. And, we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't, like, it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about 1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat.
Okay. Oh, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant like goal. Like, this is an awesome, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So like, yeah, it sort of depends on the definition, but we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
So map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same ththing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning and tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that. The ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and you don't want randoming into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind Pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the Pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual Pinnacle, like as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
the Pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the Pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But yeah, I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there. And part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that. And how you acquire the points, again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, yeah, I actually do like them being behind that. But ideally, each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now. As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a yeah,
it'll be done soon.
We wanted it there for
soon.
release.
It'll be done soon.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the sister, and it was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the predictor's just not.
Yeah,
it's not
we
that.
only have
yeah,
lockstep
okay,
currently.
right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. We just need to fix that, right? Yeah. Like, honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet. So, it's just not something that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember exactly what they were.
But yeah, we need to get it
There were
sorted.
some things that didn't work in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them. And no time.
Yeah, we'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game? And is there any plans around making this a little bit
it's just a matter of individual work on each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, what do the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure.
And it's annoying because you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
just a matter of individual balance things
to be addressed.
There's still some areas.
Sure.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards. Where like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop, and it's been very, very difficult to track down. And we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. and hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
Got it.
And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like, there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there.
Yeah.
At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them. And then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty. Let's talk about Hodor. Minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word, come on.
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like, what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like, it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's like smarter somehow that like fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh. So like that'll at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out. Which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about. With
For
the
sure,
build.
for sure.
For them rubber banding to you, resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah.
However, in PoE 1, there is a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge, where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body block in doorways and tight corridors?
Are there not minion things in the AI? I we did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This, I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From
thing,
a damage perspective, not hugely, no. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions, supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And so
that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the...
It was meant to be more of active, what are you doing to keep them alive actively?
Sure.
And we haven't got that right. Like, for sure, we haven't got that right. So, like, I guess
it's really
bone
hard
offering was
to-
meant to be one of those examples of, like, boss slams coming, and then, but also then you got a multi-thread, you got about how do I survive, and how do I do this at the same time? So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again, how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things, I'm assuming, that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion thing. And then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do? So the problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop-out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, well, I'd say the blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure, like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first, and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets.
Yeah.
You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant used convocation could be a solution to that, which would help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give us convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other question, to not waste too much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minion's movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change that.
Yeah, we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damaged minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
That
you've
sounds
tracked,
like
or?
a bug to me.
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon as.
I just need to look into what's going on.
Our developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot of
related
rushed, like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is. Given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, "This is a dead feature. Like, it may as well not exist." And then all of a sudden, it was at least something that I was like, "Okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did." So, there's just more to do, though, of course.
I got plenty more minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
So soon, fairly soon. It took more work than we expected, actually. Like there was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do, but it's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2 there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a spectre come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like.
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud. And so if you've got it as a spectre, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a spectre that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes,
that is still, well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper spectre mastering, so to speak, on all their audio for all the monsters. But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, I mean, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank where you're like, that's like a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles, and so if you actually put multiple projectiles on it, it might not affect it in the way you think. And like from a damage perception of like I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like, you know, exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a spectre of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But you know, it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make specters of all of them, which is you're almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say, yeah, soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
That's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like breach.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally.
I believe that's resolved, and 011 does have changes to that one.
Okay,
I believe
he's ridiculous.
I saw it on the list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills. Yeah,
It
sure.
was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable or something.
Yeah.
There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see after
He's
the
insane.
patch,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then we'll make more changes
Yeah.
if needed. Yeah.
OP.
Yeah.
Okay, so Auction House. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an Auction House or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure. Accessibility question.
able to write this before they
Red-green
even
color
answered.
blindness is the most common in the world.
Yeah.
It's my understanding.
Yeah.
Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated ascendancy trial. So, for any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for this stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically because I know he's red-green colorblind and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to like have
people with that color blindness highlighting the area. So Ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in PoE 1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the
visually
intention
tell
is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really
you want to know before
took you out of the, like when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like just
and honestly,
what the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like it's just this freaking it's cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
Yeah, there will be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Like I'm not a fan of just like turn off all the effects. Like I'm just it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I mean, I think that's why it is, but like, I have nothing against adding it.
Yeah. We can probably change that, right? Like
I think it was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem with adding it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should probably nerf the drop rate of flasks slightly. High levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks.
What did they say
side note.
about salvaging? No, yes.
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to
framing
backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just
for fast travel purposes.
It's not a terrible idea.
Thanks.
I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do
but they
those
kind of-
linear maps
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
missed a rare monster, you want to
No, you're right.
go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so yeah, we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do perfectly.
Sure.
Yeah.
On the table, however. Okay. Being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, like you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I mean, I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Yeah.
Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills. opens
Yeah,
up the menu.
maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Alright.
Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout. For instance, like Alva
The
normally does
reason
this.
for that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left,
fix
and
it.
we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the reward. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan Dome with the Life Flask or the Charm Duration. You can't select from like Chaos to Attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I
that
want to add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change the sentences? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel. But
We'll allow you to change it.
I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay, movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or I mean, basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So, how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, you know, like, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel differently.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like having it that like, yeah, I think it's good.
I mean,
physical on a weapon.
if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? We're like, you know, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last 2, UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want
In
to be
general, no. Like,
Yeah.
if you're looking at like, you know,
Like, we're not going to be World of Warcraft, like,
Yeah.
like UI mod type there. But yeah, like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this, then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of
Sure.
what
More
it
of a
is.
generic question I was getting. Okay,
Yeah,
last
yeah.
one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking, you're you know, with co-op here.
I think it's
there's something not right about it.
there's
but
something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do need it to make things feel more physical. But there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be, considering that players are actually. No, because you know what it is? It's because we changed really, really close to the end of development the size of the player instead of changing the size of all the monsters. And I think that probably results in like a situation. But yeah, but there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. So yeah, that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself. In terms of microtransactions coming from PoE 1 to PoE 2, do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can and done in the near future. I honestly like. This is so the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on to? You know?
It's probably it turned into more work than we initially anticipated for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like, you know, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and yeah, we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions when, especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some resources, a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But yeah, it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Yeah. So I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but yeah, we should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about, bit
of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah. So I figured I'd just throw it out there, but that's it, guys. You want to wrap it up?
All right, excellent.
Let's just say thank you for coming, and it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above. We very much appreciate you guys' time, and sorry for going so long. But pleasure having you guys on. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon then.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
I want to say thank you also. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but thanks for your time.
No problem.
We don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh man, I missed my last.
We don't know how long it's been.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello. It's finishing my typing. Yay! Good job, guys. That was entertaining. I think they're muted. Oh,
We're back on
great.
camera and everything there too. All right.
Right.
Holy moly. All right, chat. Sorry, we tried, guys. Look, we had 70-something plus questions. We went over the allotted time that we had. We did our best to get all of your guys' questions. I know we missed some of them that you guys wanted to talk
Is there
about.
a patch out yet?
We did literally the best we can. I know there's
listen to
tons
Uni
of specific questions you said, Hunt. You're wanting to ask about the hunt.
Loading. Oh, it stopped. Oh, it's probably the official channel's rebroadcast stopped. Fair enough. F11. There we go. Yeah, so my expectations for today's reveals were that they wouldn't be revealing any, like, new acts or new classes or probably even, like, new skills or anything yet. That it would be pretty much the sort of stuff that they're doing, like, basically solving a lot of the problems that have built up in people's minds over the Christmas break, right? So they had to take a couple of weeks break because everyone needed a rest because they've been going crazy, right? For us, Path of Exile started when they released it. For them, they've been going hard for a year, so they needed a break. But that means that this like 2-week period of Christmas, 2 or 3 week period, has been like this build up where people feel like, I can't believe they haven't done something yet, even though you're like fully cognizant of the fact that like, well, obviously they're gonna do stuff when they get back. But still, so the first thing is really like come out swinging with addressing a lot of people's concerns. At least just say that, hey, we agree with you about this thing and we're going to be looking into that, and then having more a concrete plan for some of the more specific bigger things. Let's have a think. I want to watch the video again and make some notes from that, because that video is very blurry, and I feel like we missed some things in that we could make a note on here. But just in a general sense, do you feel like, and this is my question for you, Chad, do you feel like they didn't at all talk about something major that feels like one of those issues that's built up for you that like, I really wish they had talked about or answered that or had a plan for that? I'm trying to think if there was something like that. I feel like they for me, I think I have one idea. Stuff they didn't talk about much yet, but should soon. We'll call it that. For me, that was probably the general state of Trials. To be clear, I like Trial of Sekhmet. I strongly dislike Trial of Chaos. But I think in a general broader sense, there's a big issue here for a big majority of players when it comes to Ascending. So what they did mention was, and I think this is only the only thing, right? Nerf to Tornado Bird in Chaos. Anything else? Balance of Trial of Chaos versus Sekhmet. Yeah, I think like I don't think they addressed the melee bug with Monk. What's the melee bug with Monk? Hey Gurk, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. And Erebos as well. And Reefa and Red Sun. Thanks for all the subs, everyone. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. Yeah, I think like they didn't talk much about the general state of trials. It's probably a bigger topic they just haven't dug into too much yet. Author Force Ascendancy should be hard and probably staying as it is. I felt like getting the 4th Ascendancy in the Trial of Sekhmet felt pretty reasonable. They might want to adjust the like time freeze portion, being so reliant on, you know, not getting like a move speed affliction / needing 35 move speed boots / needing move speed relics to be comfortable / being really easy for people with blink. Right now, people are like equipping blink for that phase, which I think is a bit silly. Rajin, hello, Cirque, and Redheadish. Thank you very much for the subs, folks. Appreciate ya. Thank you. So I think, yeah, probably just more mention on the general state of this is going to be needed soon. It's probably not super pressing, but I think it's a bit bothers enough people enough that they should definitely address it soon. Talk about it, what their thoughts are for it. Personally, the 4th Ascendancy trial was a lot of fun once you get your relics. Not too easy, but still a challenge. Yeah, so I think the state of 4th Ascendancy in Sekhem is fine. I feel like getting a 4th Ascendancy in Trial of Chaos feels like very bad and not something I would ever want to do. Some of my rough thoughts on this one. I like Sekhem's overall as a mechanic. Definite like communication issues for new players surrounding relics. And it's dislike Trial of Chaos quite a bit due to negative RNG feeling, heavy punishment, feels like getting bills. I talked about this the other day when I was messing around with it. I feel like doing the Trial of Chaos feels like getting bills, whereas doing the Trial of Sekhem feels like, I don't know, getting a collection of mail that includes packages and things. You know, you're like, there's probably some bills in that pile of mail, but you're also getting to open some packages and things too. It feels much better. You're not building your character to be durable. You're building it to survive a hit. How is that fun? What are you talking about specifically, Hugos? This sounds like a broader issue. Or are you talking about Trial of Sekhem or something specifically? Sorry, I'm not sure of the context there. Chaos is definitely RNG with ailments you get to choose. Yeah, like they both have RNG, but I feel like in Sekhem you have a lot more control over what happens. There's a lot more like positive RNG that can occur, like you get cool boons and ways of managing the bad afflictions. And you get some sort of progression. You get progression through relics, more positive RNG moments, player control over strategy, and ways to manage bad things, bad RNG, etc. You know, like you have ways of managing each of those things. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't click for everyone. Like they either don't get it or they just don't like it, and that's fine. And that's kind of like a broader issue of like these very divisive pieces of content. So broader issue of very divisive content styles gating core player, core character progression. Ways top manage, yes, yep. And this guy writes professionally on sites like Maxroll. And you look at my spelling behind the scenes, right? How do you do the second floor boss's melee without obliterating it? The second floor boss is a bit messy. I will agree with that. I will need to be more intimately familiar with that one myself before I can comment. As in, I want to run my warrior through it in solo self-found and get a feel so I can answer that question without just supposing. I mean, the answer is going to be like overpower them with good relics and stuff, and you know, strong character. But that is an answer your question, right? The mechanical, because like I feel like the mechanical is quite good for everything. First fall that I've done so far multiple times on warriors felt quite good. I feel like the mechanics have been solid. I've been able to play warrior in melee without taking damage most of the time. Not as easy as ranged. It's definitely way easier on my mercenary, but it is possible. Like, it's designed well. But the second bosses, I don't know how possible that's going to be. How would you feel about Survival of Chaos having like survivor-like meta progression things of rerolls bans? I like that idea. Would love some sort of meta progression for it. But not maybe not everyone would though. Like I think maybe some people might like some of these mechanics to not have some sort of meta progression system. But also like the idea of like a bit more control over the what are they called? Tribulations. They're so extreme and punishing, and it's so very common for all three of them to be really bad, right? Where it's like, there's no winning here. That's what it feels like a lot of the time. It's like nearly every run, you at least get one or two situations where they're just all terrible. Steel, thanks for the raid, mates. Welcome, folks. How you doing? How you doing? Thanks for assembling. Hope you had a good time. I assume also checking out the reveals and things like that. Got up nice and early, fresh this morning to check out the announcements and do some discussions and take some notes. We're going to be going back over the video because it's very blurry on the stream and I want to take a look at the uniques and things like that. At the moment, we're discussing if there's anything we thought that they didn't address at all. So, or enough, you know? So I feel like the point of 0.11 wasn't to be like, here's all the new classes we're releasing and a new league and all that. I didn't expect that. This was like, for context, post-Christmas break, there's been several weeks where things have built up in people's minds. It's like, this is such a big issue. I feel like I'm going to quit. So this was their chance to come out and really like have a specific plan for some of the worst of those. And then at least say that, hey, we're looking at that thing as well. We agree with you. And I feel like, yes, to put like a negative tone on it, it's the damage control patch. Yes, I would agree with that. That is probably the way of labeling it in a somewhat harsh light. But yes, that's effectively it. It's the damage control patch. But really, it's the yes, we've been on holidays, we're refreshed, we're back in the office, we've been listening to you. Here's what we're doing. So I felt like there wasn't too many things that they didn't address at all. I feel like the general state of trials was something that I'm surprised didn't get more talking to. It might just be that it's like a bigger, longer term issue, maybe that needs a bit more thought and testing and consideration. I don't know that it's not necessarily as high priority as some of the other things, but I feel like it's still pretty high priority. Yeah, they didn't announce any nerfs here, but they did say that like the larger meta balance changes are going to be happening with some sort of league refresh. I am actually surprised. I thought there would be some more nerfs. But it probably makes sense to do more of that stuff outside of the, you know, the sort of super busted stuff that they've addressed recently. Probably makes more of a sense for a few reasons to do that with a league reset. Obviously, you need a league reset / fresh start so people level new characters in a fresh environment and you actually get good feedback about the changes. Because you don't get good feedback about changes if people just respec their in-game character. For multiple reasons. But and the other thing is player mindset. Like, it goes over better if you make these changes with a fresh start. People are less annoyed about you nerfing the character when they couldn't play that character anyway, right? 011, not 011. Oh yeah, right, thanks. Boop. So was there anything else that you feel like they really should have talked about here, but didn't? Yeah, we can say probably in general that they didn't touch on nerfs specifically, but this is probably wise to defer it to a reset / new league. Life versus ES is big. Yeah, and this might include things like Life and ES. Life and ES. Likely same as above. It's probably a bigger thing that needs to happen with the new league, but maybe something they could have just mentioned specifically. But they did mention that the bigger stuff's going to happen with the new league. Instance crashing for crafting and dupes. Yeah, so they didn't mention. I'll make a note of that. They didn't mention like instance crash, crafting, dupes, exploits. But I'll just say the reason why is that they usually don't. Usually don't publicly mention these. It's kind of similar to how like they don't mention like anti-botting measures and stuff like that. Like they don't answer questions about anti-botting, etc. Generally approaches fix, ban, undo, damage privately. But there are cases though where it's good for them to mention that they are just doing this. So they probably could have mentioned that they are doing this. Will you be posting these notes anywhere? I can drop this file into my Discord PoE2 channel later if you want. Knockback mechanics feel weird every time. For example, when in Ritual, you're pushed different directions by waves and your character moves strangely. You know, that's actually one of my #1 things I want addressed. And they didn't mention anywhere. That's a shame they didn't ask about it during the podcast, but they obviously had a lot of questions. I will definitely make a note of that one. Pushiness. So this is the pushy issues. I don't think they did mention anything about this, right? It's not just to be clear, the term is not knockback. Knockback is a separate mechanic. This is like pushiness, so monsters pushing players when they shouldn't be. Monsters pushing players far too much. And warriors, mace, armor characters should be more resistant to pushiness as well. So this is my opinion, that a big part of the reason why Warrior doesn't feel right, especially while leveling, is that you get pushed around by everything. You're not pushing things around, they're pushing you around. Doesn't feel right as Warrior. And it's super important for melee. If like Rolling Slam, its first attack, for example, pushed everything out of the way while killing it or, you know, stunning it. And so that you could then, you know, go and wallop the backline, spellcasters that are harassing you, then you would feel much more like a Warrior. When you get pushed around by a rower who's not even charging, you feel like, you know, a pathetic little wimp. You feel wimpy when you get pushed around by tiny little monsters, despite being a thick boy in heavy armor. So it's both a feel thing, but it's also mechanical too. Yeah, exactly. I agree. If armor slows movement, it should also probably make you resistant to pushiness. The downside of armor gear slowing you should be paired with an upside in making you less movable. Right? It wouldn't feel so punitive then if, like, okay, I'm a little slow, sure, but thing can't push me around now because, you know, I'm heavier. I can block a hit's damage, but it pushes me halfway across the map. Yeah, you need some sort of, like, character reaction to being hit by, like, a big boss swipe. Yes, I agree. They've mentioned that before. But it does feel very weird right now, right? So it probably just needs a lot of tuning. A lot of specific tuning in a lot of different cases. But I also think that there should be maybe tied to skills, passives, some sort of stat that resists pushing. Slash makes you able to push through smaller enemies more. So it'd be pretty cool if there was some sort of like thickness stat that made you simultaneously less pushed around by enemies, and able to walk through and push out of the way more and more enemies. So that would be like the solution to this game's phasing as well, right? Like you can scale your thickness stat, your girthy stat, that allows you to effectively just walk through. Like if you just WASD or click to move past some smaller enemies, that they just get kind of pushed out of the way, right? Could be a phasing that actually fits PoE 2. Some sort of unwavering stance, perhaps? Yes, they've got a lot of things that kind of like discuss this topic but don't actually address it at all. But right now, yeah, I think there's nothing you can really specifically do about it. And it doesn't feel right. It feels wrong. Probably a lot of specific tuning cases to address. Rowers push players despite not charging, for example. Or, you know, of course, the most overt is the delirium mirrors, but that's obviously way over the top. 100% solution to co-op body blocking should be the character with the highest strength pushes the lowest strength one out of the way. Yeah. I don't disagree. Like, I think it could work. You probably need to test and just make sure it doesn't feel like super annoying, but I think it could actually work. Like, sure, you get players trolling each other, but I mean, I can join your party and flashbang you right now, so it's always a thing. Players just have to work together. When the boss at the apex of filth uses rolling slam, she sure gets to push me around. Yes, it's pretty funny, right? She does do that, but you don't get to do that back. I can't even push a rat. Yeah, exactly. It's actually the cause of a lot of the like skills being really deadly too. Causes more things to be extra deadly that shouldn't be. You create this kind of situation of like pseudo shotgunning where you get hit multiple times as you get pushed. So everyone's probably experienced that with like the monkey rolling on them. They specifically nerfed the damage of that skill, but that's a problem with pushiness, right? And there's other cases too where you're like getting pushed and shotgunned by the actual ability that's pushing you or something else. Confused about the bleed answer in ES. Won't that just instantly kill CI builds then? Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure Jonathan and Mark just didn't know about how bleed works currently. That happens. The bigger picture devs, sometimes they don't know the current state of like a specific niche mechanic. Yes. It says in the in-game tooltip that bleed only applies to health if it actually hits the health, and then it ignores energy shield. So like CI has effective bleed immunity because they're only ever hitting their energy shield. If it hits their life, they're dead anyway. So yes, they I think they just didn't know about that, in my opinion. Was there any other things? I think, but I have to say, like, we've written down a few things here, but a lot of these, like, I didn't really need to be mentioned too much here, maybe just in passing. But the trials and the pushiness to me are the two big things that I felt were missing. But otherwise, I feel like they did a pretty good job of touching on a lot of the big stuff. I don't know. I feel like surely people will be walking away from this feeling mostly pretty good. They might not like some of the specific answers, though. Like when they're like, oh, you know, we kind of think this is fine. Have skinnier build to squeeze past monsters. Yeah, I mean, you could have the other thing. You could have the other thing where, like, the, I don't know, like the shadow or whatever can just inherently kind of fit between more enemies. Rather, it has less pushiness and gets pushed around more easily, but can also just fit between them, like how dodge roll works. They could do stuff like that. I actually kind of thought they would do more stuff like that. They could always apply that to skills, where, like, you know how dodge roll now makes you smaller, so you can fit through the enemies. It feels really good, right? Like, that change was brilliant. It works really well. They could do that to more, like, movement skills. The, like, evasive style of movement skills. So, I don't know, like, the Huntress will have this, like, back leap thing. That could allow you to kind of just, like, weave through enemies a bit more. Things like downsides on the left-hand side of the tree. Well, they did agree that Warrior gets the worst of everything right now. That's in regards to the tree. So they don't disagree with you on that one. That dodge change kind of broke some of the bosses where you can roll through cages. Yeah, like the bone prisons from the bosses in Act 1 Cemetery. Yeah. Yeah, they obviously have to go back and change some of those things after making that dodge roll change. What editor are you using? This is Obsidian, this one. So I want to look at the uniques from that. They did do a lot of discussion about Endgame, which is cool. Briefly touched on ailments. Ascendancy. Oh yeah, here's another one. Top heavy progression. I don't think they mentioned this enough. They did talk about... kind of the mapping progression in general being a bit poorly guided, which kind of feeds into this. So they talked about it a bit, but not super specifically. And they did talk about the tree. They did talk about the tree, Atlas tree specifically, being boring. They did talk about grindiness and players getting lost in endgame progression. So they did kind of talk around this topic, but I don't think specifically this issue, which is very much an example of one of those they learned this lesson in Path of Exile 1, but like I was saying earlier, they are making some of the same mistakes again, / relearning some of the same lessons, which if you don't kind of like understand why, I might just be like, are they idiots? It's because they are, a lot of that's intentional. Like, they are intentionally retreading some of the same ground, because like this is the chance for them to re-ask these questions and be like, okay, so we made this fix in Path of Exile 1, but was that actually the right call? Does that make sense for PoE 2? You know, like we had to do that in PoE 1 given the context of Path of Exile 1. But maybe there's a better solution here. Maybe we don't have to make that change. Maybe we can go back to the drawing board on that a little bit. So yeah, the endgame is obviously a little thrown together. So it's just in a very early state right now. We didn't need a new lesson. No casters and range dominate 99% of the endgame. Yeah, but that's such a big fundamental thing for them to tackle that it's obviously going to take a long time to get somewhere with that. I will say though, like the feeling of playing melee in Path of Exile 2 is way better, right? And it's not like Monk is bad, yeah, okay? So I don't know if... I feel like they've done a lot with the range versus melee disparity. I think it's just more a specific issue of maces. And Mark talked about that, like the attack speeds being too high and other issues. So like they've done a very good job of building this game from the ground up to make melee a lot feel and work a lot better. I like whenever people talk about this issue, like they didn't do anything to adjust to fix this, and it's just like they forget Monk exists. They're like, oh right, they're like Monk is so good that it must be ranged, right? And I know you can no true Scotsman this and be like, well, the best melee builds will have a bit of range to them. Of course they do, but how did Huntress feel? More ranged or melee? Huntress felt really awkward with the early hands-ons that most people played of Huntress. So that's probably why it's not in the game currently, because it needed a lot more work. Monk is mostly ranged, so is you know, the warrior, so is every melee character ever. There's not really a lot of true melee. I will say one of the true melee skills of a warrior is actually one of the best feeling ones, which is Bone Shatter. It's true melee and it is one of the best feeling skills. But it is once again the case where, like, how do you make a melee skill feel good? Give it lots of AoE. Bone Shatter feels so good because it's A, really chunky, B, a cool payoff, but C, has a lot of AoE. What attacks by far the best feeling? I mean, that's what I'm talking about though, right? Like, they made the fundamental feeling of playing melee on the warrior feel really good. I've really enjoyed playing warrior. It's way harder. Absolutely. The balance is not right there. But the feeling of playing it is really good, and it actually works quite well through a lot of the campaign. You just have to work a lot harder. I hate that Bone Shatter is a strike and Titan is slam focused. Yeah, I have kind of the same issue. I feel similar about that. Although it's still good enough to still fit in those playstyles, which is pretty cool. Can never manage my opportunities for Bone Shatter. Yeah, Bone Shatter has one weirdness, which is when you stun enemies with the initial hit instead of like leaving them near to be stunned. It's kind of a little weird that way. Played your Merc in SSF up to 90, and my God Grenades are so tough compared to everything else. It was my 6th 90, and I'm debating re-rolling Grenadier with Titan for the extra cooldown reduction. I think I heard someone doing some Titan Grenadier and liking it, yeah. I've been really enjoying grenades. I'm 89 now and finished my tier 15 quests. I'll probably play a little bit in a little while. But it's definitely not as strong as the really strong stuff right now. if you compare to some of the monk stuff, some of the caster stuff, a lot of the ES builds, you have to work way harder to be, tanky. You just can't. But I've really enjoyed Voltaic Grenade in particular. The damage is great, and the performance on bosses is really good. Clear is pretty reasonable. You electrocute and stun everything. It's great. Stun enemies should proc Bone Shatter. I feel like that would be a good solution, maybe? I don't know. You need some way to, like... Oh, it consumes the stun, is what you're saying. That could be a good idea, maybe, yeah. Then it would still work if the enemies got stunned by that initial hit. That would be kind of cool. Your reliance on plus skills feels really bad for the game as a whole. I'm a bit iffy on plus skills as well, yeah. I feel like plus skills... I don't know if we have enough data to work off yet, but it feels like plus skills is kind of backing themselves into a corner a bit. Having so many plus skills and having them be so impactful. I mean, we had it in PV1 as well, but you definitely see right now, like, you look at an amazing wand or staff with like really godly stats, but it's got no plus skills and it's worth nothing, and then you see one with like +3 and it's worth a ton with similar stats. It's like definitely a big thing, and it also exacerbates the issues that people have with mana and stuff too. Skills plus skills equals mana problems. Yep. Yeah, the mana tuning does fall apart as you add more plus skills, and I mean it actually makes sense as a downside to it. Like, but the problem is that players don't use a plus skills weapon and then have mana problems and then say, oh, maybe I should reconsider whether plus skills is the right option here. They just have mana problems and feel bad. They don't like not take the thing that gives them way more damage, right? You don't do that. That's not your answer. So it doesn't quite work, but conceptually it's a good idea to have a downside like that. Fizz conversion skills make campaign gearing a little weird for new players. Conversion's very weird, I agree. I feel that a lot on Mercenary especially. Like, I think it's just a feature of there being not all of the skills yet, or not more skills. Like, presumably in the future they add more skills and it won't feel so weird, but right now, damage types and your options in them and conversion and stuff is strange. A lot of skills are like 60 or 80 conversion, but don't have ways to get to 100. It's like, okay, so maybe they're just balanced around that fact. That's kind of fine. It allows you to, like, have some sort of, like, little minor effect from leech and things and stuff, I guess. Maybe that works okay. So maybe that part's okay. But the other part is when you have, like, skills with, like, 20 or 40 conversion and you want to do fizz stuff with them. And then it doesn't quite feel right. Like, it's like you want to do something with bleed, but your skill has, like, 40% conversion. It's like, what do you do with that? What do you do with 40% conversion? Yeah, I think leech was the reason why they have these, like, partial conversions. But the problem is leech doesn't really work. Like, you get 5-10% leech with an 80% conversion skill, and it actually just doesn't really work. Well, I guess it doesn't work to the player standard of it working, where, like, it solves your problem. Because it probably gives you, like, 6 mana per second extra, you know? Also, I think that leveling of each class is pigeonholed to, like, 2 to 3 max skills. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, there's always going to be best skills to level as, but it feels like there's plenty of options for leveling lots of different classes. I don't know. Well, I mean, right now, there's just not a lot of skills in the end. Like, there's a lot of skills, but there's also simultaneously not a lot of skills if you just look at the one. So if you level a mercenary and you only look at crossbows, there's not a lot of skills, right? But if you level a mercenary and you look at all of the different options, then there is a lot of skills. But so there's simultaneously a lot of skills and also not a lot of skills right now. It's kind of a weird state. I think this will be somewhat self-solving over time as they add more skills both to each list, but also more lists in total, right? Because we do have things that even if you are, say, just playing crossbows, there are things you can cherry pick from each other tree. Assuming stat requirements aren't so brutal, which they are typically very brutal. But you know, I can look at like war cries or these totems or whatever and pair them up. Like, there's no reason I can't incorporate. If I'm leveling those, like, crossbow totems, I could put shockwave totem in there. That actually works, yeah. Early crossbow skills feel bad to use. I quite liked early crossbow leveling, but I know a lot of people didn't. But I feel like the shotgun skills feel really good, and then grenades start to take off really well around the time you get flash grenade. I liked it. You know, I wrote a big leveling guide on crossbows to make things smoother. Specifically more about grenades, but I liked it. Isn't the intent of the archetypes you can stay inside the weapon tree and be viable through campaign though? Well, I mean, I think you can, right? I don't think you can't. That's true. Absolutely can be viable with whatever weapon type you pick throughout the campaign. We'll look at those uniques. In-game changes. I'll need to turn my ads back on, won't I? We're going to have a look at the video once again here in a moment. I have it open here because I want to look at these uniques especially, but I'll probably rewatch the whole thing and take some notes on some of the other changes. Big part of the crossbow is that reloading is bugged when rolling stuff. Yeah, there are some bugs with your skills not working on crossbow on occasion. Apparently there's some issues with other things like that too. So hopefully that stuff gets fixed. Why do you have a level 80 Undescended Marauder in your main account, Ziggy? What? I don't. I think you mistook what you saw. It's a Titan. It's level 40. And this is my solo self-found warrior that I've been playing on stream. Go back to the main web page. Top left. Oh, where? Main web. Oh, this guy here, level 80 Marauder. Ziggy the Anarchist is one of my PoE play characters from before they added classes. This was before Ascendancy, bro. This is before Path of Exile Ascendancy came out. Ziggy the Anarchist is probably my heavy metal Infernal Blow Marauder, I think. I don't know why it's... Yeah, it is. Look, it's Infernal Blow. Wait, no, Ice Crash? Oh, this would have been Anarchy League then. So that was Anarchy League was... Look, we can see its inventory. That's pretty funny. Anarchy League was What? Rogue Exiles, right? Pretty sure that's before Ascendancies. Yeah, there you go. This is my current PoE 2 build. Honestly, this gear looks pretty good for PoE 2. No, I think my PoE 2 gear is better. Well, not these gloves are pretty good. The old maps. It's very funny to see this here. Why do the gems have experience, huh? I mean, the leech values are way higher in PoE 2. Look at that. Damn. Is that character 12 years old? About that. I feel like it was important to call that out. I was a bit confused. Yeah, I don't know why. I guess it's just picked this as my first character for whatever reason. I don't know, because I haven't logged into PoE 1 in a while, I suppose. I gotta take a short break. When we get back, we'll take a look at that video and those uniques and such. I will be back soon, folks. I'll see you in a moment. Hello folks, welcome back. Just waiting for the ads to finish so take a look at things. Did I adjust that headphone hairdo? You talking about my divot? It's not very powerful today. It's there, but it's subtle. When I grow my hair out, I get some pretty powerful divots on occasion. And the old gamer dent. So this is how you know I'm for real. It's how you know I'm legit. Let us take a look at these uniques first of all. So, we noted Black Braid. Where's our uniques? Black Braid, maybe moving into the good leveling tier. What level is Black Braid? 0. Nice. Yeah, it gained 10 all res and some extra armor. Gained all res and armor. Likely in good leveling item tier now. And may actually have some like budget endgame applications or something, I suppose, for the armor applies to elemental damage stuff. Not so sure about that second part, but at least much better for leveling now. I quite like that mechanic for leveling, actually. Things that are purely defensive leveling are rarely super popular, but you certainly get examples of it when they are super convenient. That might be pretty convenient. You have to worry a bit less about resistances. You get very tanky with, like, leveling armor from that. I mean, the classic example is Gold Rim, right? Purely defensive item. Super convenient, so it's popular. Dewedries Tenure gained some energy shields, as far as I can tell. Not a big deal for that. Just, it was already kind of okay. Slash, you know, the downside of it, reduced cast speed doesn't feel great, but the damage was always high enough that it was pretty impactful for those levels. And the energy shield makes a big difference there. Bramblejack. Bramblejack gained... Cannot evade enemy attacks as a downside. Doesn't matter, really. It gained more life, possibly, unless these are just roll ranges. No, I think that's more life. And it gained 5% regen while surrounded. So surrounded is defined on the tree as... It's down here. Somewhere around here. Where is it? It's somewhere around here. Surrounded. Where are you? There it is. Surrounded is if there are at least 5 enemies within 3 meters of you. So 3 meters is about around this area of the screen. It's 7 meters is I think to the very edge, left and right. So 3 is about here, a bit less than half. 5 mobs in that area. 5% regen there is pretty cool. Especially if it comes with higher life. Would you want to use it while leveling? I don't know. I don't know about that. 2 character heights if you were laying down. 5% flat regen's quite nice. Nice buff to Bramblejack. I don't know if I'd say it's like a super chase leveling item though. Bramblejack. Let me just double check the life on Bramblejack, make sure it actually is buffed. UEDB uniques. Nah, PW2DB always gets me. There we go. This is the wrong one. It always goes to this page for some reason. Armor, Bramble. It's right there. It's 50 to 80, and this one has rolled 90. So, it looks like life is buffed. This was a low roll, but this one is buffed. So, the new range could be 90 or it could be 100. So, it looks like life buffed. Life buffed and gained 5% regen while surrounded. Drawback, cannot evade. Doesn't matter much on characters that would use it. Pretty decent buff, but I I think you'd probably use it if you found it. Your leveling soul self found or something, right? You'd probably use it in hardcore, maybe, I guess, but it's but probably not top leveling tier, I wouldn't say, unless you disagree with me, chat. 5% life per second is a lot, yes. In fact, I think that the consecrated support is something similar and it's very impactful. We take a look at it here, which we typically use with like Leap Slam. Consecrated Holy Descent, this one. Consecrated Ground is 5%. So, and it's quite impactful. Consecrated Path on Holy Descent on Leap Slam feels really good. Would you, yeah, I mean, even just on this one page, right, would you use it over Black Braid? No, you'd use Black Braid over Bramblejack. But if you were regen stacking or something, you know, stacking up some life for leveling, sure, yeah. Doesn't do anything for bosses, exactly. The surrounded regen doesn't do anything for bosses. I mean, surrounded is most when you need that while leveling, though. Surrounded is kind of the most dangerous thing a lot of the time. Sorry, doggo box, because people are getting home. Jin's Tusks. I always thought this thing looked pretty cool, but was kind of meh, so hopefully we get something nice here. Reduce the potency of slowing, blah, 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 blah. What do we got here? Chance to bleed has gone up, it looks like. I don't see any other changes, but it's gained 50% chance to bleed instead of 10. 10 was so minor as to be so sad. Would bleed be good enough to make it that sort of a buff matter a lot? I think it's probably fine. I don't know if I'd say top leveling unique. It's probably like, it's fine to level on a, you know, a slammy marauder. Thorns already bad, got worse on that. That's probably just raw ranges, I think. It's so much armor for Act 1 midway through. So their level 11 220 armor is pretty high, yeah. 50% bleed chance instead of 10%. I think it was just flat 10. Probably fine as a niche leveler. Armor is big. And bleed is a minor boost. But I don't really see it being like a crazy deal. Certainly if I had one as a drop on my current solo stuff on Marauder, I'd use that sucker, but I don't know whether you go out of your way to buy one, you know? For me, top leveling unique list has to be things you'd actually put the effort into navigating trade to buy. If you had it in your stash, yeah, you'd probably use it. I didn't mention Duadries. Gained a bit of ES. Fine, but not many people like casting slower, even when the damage trade-off makes sense. There are probably some things like there was in Period 1 where the cast speed doesn't matter that much, so that damage is really good. Anything where cast speed doesn't matter, they are great. But the buff doesn't really change that much. It just makes them like marginally more defensive. Bjornhand's Mark was this double stun build-up thing that was like really insane for a few levels. What did they do to it? They added reduced attack speed, but added a bunch of flat physical damage. Oh. It's not really what Warriors wanted. Got nerfed. Oh god. It got nerfed. Like, it's probably technically better. Technically better, but less desired now. It's not, we just had a whole conversation about Warriors feeling too slow with the devs, right? Hilarious. Hilarious. Frost Breath. 9 to 20 Fizz. 8 to 18 Cold. Added crit chance. And then the mechanics are the same. Let's check the roll range on this one. Frost Breath. So it's 6 to 12. So that's 9 to 20 there. And 8 to 18, those may not be top rolls. It had a decent damage buff and added flat crit. The flat crit is mostly cute. You can't really leverage that too much while leveling, but 10% is enough that it's actually going to feel like something. Frost Breath looks great. That's at level 10. Probably makes it usable for like, well, a whole extra act. Almost. Okay, that looks really good. Frost, is it called? What's it called? Frost Breath? Yeah, Frost Breath. Frost Breath. I might have at least 2 things for my leveling unique list from this. Frost Breath and Black Braid, I think. Let's go ahead and mark those. Gained a bunch of fears and cold damage and double base crit. Usable for much longer now. See, the sad thing about Frost Breath is the mechanic on it's really fun. So like, lets you freeze with all damage types. You can use it with literally whatever skill you want, including like pure fizz skills, and freeze with them. Like that's cool, man. That's satisfying. And then Culling Strike as an extra upside. Psh, sure, great. So the problem was like you could only really use it for like 5-10 levels, just because the damage was so low. But the damage is much higher now. You can use it for a lot longer. So level 11 means that, let me see. Let me do a rough estimate here. Level 11 is about Cemetery, right? Bit later. Level 11 is Fraythorn Hunting Grounds. So you probably would have used it in midway through Act 2. You can probably use it all the way through Act 2 now, I dare say. Act 2 ends at 30-ish. Yeah, you could probably use that through to 30. And let's add, I probably will add that to the list of good leveling uniques, I think. Not going to be high. Let's have a look. Let's open up the list and see if the meta changes. Meta. Best leveling uniques. Give it attack speed runes plus power. Yes. Yes, just plus hour. That'll be just fine. Yes. If you just add Howard to anything, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I think Frost Breath is already number 2 on the list. Does it beat Horns of Bindon in that now? It's not a very competitive list. The Mace list is not very competitive. Does it beat Horns of Bindon and Wings of Kaelin? You know, probably still not. It probably stays in number 2, I think. These are just, they don't have as much opportunity cost as a weapon, and you can keep using them, right? The weapon you have to change. You can use this for longer now. Yeah. So it probably goes through for a bit longer now, but I think that's fine. It got buffed. I could probably make a note of that. But I think it's still probably number 2. Just for the fact it's a weapon in the end. A weapon has to be pretty amazing to be, like, higher than that. I think number 2 is already really good. Like, for example, a weapon has to be Pillar of the Cage God, basically, right? Is Pillar my number 1? Yes, of course. Yeah, pretty much has to be. Mopsy, how you doing, mate? Thanks very much. Appreciate you. Thanks for the sub. You level unarmed with Howard, it would be great. Yes. What was the other one? The other one was the chest. So is defensive uniques... Is it? Would I say it's defensive uniques for any build? Probably not. Then again, maybe it is. I don't know if I have a category where it fits. It might actually just be defensive uniques for any build. Let's have a look. It only has 10 strength requirement, Ores, but then the armor applies to elemental damage is only really beneficial if you have other armor. It's actually, but the 10 Ores with attributes actually makes it pretty good for a while as like a little baby gold rim on your chest for a while. It might actually be on that list. It might have to push down some of the existing ones, sadly. I really wanted to keep a shield on here because there's just no shields, but it's a bit weak comparatively. Damn, it might be like number 3 or 4 now, I'm thinking. Maybe. So this one's called Black Braid. I should have a list here of over on this one. This one. Black Braid taking slot 3 or 4 on defensive uniques. Might need to consider niche defensive category. I don't know, maybe? Maybe there needs to be another category in there. Not that this article's not long enough as it is already. I went a little overboard on this. What did they say about runes? You can now replace runes. You can replace runes now. Got a great idea. What if we can do a random quest to improve some of these useless uniques into a more powerful version that could have endgame potential? Let's call it Destined Uniques. Ah, yes. I feel like fate will decree that such a thing may happen at some point. We just have to wait for the Prophecy League, right? I mean, they did intentionally get rid of that after a while because they were like, we don't like this. So they probably won't do that again. But I do like the idea of upgrading, changing uniques in some ways, and they've played with that idea in other ways too. Can you replace runes on corrupted items? You should be able to, I would think, but I don't know about that one. I think, because you can put runes in a corrupted item, right? So you should be able to put a new one in. I would say 99.9% sure that you can do that. Just because if you try to put a socket, you try to put a rune in a corrupted unique right now, it works. That's why I don't see why it would be any different for that. I don't think there was a second page here, was there?
More fun. And make
there was a second page. Oh my god. Oh, did they actually do something with Gamble Sprint? Wait, what? They just added rarity to it? Okay. Okay. Hilarious. It's still going to stay out. So I would like to show you where Gamble Sprint is on my list of greatest leveling uniques in Path of Exile 2. You ready? The Truly Tragic Leveling Uniques Award. I believe Gamble Sprint is in here. Yes. Gamble Sprint. ADHD boots. Oh god. I really don't want to use them now. It's like, yes. That's what it's going to feel like when you're trying to do a single task and you just can't help it changing between tasks constantly. Me when I begin cleaning my house. There was a second page, is as jaw-dropping as this. The test has a back to it? Oh no. Oh god. So, Gamble Sprint has rarity now. Hilarious. Does that take it off of the worst list? No, probably not. Because the fundamental issue does not change. If you can tolerate them, they are slightly better, but really in such a way that is so non-impactful, right? Like, yes, you will get some more drops. Did they make the... I don't think they did anything else. Did they make, like, the lightning res higher, maybe? I don't think so. Whoops. Gamble. No, they didn't. That's such a weird little change. It's just like a flavor change, right? Okay, Mist Whisper. That's interesting, because it's actually pretty good. It just doesn't last long. That's the problem. Let's see. Increased chill duration on enemies. Looks like they maybe buff the damage. Let's have a look. 6 to 12. Oops, too many tabs. 6 to 12. And that's 10 to 13. So yeah, they definitely buffed the damage and added chill duration. Chill duration is probably pretty unimpactful. Did they nerf the freeze build-up? No, it's just, that's just roll ranges. Wait, was that a sword? Was what a sword? This thing? No, it's a quarterstaff. Or did you see a sword in here or something, did you? Yeah, there's some things in here that are data mined, but not currently dropping because swords don't drop. But yes, red beak has been data mined along with blue tongue. Lose 3 mana per enemy killed. Ugh. Increased attack damage while not on low mana. I guess that's an okay upside for that. Cute. Max is 15 and 16 on the video. Max is 15 and 16. Wait, does it show
Some
the
character playthrough is more fun too when you have some great uniques to use. We're also
You're tricking me. But yes, they increased the damage, added some chill duration. It was already good, so it lasts a bit longer now. It's nice. Mist Whisper added damage and chill duration. Former makes it last longer. It was already good by virtue of being one of the only leveling crossbows. There's literally 2, and they're both fine. Does it change its positioning on the list? Nope, it's already number 2. It might... No, I think it probably isn't better than Radiant Grief. Radiant Grief is niche in that it's specifically for using with Gas Grenade. But I think that's a much more impactful thing in your overall leveling experience than Mist Whisper, which only lasts for an act. But with sockets and stuff, you could probably make it last through Act 2 now. So I've got it. It can carry you deep into Act 2. But it probably lasts just a little bit longer now. That seems fun. Are the existing versions updated automatically, or do we need to divine them? You would need to divine them, yes, which you should not do. You should not divine your Mist Whisper. Already fine. Now better. Last through Act 2 with runes. What else have we got here? Matsya. Matsya had no damage. Now it has damage. It's potentially a change. So what was this thing for? This thing was like... It had attack speed, crit, mana regeneration, and then reserve less spirit. So the idea is it kind of lets you run some spirit skills a bit more early on. Still has those things. They haven't changed. They just added some actual damage to it, cold and lightning damage. Well, that probably gets on the actual list now, which it didn't before, so... It probably beats Bloodthorn now, right? Because Bloodthorn was a bit weird. It is level 20, though. How good is that for level 20? Eh. So it possibly just turns this into a top 5 list. It can be on the list now, maybe? Minion staff, you can use it. It's not better than other options for minions. Yeah, Bloodthorn's fine. It's just it runs into issues where it's like got this bleeding thing, but you can't really do much with that on a monk because the skills are all elemental. And Pillar is really the only one. I am questioning Bloodthorn's position on the list though. Bloodthorn probably goes down to like 5, and Matsya takes number 2 slot. The list is a lot. 2, 3. Oh, yep. How did that not come up yet? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there is 5 right now, but this is numbered 2 for some reason. I probably put it somewhere else and then dragged it around at some point. Thanks for that. I'll fix that. Matsya gained, added cold and lightning damage. Add to staff list now. The one thing I dislike about items like Matsya is that they create like awkward situations when leveling. So like you use this for a while leveling, and then you set up your spirit skill setup to take advantage of that fact. And then when you inevitably have to upgrade to another weapon because this doesn't scale, then you have to drop that spirit skill setup. It's kind of awkward, right? Painter's Servant. Oh, Painter's Servant has changed. Oh, they dropped the resistances, but added elemental damage of each type. Interesting. It looks like it's probably 5 to 10 of each elemental. So rolls matter a bit here. Corain is high on the list, no? Do I? Widow Howl's number 1. You know, I don't think I put Corain on the list. No, I didn't put Corain on the bow list. You rate it for the list? I haven't. I feel like I remember looking at Corain. And I think my issue was just comparing it up against Widow Howl a lot of the time didn't kind of work. But given that I didn't make a top 5 for the bows, it probably could go in the top 5. I'll add a note for that. I think that's kind of an oversight, honestly. Add Quill Rain. I need to do some research on Quill Rain's performance, though. How it feels like it scales. Add Quill Rain to bow list, and what was the one we were just looking at? It was the staff list is scuffed, isn't it? Staff list is scuffed. And add Matsya to it. So Painter's Servant now has triple added damage, lost resistances. Interesting. Did I have it here anywhere? I did. I have it under the staff. I honestly just think it's better now. We need to change that it's the bonus of resistances, because like that is actually a loss. Like these worked as like baby gold room for leveling, right? It was very niche in what it actually worked well for. It kind of works in other leveling lists now, maybe. Painter's Servant probably goes in here. Remove resistance note from Painter's Servant. Now this patch isn't in yet, is it? So I just need to make sure I do this by the time they do that. I think it stays on the list. Does it move though? Yeah, but it's probably gonna move because I'm gonna probably take Bloodthorn off or move Bloodthorn down. Yeah, I think Painter Servants stay there. They might work as a damage unique, but I don't know if they'd outclass anything that's already here. I guess Cracklekeep and Lemonstone are a little bit niche, but could be an honorable mention maybe, but yeah, it's okay. What else have we got? Make a note on Painter's Servant though. Painter's Servant. Lost resistances. Gained percentage added damage for each element. Prob 5 to 10. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Nice little buff. Like I say, you know, you could just put those on and use them the whole way through as long as the weird elemental conversion thing worked for you. Gloves are nice with damage per ailment on enemy effects. Yeah. So there's a few cases where you can kind of take advantage of that. And then cases where you just don't care about it and you can just take the added damage. They were only included on the staff leveling because of the way that they interacted with Bell, because of the ailments. But now they're a bit better, so that's nice. Titan Rot Cataphract. Here we go. Did they buff the increased strength on that? That's kind of wild. They buffed the armor by a lot, it looks like. Let me have a look. Titan Rot. 2 to 300, 10 to 20 strength. So it's 450 armor now, and it's 28% increased strength. Amazing. Well, that's a lot better now. Titan Rot. It was already, like, somewhat usable on some pillar setups, I guess. Now it's quite a bit better. Buffed percent strength. And big buff to armor. It has a lot of armor at level 20. 800 armor at level 20. It's kind of crazy. 800 at level 20. Lol. I don't know. I don't think Titan Rot's anywhere here. It might be... Oh, it's mentioned in relation to Pillar of the Caged God. I don't know if it specifically goes on a list, though. And the no life regen downside is a bit annoying. What am I doing here? This one. Wyland Stake, Smithing Hammer. What have they done to you? They're so small. Also, I'm covering a little bit, but... I see it has strength and fire resistance now. I need to double check if they changed the damage. 4 to 9, 5 to 10 is listed there. Four to 9, 5 to 10. Okay, they did buff the damage. They about doubled it. That's really solid. That's really solid level 1 weapon. Holy heck. It has a big resistance roll, strength, and quite a lot of damage for that level. Yep, you could use that through Act 1, easy. Wylands. Stake. Buffed damage and added strength. Plus good fire res. Very good level 1 hammer. So this is interesting because I think there was already a pretty good hammer around there, right? It was Frost Breath, but that's level 20. Wait, no, 10? 10. What level was it over here? Go back. Yeah, it is still level 10. Level 10. I think Rimnor's goes down the list. It's kind of just a cute weapon, not particularly strong. I don't have a top 5 here anyway, so I probably just slot in this weapon above Frostbreath on it, honestly, so maybe Frostbreath goes down to level 2 and this one comes up. I don't know. Surprised the stake is used as a club and not like an impaling implement? It's a little strange, isn't it? Island stake is quite good. Let's add section 4. Maces. Wylands takes 2 or 3. Joffrey's down bottom of the list. I think in the context now of how good those 2 one-handers got, you'd be a bit crazy to use Joffrey's. So it either goes off the list or way down. Looks pretty legit. Okay, a few nice buffs in there. Blackbraid, Bramblejack, Frost Breath, Wylands, Painter's Servant, and Titan Rod kind of stand out a bit more. Gamble Sprint's just hilarious. Doage's buff is super minor. A few of the other ones are just like, yeah, they're slight buffs. Looks good. Alright, let's have a little rewatch.
We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week we'll be releasing PoE 2 0.1.1. This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet. In this video, we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here. First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps. Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire, Bluff, and Mesa.
Is it 3 new maps? 3 new maps.
We've also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring. We're now also spawning more maps with bosses. The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool.
Oh, I missed this detail. What? I missed that one. Amazing. Yes, this is. I wanted this. Oh baby. Added new map boss tablet. Hot. That's hot. That's
We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool.
Hell yeah.
Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We've both changed the level of clutter on some maps and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible. In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved. Stick around for longer before they explode and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies. Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode. Now, we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas, done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel. And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it. For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the Expedition and Ritual bosses. For Ritual, we've made Omens now appear in the Ritual Tribute window 60% more often. For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops, but we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on. Now, one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find.
Oh yeah.
To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone on your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time. Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realised that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch we are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too when you have some great uniques to use. We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity. Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable. As we continue to play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage. Plague Bearers Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing. Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can. For 0.1.1 will be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2
The slam
website.
from the monkey is supposed to deal damage. The roll dealing
This
damage
patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating, showing the number of
Patches
uses
might
left
be
in your
in there.
charms, as well as an effect when they trigger,
The song of the exiles.
fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town,
Hooray.
and plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in. That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future. Later.
Later. Later. When did they say it's coming?
Yet, but in the meantime we'll be continuing for people to play in. Those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in. That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future. Later.
Don't think they said that, did they? Is there any updates on... Let's have a look. Yes, very good. Upcoming changes in patch 0.11. Patch notes will be published in a few days. Keep an eye on the news. So it's Monday now. So probably sometime Wednesday morning, eh? Have an ETA on the patch? It sounds like it'll be late this week, possibly. They probably would want to get it out for the weekend. So a few days, patch notes, probably release. So yeah, probably by the end of this week, it seems. Patch notes and possibly release end of week. Assume Thursday, Friday, Kiwi time. A few days would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yes, you would assume so. Any news on map backtracking? Yeah, well, they basically said it's crap, which is a good indicator they want to do something about it. But their comments on kind of like the map completion things, we have them here. So it's, what is it? Completion? No? What was it called? Map. Somewhere around here. I think it was a specific area, maybe? Map clear conditions, there it is. So they were saying, in an ideal world, there would be a cool set of map clearing conditions, but they really don't want bad ones, and it's tough to make them work well. So yeah, still trying to figure that one out a bit. And they agree that backtracking sucks and they want to figure out how to do it. So no specific fix currently, but something they're looking at. But when you see something is clearly bothering Mark, then you know it's probably going to change. When Mark's like, ugh, it makes me angry. You're like, that's going to change. It's going to change. There should be a link to the Tavern Talk up soon, if not already. I will, as requested, drop these notes in the PoE Discord, on my Discord. Here we go. Let me drop those in there now. It'll just be the Obsidian file, so it's just these are just my rough personal notes. They're, you know, not really for public consumption, but as requested. Those are my notes, some thoughts, and a reference for basically what they have said they have changing, or what they have addressed as, like, we want to change this, is all in here now, I think. They didn't mention anything else about trials, did they? Yeah. I don't think so. If I missed anything, it was probably just minor stuff. Emily. And a couple of memes. I don't know if the memes will work, because they might be part of my Obsidian files. I think so. Yes. The memes will not work in your version, I'm afraid. Because I actually have copied them locally. At some point I need to clean up that. Yes, cool. So I've got a list of things to do for the leveling unique updates. That's good. These changes need to happen. Shauna. No memes, you can keep your file. I don't want it. I don't want it. Fair enough. Fair enough. You come over here. Hey, that's not how I want it. Get in there. Actually, I kind of like the side by side though. That's fine. That's fine. Regarding things not being discussed, every time I play co-op, I feel like I'm being punished. Body blocking, easy to get one shot, can't see all the effects on the screen, can't raise our friends. Yeah, it seems like it works pretty well in the campaign and then starts to fall apart a lot more. You've not been alone in saying that at Endgame it feels bad. It starts to feel bad. You go from, you know, having a good time working together and resurrecting each other and stuff to not being able to do that at Endgame. And other people have said that, you know, they stopped playing together or had weird experiences when they got the maps. Yeah, you gotta, like, go run your own map if you die, or do you ditch the map, or, yeah. It's obviously not in a good state right now. So, I'm sorry to say that the co-op changes to that sort of stuff are probably not high on the list. Even though I do think it's important long term. It's a combination of, like, I don't know what the percentages are these days, but certainly less people play co-op than play solo. But the other thing is that these changes probably need to happen once they've figured stuff out a bit more. So once they've figured out what they're doing with, like, reattempts and stuff, and then they can figure out how to make it work for co-op, I think probably I wouldn't expect major changes to co-op in the near future, apart from just general improvements that will help your co-op experience as well. So the changes they've made to, what was it, visibility and death effects and things like that, that stuff will help you a bit, as will, if you're playing console, for example, co-op, you now will have access to better loot filters. Well, loot filters in at all. It's a big thing. So there's a few improvements there. Was co-op talked about specifically? They didn't have any answers, but was touched on. Okay, yeah. So they did touch on it, did they? I didn't see that part. I didn't hear that part. Players having collision is a super crazy design choice. Yeah, that's a tough one, isn't it? I think, like, I feel like I remember that being discussed at some point as to why that was the case, but I can't, like, off the top of my head, think of a reason to justify it. But I feel like it was discussed at some point. I don't know. Wait, they wanted to feel more physical? Yeah, I mean, there's those kind of like hand-wavy, wishy-washy explanations for that sort of stuff. I don't know. I don't know if there was a more tangible thing for that. Jonathan said it needed to feel the weight of the world. Yeah, I mean, it certainly adds that. It could be just the case where maybe like making it so that players' collision is smaller to each other. A bit like what they did with dodge roll, where you can squeeze past each other better than mobs can. So like you can body block mobs together standing well next to each other. But you can kind of squeeze past each other a bit better, I don't know. They mentioned maybe reducing player-on-player hitbox sizes. Oh, great, that's literally what I was just suggesting. Let me add a little bit about co-op. This won't update on the Discord, but it doesn't really matter that much. Just for my own personal reference here. Co-op player-to-player body blocking may get looked at reducing size. Maybe a little something like that. Sound like players blocking each other more than PoE1 is an unintended side effects of a change they made. My character starts jaggy running and getting stuck on things because my brother is by me. You feel the opposite of immersed? Yeah, I know. I can imagine the exact thing you're talking about, where you're like kind of like doing this weird stutter thing because you're like kind of running in the same direction, slightly different angles, and you're like jittering on each other. Yeah, that stuff's kind of awkward, isn't it? Maybe they just didn't think too much of making it more annoying to play co-op in PoE2 just because of how broken it is in PoE1 in terms of loot per hour. I think they probably considered the like endgame farming aspects of it, but it's definitely going to be something that gets tuned later on once like the baseline is sorted out a bit more. The stutter is infuriating? Yeah, that sounds very annoying. Oh, what did we note down about my my issues here? Check if Discord is causing the stuttering. While streaming, that's not likely my issue. Fresh drivers, maybe could be something to look at. Windows version, hitches after a long time AFK. That's interesting. I wonder if I just jump into a map right now, will it be stuttery or not? Let me just like quickly open one up and have a little look here. I've got random stuff in my inventory though. What is this random stuff? What is this map? I was corrupting to try and get some tier 16s for the boss completions. Let's just do like, what have I got on here? Maybe I'll do like a travel one or something for a sec. Looks like I died here. Yeah, it looks like I died here. Sounds about right. Well, that's perfect. I can do this one here. Just whack that in there and we'll travel through it. Crappy fail map. Not a valid test if you take 3 minutes. We're gonna, so I was having this issue where it's like pretty consistently every 5 or 10 seconds, just as I'm walking around, I'd have like a 5-10 FPS frame spike. I tried at lower resolutions, I tried with different frame rate caps, and it still kept happening, even when I was like uncapped frame rate, it still happened. And I don't know if it's like just specific maps, but it happened across a lot of different maps. Feels fine right now, no issues, but maybe it is that problem of just like when the game's been open for a few hours, it's doing that. It sounds like certainly not everyone's having the issue, but enough people in chat were also having similar issues. Various people had various fixes, it seemed. Smooth so far. If you don't know, by the way, Filter Blade for Path of Exile 2 is here, and Nether Sinks filters are up, and you can get a real filter now, and that makes a big difference. It's a little spiky looking, but it feels fine. It's not, I don't feel the stuttering. It's happening to me in Trials of Sycamores. Weirdly, I don't get it in Sycamores. It's fine. It's only been in maps for me. think it's a memory leak. I had a bunch and just started the game fixes for the next hour or two. See, that's interesting. Maybe it might be related to the same thing that's causing the crash, maybe, right? Because it's like after an hour, a crash on DX12. So I'm on Vulcan. I checked DX12, by the way, didn't fix the stuttering, it's still happening. But you might be right that maybe it's like when I would normally crash, instead now I just start getting this hitching. But it's fine now. I'm not getting it at all. Like, it actually feels good. I was getting really frustrated yesterday. I should just restart the game and didn't think of that. Didn't even think of that. But maybe you're right. It seemed to be, as far as I could tell, something about the CPU was the only thing that I kind of noticed spiking. I was looking at my actual CPU performance, no issue. So it was just in game. My actual CPU was running fine. But yeah, so far no issues here. It was even when I was not in combat, just running around the map, eh? Volume's probably a little louder. Don't you on death effect me while I'm adjusting my settings, please. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Might be something to do with the fail to place monsters errors? Fail to place monsters errors. I haven't noticed anything about that. I did have another issue. That was Trial of Sekima's 4th floor. Unable to generate terrain. I've got a hard locked Trial of Sekima's run loaded right now, which I'm like half hoping they will fix, but if it's going to be a few days, I probably want to run some Sekimas before then, so I might just override it. I assume I can just take the key out and then start a new one and then come back to that one later. Actually, I wonder if I take the key out and put it back in, whether that will fix it. Oh, these guys are proximal, aren't they? Of course they are.
Bloody beautiful.
Definitely got some frame drops there. Let's see if I'm starting to get a hitching or not. Because if it happens in just one map, it's obviously a big deal. I'm gonna be resetting the game every half map. P to pause, mate. I wish there was a way to do that without actually bringing up a menu, eh? Those are the grenade toss guys that they're nerfing. Because they like, throw so many grenades. Spamming their grenades like crazy. Computer 2 has the mercenary in it? Certainly does. I got the mercenary, I like mercenary too. I feel like I'm probably always going to have an affinity to mercenary now. Hey Woody, thanks for the raid, mate. Welcome, folks. Welcome. We've just been discussing and taking notes on and digesting the reveals and such today. And I was just testing. I had some, been having some stuttering, like hitching every 5-10 seconds. And chat was giving me some theories, and we're just testing whether it's actually kind of maybe like a memory leaky thing where after the game's been open for a few hours it occurs. Because the game, I opened the game pretty recently and it's actually fine here. Just normal kind of frame drops in combat, not the like regular hitching just when walking around issue. I'll run around some empty map for a second and see if it's happening. Let's have a look. Grenade guys nerf? Are you next? No, I don't think grenades will get nerfed. Well, take's pretty strong, but I think as an overall archetype, the mercenary is very like balanced compared to other things right now. Fine, flawless, no stuttering whatsoever. So I think you might be right. It might be something that only kicks in after an hour or two, when you would normally crash on DX12 maybe. That seems to be possibly the issue there. Are you still playing Voltaic Grenades Witch Hunter? I am. I have been also leveling a solo self-found warrior, which has been me wanting to kind of experience the warrior pre-any buffs that happen. And it looks like we're getting some armor buffs, but it doesn't sound like any major changes happening in 1.1 or 0.1.1. Probably just a little bit of armor buffs. Mark was saying that it sounds like, from what Mark was saying, it sounds like probably some attack speed buffs to some of the skills. So maybe some of the like mandatory minimum attack speed things will be adjusted. But it doesn't sound like there's going to be any huge buffs to the warrior leveling experience yet. Maybe more in the future. But we'll be able to fill that out because I've got a warrior currently in Act 3, so we just suffered through Trial of Chaos. God, that was awful. I'm very excited about some of the changes though. The boss waystones in particular. Oh my god, the boss waystones. I can't wait. But unfortunately that's not coming out until later in the week, is it? Unfortunately. These are pretty low tier, these guys, aren't they? Doo-doo-doo. You can go in here for chancing. You can get vended. There you go, buddy. Pre-buff copium, yes. Pure hopium. Pure hopium. Watched the 2 and discussed it, but it's late here now. Have a good stream. Thanks so much, mate. Appreciate it. You have a good one. Thanks for the raid. Have you found good loot on bosses? Yes, boss loot has been great, actually. I love bosses and want to encounter more of them. I was very disappointed that it was nothing like the 1 in 4 maps like they said, but they explained that today, that the reason for that is it is set to 1 in 4, but they didn't account for the fact that there's a few map layout types that can't spawn bosses currently, so you get way less than 1 in 4. So they're buffing to compensate, and they're adding stones that will allow us to add bosses, which that's very exciting. So that means I could like use like this and this to add irradiation, and then I could use this one to add bosses, and then I've got a bunch of irradiated bosses, right? So that's very exciting, that is. Because right now you just have to, you're at the mercy of it just randomly spawning, right? And if you want to get your irradiated, corrupted boss to do with a tier 16 map, do I even have one here? Irradiated, corrupted, no boss. Boss, irradiation, no corruption. Can you add corruption? I don't think you can add corruption unless it's a modifier on the waystones. So like if this one's irradiated and say I did this tower here, I don't think there's any way of adding corruption, is there? And by that I mean this corruption thing here, the red symbol. Regular precursor tablets irradiate and add corruption. They do both. I thought they only did the irradiation. Irradiated. Or do they have a mod? I'm pretty sure they don't add corruption. I think you're maybe confusing irradiation and corruption. It's one of the 4 things. What I mean is they add the mechanic. What do you mean by they add mechanic? Irradiation adds the mechanic. Irradiation adds the irradiation mechanic. Corruption is only natural spawn. I thought so, yeah. Because it's like the map areas of the section like this. It's basically like a biome, almost. It's these tentacle areas. You can only have corruption on those. So yeah, if you want to do your boss passives, it's initially you just have to kill a boss in 79 plus map, and then it needs to be a 79 plus 1, and then a 79 plus 2, and then a 79 plus 3, which you have to do with a Val Orb, plus irradiation, plus corruption. So this one's, so it's like, just kill a boss in 79, kill a boss with irradiation or corruption, kill a boss with irradiation and corruption, then kill a boss with irradiation, corruption, and a tier 16 map, which tier 16 maps you get by Val Orbing, and then the last 2 points are from Pinnacle boss. Boss precursor tablets are now strictly better than irradiated tablets, with the 1 Atlas passive that makes boss maps irradiated. Yes, that sounds like that would be accurate. They're probably rarer, I imagine. Hopefully they're not too rare. Hopefully. The irradiation from the Atlas passive thing is good, but that doesn't come until after you've already done this, so it doesn't help you get there. Yes, but eventually we can get this keystone, but that's after we need it for the actual progression. Does Dorian have off waystones more than tier 5? No. I swear he like did initially for me, but maybe I was tripping. Seems like it only goes up to tier 5, unfortunately. It's kind of sad. What's his face in PoE1 did a bit of a better job of providing more relevant maps with the refreshing. It's too bad. It's not a little bit better. Aren't boss... oh yeah, we got that one. You could not corrupt tablets. Was I saying corrupting tablets? I meant corrupting waystones. These ones. But you can vial these into tier 16s. I did like 9 and I haven't got one yet. So now I have to run my corrupted mods maps and hopefully get some more drops. And yes, I've done... This character's mostly been off stream since like mid-high maps, as I've been doing other things on stream. But I've been continuing to progress my Voltaic Grenadier because I rather enjoy it. It's not an A+ tier build. It's like a solid B+. It's pretty good, a bit squishy, and there's not much you can do about it. But it's survivable just due to the fact it kills things well and stuns them or electrocutes them. But it's kind of fun. And I've certainly had a good time through to this point, and whenever I do a map boss, I'm really satisfying, because it does really well on map bosses. There's just too few of them. I don't really understand the significance of adding new tower layouts. Don't most people just sprint to the end and leave? Well, that's what they're trying to address, for one, right? That's obviously a problem. The fact that people are just sprinting to the end and leaving is because the maps are terrible and not worth doing. If they can make them actually good, then it will be less painful to run them, and you won't feel so inclined to do that. But the other thing is, even when you're doing that, if you do actually put a substantial map in there of any type, so like even if I just put like some random tier 13 in with added damage, it's actually a good chance I just die in them on the doorways, because you get checked on the doorways and shotgunned, and I actually have died in a lot of tower maps, more than regular maps, I feel. Mostly just like hastiness of trying to rush them, but the kind of choke point on the doors is really brutal. Isn't the part of the problem with that you can't buff them with added league content, so they'll never be as rewarding? That's true, but I mean, they could make them rewarding to compensate in some way, right? I feel like they could actually just make them not cost a waystone, personally. Like, do they need to cost a waystone? Maybe that would solve the problem if they didn't at all cost a waystone. The waystone allows you to add modifiers to them to make them more rewarding, but they could have random ones, I don't know. Maybe you could just craft them directly, or just make them exciting enough without mods, I don't know. Actually, I wanted the towers to be like 5 levels of you like fighting cool pack of monsters, fighting a boss, fighting a cool pack of monsters, fighting a boss. You know, like one of those kind of tower ascension things. I gotta take a short break, I'll be back. I'll be right back, see you in a moment. I missed a trade. Big money incoming. Oh, yo. Someone buying my Death Rush. Ooh. Hello. I do need mons. Mm-hmm. What did I do to this Death Rush? Corrupted. Only 5% attack modifiers. It actually overrolled too. It's got higher leech and onslaught duration. It's interesting to see the onslaught duration go up like that. Oh no, I was too slow. I was too slow. Now, so I have this Trial of Sekhmet. I was saying we'd do some more Trials of Sekhmet. Well, I don't really have any higher level ones currently, unfortunately. So there's not a button for this yet. For those of you joining us today from some of our raids we had earlier, I quite like Trial of Sekhmet. I do agree that it's not necessarily a great choice. Or I should say the overall picture for ascending and gaining that character power is not right at the moment. But I actually think Trial of Sekhmet is quite well done as a piece of content once you get engaged with it. So I have this right now. I assume this is still a problem. I'm on the final floor here. But I'm having this issue, which hopefully we avoid again in the future. Let's just test. Maybe it works? No. Yeah, I keep getting this consistently. Terrain generator for the client is out of sync with the server. Create a new instance and try again. Which you actually can't do in Trial of Sekhmet. You can't create a new instance. So I think I can take that out though and just put another one in. But I'm actually curious if I take this key out. Wait, can I take that key out? I might actually have to make a new instance of this. End trials or current trial progress will be lost. You can't. Yeah, I don't think there's any way of fixing this, eh? Bummer. That was a pretty good run. So does that just like delete the key then? Because I thought you could take the key out, right? Because can't you take the key out and like trade it in whatever state it's currently in? And you lose the key? Yeah, that's alright. We have to lose the key, I guess. We'll do a fresh run. I like me some Sekhmet action. Let me check my current relic situation. I think I'm actually like 73 on a res, so not perfect, but that's fine. I've got a couple move speed ones, some quantity of keys, bit of dodge roll and life, boss increased damage. I'm not stacking a ton of boss increased damage here, so the final boss can be a little bit tanky. But for more profit running, this should be good, hopefully. See how it goes. Must opt out of the run at the end of the floor to save the key. Ah, see, I didn't have a chance because of the whole terrain generation bug. 4k life, 4.9k honor. So I don't have a ton of max honor on this particular relic setup. Love that dodge roll distance. Whee! Whee! Whoops! Whoops! Hello there. Lever. Someone said they were exploiting that to run the trial on a main and then hand it off to their ult. Yeah, I heard you can actually just get like all of the ascendancy points in like a low level character by doing that. The block armor builds work in the Sekhmet trial. Yep, all defenses work fully in Trial of Sekhmet. That's great. And armor is good at one thing here, which is those afflictions and pledge to Kochai effects that deal physical damage to you. Armor actually works on them, which is pretty cool. Oh, that was weird. Rubber banding. She got poisoned. What strange rubber banding that was. Should never really rubber band on lockstep, eh? Bakun. Click. Talk about how armor will actually be better. It sounds like armor's getting some minor buffs. They didn't say specifically how. Oh, okay, nice. Armor will be getting some minor buffs initially, and then they talked about the problem being likely more to do with the fact that the other defensives setups have some very powerful things and also some good supporting tech around them, which I've kind of talked about in the past. The idea that, like, you know, in Period 2, in Period 1, we had, you know, endurance charges and fortify and fizz taken as elemental and all these other things that made armor better. Because anytime those effects reduce the amount of fizz damage you take, the armor is more effective, right? We don't have that in Period 2 currently, so we have a weaker armor formula without as much support from other systems, and they also identified that as an issue there. So there's just not a lot of synergies for armor right now, and that's something that they're looking at, but we don't have too many specifics yet. These are pretty bad, but we can handle no evasion. But you never want to take Black Smoke early on, especially. Black Smoke's one of the worst, and ideally we don't want Blunt Sword either. But no evasion is kind of fine. Sucks if you're an evasion character, but I have like a tiny amount. Even less now. Yeah. But this is a very manageable affliction. Another gold key, damn, with a drop. That's hot. You failed to point out OP 15% PDR helmet. You're talking about Veil of the Night. Amazing. You're right. We should tell all the new players to use Veil of the Night. You gotta use it with Rundle of Fragility. Blunt Sword for me is more annoying. The Blunt Sword's pretty bad. We don't want Blunt Sword. It's fine. I can do the whole thing just fine with Blunt Sword, but it really hurts on the last boss.
Challenge overcome.
We don't want any reductions of damage for the last boss, ideally. He's so tanky. 100% of zero evasion is still zero evasion. I'm about there. So we have random boon in here. I like to get more water early on, but I'm not going to take those ones, I don't think. Gauntlet, escape trial. We can only get to the boon from there. We'll go through the gauntlet then. Floor 1 gauntlets are pretty easy. You ever got an original sin? Hell no, I did not really like Sanctum all that much in PoE1, but I quite like Trial of Sekhmet. Whoops, that was weird. There was like no roiling effects. I'm guessing it's because I just came on screen. I thought they were like disabled until I clicked a lever or something. Do 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 do. This way. You actually can trade from Trial of Sekhmet. You just have to do it at the end of a room. Is it in PoE2 as well? There is... yeah, it's hardly the same item. There is an original sin in this one as well, yes. No, I haven't done any of the unique trial things. You really want a dedicated character design to abuse certain mechanics as much as possible. Because there's some things that like prevent you from taking damage, so I think there's like a monk setup that can just avoid taking on damage. That was like barely worth getting, but it's fine. So I think I can leave now. I'm not sure if I technically should have done it before I selected that. I think it's fine. Not Veil of the Night. Oh, a different one? Hollow Mask. Oh yeah. It's actually like, I mean, in context, as long as you have enough resistances, actually, that's a substantial fizz mitigation. It's one of the best in the game. It is one of the best physical mitigations in the game. You're not wrong. Kind of funny. Do 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 do. What did this person want to buy? Hate nail. I killed third trial boss with one on a left, then derpedly proceeded to press the button that activates the scarabs. Oh no. Oops. Hilarious. What an amazing lime lesson. Original Sin is a global drop now. Temporalis is the no-hit run unique. Oh, really? I didn't realize the Original Sin was global, though. It's interesting. Darkness protecting honor has to be unintended? Probably an oversight, yeah. It's probably not like a bug, but definitely an oversight. It is kind of annoying to like leave for 2 Exile trade, but you know, I also know how annoying it is when you're trying to buy stuff and no one responds, so just trying to do my part. Trying to do my part, you know.
This better be worth it.
So it should put us in at the end of the other room or at the start of this one, I think. Depending. Maybe because I clicked the button already. It might be the start of this one. No, it's the end of this one. There you go. That's interesting. It lets me make the choice again. Yeah, well, no change here. We're gonna go for escape trial over there. Not a super amazing first floor, but that's fine. Nothing run ending. Maybe I've had one segment where I had like a first floor that was like, I almost feel like just quitting this, but I still did it in the end. Whereas like I regularly get Trials of Chaos where it's like, this run is dead. That's part of why I like this one compared to that one. Give me that water. We've not hit any fountains, so these little bits of water might actually be a thing. It's weird how you can get trial complete even though there's actually still a rare. Like that one doesn't count for whatever reason. It's pretty strange. Gain a random boon. Let's see what we get. Give me a good one. Restore honor when you venerate shrine? Meh. Pretty lame, but it's out of the pool now. So we can go into a large water gauntlet here after a small then large. That'll get us kitted out for the end of floor vendor. Now actually, I keep doing it, but you don't actually need to click that first one, which gives you a slight 1 to 2 second advantage. The dodge roll range one feels so good. Yellow chest. Oh, give me that water. Water. Very nice. That gets us 1 buff. This one should give us another one. So we have a, you can't restore honor after killing this boss. Ideal. Ideal. And it's a pledge to coach high as well. It's pretty much exactly what we want to take for an affliction there. Very nice. Unfortunately, 3 gauntlets on our first floor is kind of annoying, but it's just that. It's just only annoying. Doesn't actually matter, but just a bit annoying. The snakes that shoot the red things, they only deal damage when they pass through you, but they hit you when they pass. Sorry, when they explode, I should say. They don't deal damage when they pass through you, but their red projectiles actually still do count as a hit. So if you have like the 5% taken on hit or other on hit effects, it can trigger those. I don't remember in what scenario I tested that, but it was like some on hit effect going on. I nearly fell in escape trial when I was near a death crystal and the monsters were body blocking me from getting it. Oh, was this like a you couldn't click it because you're playing on controller thing? Because other people have mentioned that too. I have the opposite problem sometimes where I'm like, I want to shoot a grenade, but I've got my main skill on left click, which I should probably change, because quite often if there's like a chest near an enemy, I will click the chest and not them. So it won't actually fire a grenade, it'll just like tell my character to open the chest. Hold on. Oops. I forgot to go get the lever. Oh. I was on keyboard and mouse. Yeah, weird one, that one. So you actually physically body blocked from getting into it. That's unfortunate. What can I say? You got outplayed. Ouch. I love how like little honor damage I actually take there though. Virtually no honor damage taken. Large amount of sacred water. Whoop. In we go. I use keypad pickup. Yeah, so I saw that was a thing. I haven't really tested that one yet. You can like set a button to picking up items. I should probably consider doing that. Sounds kind of good. When it comes to Sekima's farming, our glass trials are pretty good. You can usually get 3 or 4 rare kills if you can do them quickly. And they look to be quite good, as well as extra keys. And relics too, when you're farming relics. But you're always farming relics. There you are. Another thing I like about Sekima's is I basically never die in it. Even when I fail, I don't die typically. It's a good way to like close out a level. You're getting close to leveling. Ah, I missed the last kill there.
That was close. Bloody beautiful.
Bloody beautiful. Yeah, I can see actually using like controller if controller keyboard swap was like just instant. If I could just, and then when I had to do some inventory management, just like, you know, use my mouse. Actually see giving that a go. That's actually like kind of an okay trade-off if I had more evasion, but it's pretty unimpactful. We never want to do minor afflictions because the list of minor afflictions is really bad. This one's a skip because it's like 2 options to remove things that don't matter. So let's skip that one, unfortunately, but that happens sometimes with the pledges. The upsides of the really good ones you can get occasionally is well worth the risk that occasionally you just do one and you don't get anything. See ya, buddy. Ah, feels good. Give me my Regal Shard. Good boon recently that prevented me getting any more minor afflictions. Ah, that must have been a major boon for sure. Cannot be damaged until you complete next room. More sacred water found. Your minions do more damage. Reduce merchant prices. So these are quite good. Probably want to take a silver. I would normally go flooding rivers here, but I don't think I'll be able to afford it. We do silver tongue and then ornate dagger. I think we can't afford that. Viscous Ica is very competitive though. This is an amazing shop. It's a tough choice, honestly. So I think we have to take silver tongue. Can we afford both? Oh mate, I think we can actually afford 2 of them. Oh my god, yes. So wait, so that's 290, 390. I can take both of these then, but I don't think I can take flooding rivers. That's fine.
Onwards, onwards.
Yeah, a bit short for that.
Always.
That's okay. Flooding rivers is kind of just like the same as taking the reduced merchant prices anyway, so not really a big deal. Do. Stash my currency, 2 exalts and a regal so far. Probably stash my maps. Don't really need those right now. Now we want to kind of save a gold key for any really good chest down the line in case we don't get one. I'll take this for now, because like, instead of opening boots, I want to save that for now. These ones are kind of whatever. Do-do-do-do. Rare jewel. Look forward to checking out my jewels later. Next floor, let's go. Increased movement speed is nutty as well as the more damage. The increased movement speed. I didn't have that boon just then. I didn't get rabbit hairfoot. I got the one that slows enemies, which is, I think, actually better. I think Viscous Ichor, which is the reduced action speed on monsters, is actually better than Hairfoot. Hairfoot's kind of good, but it's a bit of a liability too. It does make the time freeze phase on the boss really easy, but I don't know about that one, personally. We won't have enough water here to really get more than one boon. And we can get a free random here. Also just doing, this is not bad. It is 2 gauntlets though, which is kind of annoying. And hourglass and chalice are much more profitable. So we'll take those. I think. Is there a Trial of Sekima's Guide you have? I do have a Trial of Sekima's Guide. Do-do-do. Over here on Maxroll. I have a YouTube video as well, but it's linked in there. I don't know why I'm scrolling. That's unnecessary. Let's see, how to ascend. Trial of Sekima's Guide in here. Boop. Bum, ba, 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 ba. And this goes over. This is from the perspective of getting your ascendancies, which is what most people care about. But it's how to get in there, how the relics work, what sort of relic stats you're looking for. I do need to expand this a little bit. Actually, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think I already did actually. Nice. I already did that. Cool. I recently added a full list of afflictions and boons. And some of the good pledges as well. So these are like the boons that I consider, you know, must-haves. Afflictions that are tolerable, which this list is quite important because knowing which afflictions are okay to take is really helpful. And then these are the afflictions that are very bad, which is a pretty long list. There are some pretty bad ones, but they are mostly avoidable. But yes, I'm always looking to expand and upgrade that, and part of that process is me doing a solo self-found warrior recently so that I can get familiar with doing it on a more downtrodden character. Why does Peacock have quality value and not item to quality it? Is that's one of the ascendancy granted skills, right? I think global, there can be some global effects that add quality, which probably work with those. So that's probably why they have quality amounts. I could not see the floor 2 to 4 guide. Didn't know which runes have which kind of traps, especially in the escape trial. I don't have like a specific room guide yet. I was thinking about doing like a video of that. I've been collecting some footage of that. So like here's what the gauntlet rooms look like on floor 2 and 3 and so on. I was thinking about doing that. That's not in that guide yet. I have like guides to the bosses of each floor, but not specifics on each floor's variants of gauntlets and things like that. So increased damage taken on low life, that's okay. We don't want that, and it's off a back of a boon as well. So we could get some water. If it was a large, I'd almost consider it, but it's an hourglass trial as well. I think we'll take that one. Get the relics while you seems runes ahead. That one is really good, yeah. Those ones are quite good. I just haven't found one yet that's, and I haven't been buying relics, I've just been using ones I've farmed. But I haven't found one yet that was paired with another good affix. I haven't really wanted to use them yet. A rare monster. Yeah, you're here somewhere. There you are. Yeah, killer. So edgy. think I'll get you in time. Oh, actually did. Nice. Sweet.
Magnificence.
Now I'm keen for this patch. Good thing that we know now what they're not really making major changes to, like for example Trial of Seconds. Yeah, I don't feel bad about playing it, being like, oh, if I waited a couple days it'll be much better. Kind of feel that way about my warrior right now. So, pledge to coach out there and there. Yeah, we'll do this escape trial. The increased damage taken on low life can get you killed, but if you're in that position anyway, you're probably gonna die. Anyhow. You've already failed, you know. I'm shocked we're not hearing about a slew of nerfs, although it sounds like there's quite a bit they still haven't fully reviewed. I think their plan was always to like only nerf a couple of the most egregious things and stick with the doing most of the like balance tuning stuff with a new league launch, aka some sort of economy reset situation. Yeah, and it makes sense from both like a marketing standpoint, like people will feel better about that, and it makes sense from a testing standpoint too. They can get better information on how their changes are actually going. If they're not making major class changes, time for me to re-roll away from the crossbows. Yeah, that stuff's probably mostly happening with some sort of reset. But we're like getting a few things, but nothing. They didn't specifically mention anything on crossbows and stuff, but we'll see, I guess, what the patch notes say, if they have any other things for us to discover. Do you think GG's actually trolling with the reduced AS? You mean on that one unique item, or you mean just in general, like on passives and stuff? Do I think they're trolling with it? No, I think they take this stuff seriously. What kind of question is that? Obviously I take that seriously. I think you're asking facetiously, as in jokingly, like, are they kidding? You gotta be kidding me. No, I think it comes from a standpoint of like, let's make things, trade-offs like that are about kind of making like yeah, I wanna be a little like slow and chunky. I want it real hard, and I don't mind hitting a little faster to do it. It also kind of like allows them to add power in a way that isn't just making everything go. But there's some disparity in like that design being in some areas of the tree and seemingly not so much in other areas of the tree. It's a bit disjointed right now. I think crossbows are probably too granular of an issue and not majorly out of whack, so they won't get attention until high visibility stuff gets done. Yeah. Gain a random minor affliction. Gain a random minor affliction. No, minor boon, minor affliction. Nope. Lose a random affliction and boon. No. Not worth the trade-off. Those are all hard no's from me. So I could go into another Pledge to Kochai and some of the biggest things in there, or I could go for a random boon. If I go this way, I get lose all sacred water on floor completion, which is not generally too bad because you can usually spend it. You only lose like 100 or 200 most of the time. But I'm tempted more to go for this key and boon maybe. Yeah, let's go key and boon instead. Pledge does have some of the bigger things in it. It's usually how you get like major boons, for example. But I did have 2 pledges back to back that were skips, so makes me more inclined to skip it. Unique. Do the range of POIs in the minimap get addressed at all? No, that's an interesting one. They tied light radius to that, it turns out. They haven't mentioned it specifically. I do think it's an issue. That's a good note. I would like to see that adjusted, like the base increased a bit maybe. Didn't know you got a choice of pledge. Figured it chose for you. Nope. Yep. 3 options. And the 4... not actually. Let's rephrase that. 4 options. The 3 listed and the walk away option. And the walk away option is often the right call because you don't want to take random afflictions almost ever. Pretty hard to justify random affliction. So, okay, we have to make choices. Less max honor. Minimap hidden is actually not that big a deal. Less sacred water found, lose all sacred water on floor completion. And then 1 fewer head. So those are pretty bad. I think we go minimap. So we'll do this boon into minimap. This is that single room ritual. It's so fast, love it. Love it. Love how you can skip some shrines to avoid afflictions. Yeah, the ones that like recover a large amount of honor and give you an affliction, you can actually just walk past those. People do neglect to note that they can just say no. It's a good skill to have. Yeah, I don't want the less damage, and I don't really want that either. Oops. Keep forgetting the not having to click that first one. I see a button, I click it. I can't help myself. Seems like they probably want to nerf map sustain. That would make sense since it does feel very easy right now, making it a bit pointless to add extra suffixes to your map. That's interesting because a lot of people complain the opposite about map sustain, about it being like too hard and stuff. I think there's a big disparity between like once you're going, like later on you're fine, and then early on it's almost like every league in PoE1 when everyone's like, did they nerf map sustain? I can't sustain maps. It's like before they have their Atlas tree completed. Now that I'm like done with the tier 15 quest and have some of the boss kill points, it's fine. Every time I kill a boss I get 3 tier 15s, which pretty much sustains by itself. But prior to that point, yeah, it was pretty tricky actually. I had to be real careful. If you're like not dying, it's fine, which is how they balanced it. But if you're dying in 20-30% of maps, you actually will struggle. But they didn't say anything about wanting to nerf map sustain. In fact, they're probably making it easier across the board because less things are going to kill you now with these changes. They're adding more bosses. That's going to buff map sustain massively, especially later on. So if anything, they're buffing map sustain. So I don't know why your takeaway was that they're nerfing it. I think they did want it to be like a little tricky earlier on. These bosses you want to kill at the same time or within 10 seconds of each other. If you wait too long, the fight gets way harder, basically, like full and ranged armor. One's cold resistant, one's fire resistant, and they're like vulnerable to the opposite. So you want to actually be like a little... Is it you? No, you. So if you do like fire or cold damage, you want to be a bit careful because one will take way more damage than the other. But you see these guys, they actually do one shot, I'm pretty sure. Nah, maybe that's only if you like... If you have a little delay there. Check the golds. No, we'll skip those ones. 2 bronzes. Get my 500 gold. Balbala, what do you got for me? Trap steel, reduced damage. Scrying crystal, we're on floor 3. That's still pretty good. More max honor. Next boon you gain is converted into a major. Oh, I can actually afford all these too. So I can take the trap damage with the silver chalice.
Fight with intent. Fight
and that will give me a major. Gain 2 sacred water when you take damage from a hit. Okay, sure.
Onwards. Always fight with intent.
Love it. I wasn't planning on taking any hits, but I could use it to farm some sacred water. So the major boons are like, some of them are not better than some of the minor boons, but there are some really good ones. They're all fine, at least. but they're not, yeah, not all of them are. Super heavy. Cannot restore honor, removed after killing next boss. Into large water into merchants, pretty good. Otherwise, it's like merchant prices into coach shire, looks kind of garbage. There's a gold key here, silver gold. That's like good for keys. But I think we'll go this way. So we can't restore honor this floor, but that's kind of fine. I did it. I did it for once. I didn't click it. Thought for sure we were going there. Apparently not. Yeah, let me down. Coughing. I had my hidden mini-map, so you gotta be a little consistent with how you path this one, which I'm not doing very well. I have a pretty good idea of the layout though, so not a problem. Just being a little more careful with not wasting time too much on these guys. It's the last one, I think? Yeah, nice.
Stand tall.
The funniest thing when you like finish this and you don't have your minimap, it's like, where's the exit? Here it is. The minimap one is actually not too bad. It makes those escape trials like slightly harder. Just slightly. So there's alternatively bronze into boon. Nah, we're gonna be way better off with the merchant. But seeing this, it's like silver, bronze, gold, silver. Actually pretty good on the keys. I love stacking afflictions too much though. If you have the dodge distance, you can pretty safely roll over these guys, as long as you don't like roll before them. You want to hit them and then roll. Well, you know, like that, but not like that, because I missed it. I can't set off traps when I try to, apparently. Actually roll over that without activating it, it's fine. Wasn't even sure you could do that. Very nice. Let me go this way. Sometimes I'm not sure if those big skelly guys are doing their like body slam attack or if they're falling and dying. They've tricked me before. Will the light radius reduction be a lot worse? It, I can't even, like, I can't really even tell it's a thing, to be honest. I guess, like, there's enough lighting in here, that's not a problem. It'd be a problem if you had your minimap, because then it would reduce the detection radius on the minimap, but it's disabled anyway. Look, a little bit of damage in there.
Of respite.
708? Oh yeah, nice. This one's Ritual Trial. Nice Koozie.
Good riddance.
Very good. Do what you say, not what you do. Indeed. Monsters deal less damage. Nice. Next keys duplicated. Okay, these ones are not that good, but we've already taken some of the best ones, that's why. We can use the blood magic to trigger this if you didn't know. You can put blood magic support on one of your skills and just pop yourself down to low. As long as you don't have too much regen.
Go with strength.
Sacred water found on this floor is doubled. So I think we're like at the end of the floor, aren't we? No, but we're probably not going to get too much more sacred water, I dare say. Ooh. It's good that we have this extra reveal level here. We might have to go like one fewer and lose our buff there. We're going in the last floor, it's kind of okay. Or maybe rewards are unknown. Might have to do the last floor kind of blinded in terms of rewards. Planning for this affliction's good. What other options was there in here? Next key is duplicated. What is the next key we would take? Would be silver. I'll probably take that. That's fine.
Go with strength.
You have 50% more defenses. My 500 armor. It's actually hilarious how low my armor is. So good. My chest isn't even quality. Oops. Oops.
Go with strength.
One fewer seems way better than not seeing the reward. Yeah, one fewer does help you avoid a run-ending affliction, though. A bit more than the reward one. It doesn't have an impact on that. Slightly higher risk, but probably the better choice overall. Woo! Chaos things. See ya, buddy. It's really good boon for ES. Oh yeah, that one's amazing for ES. Just straight up 50% more life, right? Which is 50% more honor. Wild. Actually crazy for ES. Trial complete. 2 silver keys. So, at the end, though, does this change things? So the one fewer ahead goes into water or monster 50% life. I do not want that. Silver cash, which these ones have better rewards. I'm gonna go around the fizz damage. We wouldn't take much damage from it, but there's no reason to take it. I'm tempted to go the rewards are unknown through the silver cash, maybe. What's this one? Reduce move speed? Really don't want that. No monster damage. It's a shame. That was a bit good over there, but that's fine. Bronze key. Only one silver key? Well, you only picked up one. You wasted the boon on the bronze. Oh, I picked up a bronze from the ground, did I? Oops. Oh no. Didn't even realize. I forgot about that. It's the risk of that one, I suppose, isn't it? Gotta remember you actually have it. Hilarious. Imagine having defenses. I wish I could evaluate how nice armor and evasion feels. I just like have not been able to get any decent amount of it. Like getting, you know, reasonably good gear just means I just don't end up with any evasion or armor. Trying to keep this character like reasonably budget as well. Not trying to like spend too much on gear. Most of my gear's still pretty cheap. Whoop.
Swift magnificence.
Trap for loot goblins. Yes, I mean, all of us, right? We play this genre, don't we? There is motion only offers one choice, and I actually... That might not be so bad now that we have most of the good boons anyway. So we could just take that one instead. Maybe I will. Won't affect us too much. I think the fact that you evaluate if gear is good doesn't factor into armor evasion is telling enough. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, if armor evasion was a bit more like compelling, you would actually consider that a factor on the gear you're buying more. Like I might be willing to trade off 20-30 life or something for better rolls on those. And evasion is pretty decent. by all accounts, but I'm talking specifically like hybrid armor evasion gear, which is mostly a bit garbo. I can kind of equip pure strength gear. I have enough strength for that mostly. I can't really equip pure evasion gear though, unfortunately. It just takes too much dexterity. To get any decent amount of it, I would need to like pump dexterity massively. That would come at a big opportunity cost. 2 Chaos Orbs, nice. And a silver key. Damn. Thing was paying out. Whoa! Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door. Is Aro lied? He lied. Well, maybe this is just the exception that proves the rule, right? I never got that. How would an exception prove a rule? I'm pretty sure I've disabled my healing, yes. Time to waste 5 water for no reason. Yes. I was just confirming that the 100 heal didn't do anything. Let's go the ritual silver chest. So these ones that have room rewards, you'd think, why take that? There's plenty at the end, right? Like, why would you care? But these ones are substantially better. Looting them is substantially better. So they're better than the final reward room chests.
Ritual has been disrupted.
Prime silver boots. Of course, you can't pick what's going to be in there, and you might still just get blue items like this, but what can you do? What can you do? Okay, there was, to be fair, there was a yellow in there. Check for life rolls. Move speed rolls even. No move speed rolls. Sand pit. So, mechanics for her, when she does a jumpy thing, when she's underground and she keeps jumping at you, clicking on these, or standing on these, will just stop her from hitting you, like will stop her from doing that phase, but the traps are often more dangerous, especially the darts. So, you got 2 strategies. You can kind of just like run big circles around the arena and do your dodge roll timings. You can also kind of like stand down in the corners too, and she'll like barely get you. I've heard you can also kind of like stand on the edge here, and she can't get you. I kind of want to test that one today. I usually just dodge her fine. It's not a problem. I should probably be a little careful to not kill her, you know. Oops. Oh, which one did I hit? Darts, nice. Ouch. See, darts are the worst. It's pretty hard to avoid them, right? Like, you can't really beware them. They're just gonna get you.
Be ready.
I'm gonna wait until she does her divey attack. I want to test it. Is she under?
The sands fall.
No, she's up. Do you divies, please?
Move.
There she goes. Yeah, I think she's like see how she comes right back up? So it's just standing on the stone actually makes her come up. She's like I can't get to you, so she ends the phase. So I think that happened twice now. I don't want to confirm it again. Stop toying with her. She's somebody's mother, don't you know? In the sands, I believe, but nobody likes sand.
Make haste.
What's she doing? Yep, she quit. Okay, that works. That works. All right. What debuff is that? That's concentration from Witch Hunter. It lowers her cooldowns as I damage her. Test once more for science.
Be ready.
Oh, she's under again.
Get to the
Yeah.
platform.
So you want to make sure she's not doing it right on top of you like that. Is she going? Is she going? Yeah. So as soon as you actually stand on one of the corners, she'll just quit the phase. You want to make sure she's not doing the dive like right as you do it though. So you probably want to dodge the first one maybe, and then just go stand on the corner. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I think it's like basically they see like it's supposed to be that running over the trap makes come back up. It's actually just the fact that you're on the stone and she can't get to you. So you don't actually have to activate the trap, which is interesting.
Nice.
Babala said to stand on the platform. Yeah, I guess it might be like technically the all intended thing, but the idea that we can do this without activating the traps is probably not fully intended. So they might end up changing that one. What have we got? 2 gold keys, gold mysterious boots, mysterious armor. Go on then, prime gold boots. Show me some prime boots here, please. We'll see at the end. Belt, mysterious warriors. Mysterious ones are not that mysterious because they're pretty much just always a pile of gold. Like whatever they drop just gets converted. It's very unfortunate. Save the rest of the end, I guess. Hopefully the final floor isn't bugged as well though. Oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. Next minor boon you gain is converted to a major. I mean, if that's my only choice, pretty good.
Always.
The removed after killing the next boss thing should be done now, so we can actually heal.
We will succeed.
I did get a jewel from Mysterious Cache. I figured that you could probably get the rewards from any of them from the Mysterious Cache, so jewels should be an option, right? Should be like anything, because jewels can also drop normally. I don't know if you could get the Time Lost jewels though. Yay! No floor generation bug. Buggies. I'm in. Merchant offers fewer choices. I don't think that even does anything when they've only got one option anyway. And whatever we buy here will be converted to a major, but boon. So let's do that because we'll go into the gold key after anyway, I think. Pledge to Koshar might be good too.
Bag of bones.
Let me through. I don't know where the next one is. We're just gonna go look on this side and hope we find them. Okay, it's just one. It should be done here. Okay, cool. I don't have my mini maps. So a little nervous. Oh god, there's another one, isn't there? Wait, there's like another 2. Okay, we're good. We're good. Have any places to farm in Axe for gold? I got stuck between 2 respecs. I literally made a little video on YouTube Shorts and on Twitter for people in your exact situation. So the cemetery in the Tomb of the Eternals, I think it is. There is the Hidden Wealth, which is a little underground section, which just has like piles of gold and some golden chests. And you can actually just farm that really quickly to get some gold. No, it's fine. You all good to ask. But yeah, if you're a bit unsure, just check out my YouTube Shorts. It's on there, so you can that shows you where to get it. Must have less max life. Actually, quite a good one. So I hope the major boon that I get is actually better. Let's see what I get. Sacred Water Found is doubled. Not better. The less life would have been really good for the boss. It's unfortunate. Yeah. That is unfortunate. Merchant offers fewer choices into gold into another merchant, maybe. Or we go like pledge to Kochai into gold. That might actually be better. So go bronze. Yeah, we could do that. You think it should add back regrets? Nah, I don't feel like regrets make much sense when you've got the gold respec system. You don't really see the point of it. The only thing they do is like let players kind of trade respec, which you can't do with gold. Obviously it's a bit awkward if you're like middle of a respec and you run out of gold. You can't really like farm stuff. As long as there's some like solutions for that, which there kind of are at the moment. And you can always farm gold on another character. It's not really ideal if you don't have another character, but technically an option. Having an arbitrary extra currency, I don't think is the necessary answer there. Do you think GG is going to do anything special for players who are hacked via the admin account breach situation? Not sure. Not sure about that one. They don't usually restore or roll back stuff. There's been very few cases, like maybe twice in the history of Path of Exile, they've done that sort of thing. I think like when you lose stuff, you're a little bit shit out of luck in the end. Because I think the reason for that is probably that it opens up too many issues of like people being like, oh, I got hacked as well. Well, we can't see the evidence of you being hacked. It's like, I definitely did. Hey, it's me, your brother who got hacked. There's a gold cache there, which could be interesting to do as well. So if we go this way, there's gold key into Boon, but that's reduced speed, that's monster speed up even, which is not ideal. Probably not worth that one. So we can go gold into merchant. We can go pledge into... Don't want to go that way anymore. Pledge into water into the gold chest is maybe okay. Pretty tempted to just go to merchant though, to be honest. We'll try the pledge to Kochai either way. Probably not a better choice than just getting the gold key. Okay, stuck. Sure, I'm getting a lot of sacred water. This way. Put me out of here.
Arcane misery.
There we go. I see people getting hacked as a result of getting through a GG account. Yeah, in this case, I agree. Like, it would be a pretty nice thing to do. If they have a way of tracking what was taken from whom and verifying it, then it would be a pretty good thing to do, wouldn't it? Give me a good one. Haven't had a good one this run. Show me a banger. If I go to the merchant after taking that, that's a pretty good offer. Gain a random minor boon for Fizz. That also is fine. So I could just do that one. Let me just check the path thing. Because I'm pretty sure I can go to the... there is a merchant up here. So I could go there and get some extra things off the merchant. So I could take a random boon for some damage, or I could make that trade-off and hit up that merchant and maybe buy possibly 2 boons, maybe 3. But their quality may not be... What don't I have? Actually too much I don't have, really. Still kind of tempted to do that though, because I probably want to go that way on the map anyway. So normally I would just take this Fizz damage, because although 500 damage sounds bad, it's actually only like less than 75% of that. because it's affected by armor and resistance. But I might actually do this one because Adrenal Vial is like whatever. And now the merchant. Oh wait, oh, I still have merchant only offers one choice. I forgot. Ken, I appreciate that you were trying to remind me. I forgot I had stacked both of those. Oops. Oh well. Shit happens. In that case, I'm gonna go gold key. I won't need the water. Oopsie, you tried, chat. You have a friend whose character's disappeared off his Twitter account? That sounds like a separate bug, but definitely should be reported. In case there's some sort of database issue and it wasn't just like some sort of deletion thing going on. Sorry buddy, cannot respond right now, although technically I can, can't I, if I just do this? Press the pause button. P for pause. Pause asses. No barrage though. That's scary.
That was close.
Yeah. Clicky button. That better be on top of the patch notes. whatever bug is currently annoying me most needs to be on top of the patch notes. Gold key. Whoop. So now we can portal out of here. As long as you're taking the reward, so make sure you do that. One choice plus 50% reduced is still one choice. Yes. Yes. I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, they came to me. In town. Come back. I'm in there hideout now. Wait, now I'm very confused. What did they want? Boots. Some cute little 35 move speed boots. Mm-hmm. Try that again. Oh god. Okay, very good. Very good. Ziggy has a Maxroll guide about that? What was the question? From Ironsmith? Oh, is there somewhere with a list of what each side object in the campaign gives you? Yes, I did that. I did an exploration guide. There's a short list of the permanent buffs. My exploration guide also includes that. Yeah, I've got one for each act you can check out. Do. Back in we go.
This better be
I do appreciate that you can leave. I know King of the Mist doesn't give Spirit. Yeah, King of the Mist and Cruel's like basically not worth doing. You get a Spirit Gem, basically. No? Did you get any? You get a Charm. Literally, that's what you get a Charm. Anyway, it's on the list. Yeah, King of the Mist was pretty bad in Cruel. Kind of rough. What's this next one? Shellstraw? Yeah, I have time to do that one. I'm gonna take a short break. Whoa! I fell out of time! Ah! Terrifying. I'm very concerned about this. Seems bad for me. I love the like reloading after you kill a monster on the crossbow. It's very satisfying to me. Whee! Woo! Channel trials are usually pretty easy, but this one on the third, fourth floor is pretty tricky. The choke points on the stairs and stuff are pretty rough. In addition to the monsters just being a bit harder in general. More stacked up on each other as well. 40 Sacred Water off on mobs. Pretty crazy with the stacked buffs we have. Bloody beautiful. Additional projectiles, very dangerous, rare. Intros. Leave from around the corner.
Great challenge overcome.
Very nice. Seems like Sekimus is a huge part of SSF. Ziz and Steel have been spending a lot of time on it. It's, I imagine, like, even if nothing else, you want to try and get good jewels. Jewels are massive, and you have to farm them yourself, right? So, kind of makes sense. Sad chest. Such a sad chest. Alright, I gotta take a short break. But the honor system works well in hardcore, yeah, so yeah, it's a much safer content. It's pretty rewarding in general. I feel like I get a lot of currency and drops and stuff in here. XP is actually pretty good. And safe XP too. So a lot of good reasons why it'd be a banger in hardcore. Oh, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in a moment. See you soon. Then it's on to the final boss. Hello, hello. Thanks for waiting while I took a short break. Chat, welcome back. Alrighty, we're like 2 rooms in the boss, eh? Boss can still be a little spicy, but we've got some pretty good ones. I don't have anything that reduces its health. We have some damage increases, so that's good. Let's max on merchant prices. Yep, we'll go merchant into this one here. Ritual, chalice, and then boss time. Sweet, looks good. Ready to dodge and whoop. Trains us for the upcoming boss mechanic, one of them at least. Also, you have to use these in some of the gauntlet rooms, which are a little puzzly actually. And the 4th floor ones are a little tricksy. You could use some. There's a room where you have to flick a lever and then use one of these guys to teleport you back outside of the room afterwards, which is kind of clever. Cute idea. You played Sorc Ward in Sacrament Trials? It's OP. You don't lose any honor to traps if your sorcery ward is 2k plus. No, I haven't. I was wondering about that actually. Thanks. I was wondering if it actually did that for you. Oh, merchant only has one option, and it's a tapestry. It's a tapestry. Not even a good tapestry. Boo. I'll take a baby heal. I don't have like convert buff or something, do I? I don't think I do. So much sacred water stuff. No, I'll get to convert those into a bronze key at the end. The conversion rate on the keys is hilariously bad. What do the symbols do? They start a timer, which at the end of the timer teleports you back to its location, and then they explode. The boss has a similar mechanic like that, where it starts a timer where you'll see like these kind of mirage versions of yourself behind you. And when the timer runs down, you'll get teleported back to where you were at the beginning of it. Which can be on that explosion as well. That face is pretty easy though. What? Yoink.
A great challenge overcome.
They're shooting down at me. Ah. See yous. Rez name was Murderface. Straight up Taserface vibes, hey? 1,000 sacred water from that pool. Oh my god. It's about I'm not gonna be able to do anything with it. Alright, Zarok. I would have liked a little bit more on it by the time I got here, but see how I go.
This battle is
Oh, it's still a little scary.
sacred duty.
Also, I didn't change my auras and stuff. Oops.
I shall enact your
Right now.
fate.
It's about time.
Here, it's about time. My damage looks really good at the start, thanks to my massive trigger. Oh. So for this phase, we just stand in the corner and he can't hit us. And then you can kind of like DPS in the meantime. Assuming you're not a melee character. Suffer melee characters.
There can be no escape. You are not in control. There can be no escape. The sands of time.
And this is our time freeze.
No one.
Okay.
You possess.
Yeah, only I want to ideally dodge roll on the last one. See if we'll dodge roll spamming in that phase. Not a good idea.
Nothing. This only ends one way.
Gather up!
Wither into nothing. There can be no escape.
That plus 3 second water means I got hit. Kind of funny.
There can be no escape.
It seems like you dodge roll into those exploding things and you can actually avoid taking damage from them. It's not being, I've not been able to consistently do it though.
There can be no
Trying to
escape.
eventually doing a bit. Getting the science done. He's so daggy. Even now.
Time distorts. The hour grows late.
Oops. Stunned.
Inconsequential.
Oops. So am I. Oopsie. Here we go, ready? Wait. And now dodge. Nice. That was the rewind phase.
Rid yourself of your
Some
illusions.
wild mana.
Rapid lightning!
This only ends one way.
So wait for a mana charge.
This only ends one way. These sands of time wait
Oh, man.
for no one.
This is kind of rough. I almost missed this one down the bottom too. That's about as spread out as it could be.
You surprised?
Oh god, I walked that. There was only one there, I walked straight onto it. Oh, and wait, and no. Oh, too late. What? Dodge. Okay, we're good.
This only ends one way.
Oops. I swear I'm like magnetized to those things. Stupid mines. Who put this here? Stop putting these landmines everywhere, you jerk. There we go. Actually pretty comfy now. I think I only took 1k damage.
Was it? You put up a hell of a
Whoop,
fight.
whoop.
Good on ya.
Do. What one is this? Burden of leadership. Runes are unknown. Item is destroyed. Xerac drops. Second is resolve. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's good. Hello. I would like to fit this in here somewhere, please. Thank you. No. There we go. Tetris. Beep, boop. +3. Stop counting my +3s. 16 sacred water when you complete a room. How much is it? Nah. It's just converting the keys. They're like 2,300. See, I was just farming some extra water. Okay, gold royal. What have I got? 3 golden keys. Prime gold hoarders. that's so tragic. That's a little tragic. Yeah, give me my royal cash. Ba-ba-ba. And I'm feeling in the mood for boots. Go on. Tier 3 booties. Where's my chest? Where's the chest? Stash? Stash! Which is very snarky when you win the fight, saying how pathetic it is for someone who can control time to lose a fight. I mean, she's not wrong, right? Legitimately how, right? Maybe that's why you can keep fighting him, because he just rewinds. Royal cash. Relic warriors. Oh, if there was another one, I can't get it now. I'm too busy taking a mysterious cash. Mm-hmm. Mysterious. Another bronze key in it. I'm gonna... the classic thing from Lab, right? Storm rune. I got my storm rune. Hooray! Alright, let's go IDL loot. 1 out of 10 Tetris skill. Definitely like not much XP from that one, but that's because that one was a bit lower level. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have any of the 80 ones. I think I had 181, but the final floor bugged. Boo. Alright, show me what we got, buddy. What have we got here? We have some boots. Augment ear. No. Not worth exalting. Oof. That's got an open prefix. Gotta try. Gotta try. That also has an open prefix. It's got very high armor, doesn't it? If it rolled movement speed, it would be a thing. I have exalts. This is what they're for, right? For slamming. I got more evasion. Very good. Don't think we'd chaos that one. But on the other hand, I could do it though. On the other hand. Rolled life as well. Movement speed rolls just so low though. So in this one, you could hit the hybrid evasion stun. But, you know, go on, one try. It actually did hit, it didn't hit the hybrid, it hit the other hybrid, the other evasion. It turned it into mana. Oh man. Oh man. Oh god. It had a solid attempt, didn't it? And yeah, slamming movement speed is a non-starter. It's just so low rate on movement speed. It's not a good idea. I'll take some of these. Check these ones. Bad. Pretty. That's kind of okay, but let's reforge them. Sacred Water, Star Trial. I feel like those aren't really worth it. What's up next? Show me some more loot. I'll do my jewels at the end. Let's go, Bo. Mana is actually good. Mana is actually good, yeah, but it still needs movement speed. Still can't do anything without movement speed on them. Monsters take 17% increased damage, 4 max honor res. Oh, that's the first max one I've actually found. It's high roll too. Actually, I don't know what the roll ranges are on those ones. That's interesting though, that one. 40%. Dex, int, mana. No open prefix though. No way am I chaosing that. What is this thing? Okay, it's all the affixes are like smooshed together. It's got mana, hybrid mana, armor, energy shield. Hilarious.
Time is not on our side.
We'll keep that one. Boss deals reduced damage on a res. One's okay. We can't actually reforge these ones still. I think they're bugged, yeah? Yeah, they're still bugged. This is a hilarious bug, by the way, if you don't know it. So that they coded this. You don't see it on the UI, but they coded it so that it was 2 slots wide. So like you can fit these guys in, and you can fit these ones that are in two slots wide. But these ones are 3 slots wide, and these ones are 4 slots wide. So they didn't like create enough space on the bench. It's like the hidden inventory behind the UI. So they just need to go in and make them 4 wide so that they actually fit all the relics. They've never had like 3 and 4 wide items before, right? Like, not to my recollection has there ever been anything like that. It's kind of funny. Do 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 do. Find any good radius jewels yet? I've not found, even though I've done a bunch of second missions, I've not found a literal any timeless jewels, right? Like, I found one on my like level 20 character during one of the hands-ons, and then I didn't, I haven't found a single one since launch. Pretty wild. There's a 5 wide quest reward. I guess none that you can reforge, but you're right. Moving the goalposts here, aren't I? Monsters have a chance to drop double sacred water with move speed. It's a high roll for that. I just don't really rate the monster sacred water drops. That one there's kind of okay, I suppose. The defense stuff's pretty good. Check. What do we got?
Yes.
You can have that hammer, my friend.
Indeed.
And I'm pretty sure none of these except the one is worth anything, right? Oh my god. I found one chest of timeless in 5 4+ runs. So it actually has to be a specific timeless chest now, is it? Is that the idea? Oh, this is not the right trade site. Oh my god, please. I actually have a hotkey for this. What is it? This thing. There it is. What is this thing called? I should get one of those price checkers at some point. Burden of leadership. Just about everyone getting hacked earlier. I was like, meh. Sounds about right. Do-do-do-do-do. Check my jewels over here for crafting and evaluating in a moment. Sidekick is a good price tool. So it actually has to be timeless, not just the royal. It's like a royal timeless or something, is it? Timeless chest guarantees a normal jewel and can apparently drop them. So the royal chests always drop jewels, but it sounds like there's also a timeless one on top of that. So much loot. Bad. What do we got here? Suffixes are mediocre. 1 tier 8 energy shield on a votive advanced raiment. Nope. Gonna go ahead and get rid of that one. I'm not sure if I have bushwhack. I don't have bushwhack. Nice. Add it to my collection. 48 defenses. Oh! Monster drop. Unfortunate, but still very, very high roll on those defenses. Imagine just being able to, like, add 48% increased energy shield, right? Like, unhinged. I cannot believe how high these roll. How good energy shield is eating. Should I play energy shield or should I just complain about it? Complain. Definitely. Definitely complain. Hey, Contagion. Thanks very much for the 72 months, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you. What have we got here? 198 life. That's a hefty life roll. With pretty low strength and like stun threshold. What is it? Expert Val. It's one of the better ones and it's rolled enough to try. High armor roll. And then, what is this? It's a hybrid life, I suppose. 205 life. It's unfortunate the suffixes are just not a bit better. Because that probably caps that one's value out a bit too much, I think. I think a 200 life. We can't even count that strength. 1 resist, 200 life, 600. That's not going to be worth anything. It's too low. The life would need to be like 20 higher. It's like 600 armor is not even worth inputting, and that's just 1 resistance? Yeah, nah. Not even any point price checking that. You can go with one of these random tabs. It tried. It tried. Now we have a lot of these things. So, Rare monsters. Not really into the rare monster ones. Honor resistance with max honor. Great. Honor resistance with bosses deal reduced damage. I don't like really feel like taking that affix. Looks like I'll need to get another one of those here as well. Bosses take 15% increased damage. Honor and venerating shrine. Yeah, you can go in there. Reforge ya. Rare monsters damage. It doesn't include bosses if it specifies rare monsters, right? Like, I don't know. Do people use that? I'm pretty sure they don't. Put it in here. We'll see if anyone wants to buy it. That's pretty bad. Quantity of keys with increased honor restored. Dang. Life and honor resist. It's a bit low roll. Max honor. Just like water. Life quantity. That one is... Damn, that one's really good. That one's really good. Oh my god. Found an upgrade. That's pretty high for the move speed sacred water ones. That one's Garbo. It's a crazy life quantity one. 47 defenses. Okay. Guess I probably should give that one. Let's see what else we have here. Do-do-do-do-do. No idea you can combine these? Yeah, everything but the 3 and 4 wide ones currently. They're a bit bugged. Room revealed on map. 25 max honor. That's a little better, but I think those can roll like 2 or 3 rooms, I'm pretty sure. Max honor, honor and killing a boss. Don't really rate those. Rare monster damage. Not even going to augment it. I need another one of those vases. Probably have some in here somewhere. There's one. Yeah, so that's like a rare monster one with room reveal. Which is a bit meh. I think I just did the right one. Nope, I did not. Oops, I salvaged the wrong one. Merchant choices with honor res? That's okay. Do-do-do-do. Quantity of relics. Honor restored. Meh. Bloody left click. I really gotta like clear out my inventory now. I don't really rate that move speed one. Honor res with 25 life. It's high life roll, slightly low honor resistance roll, but pretty good actually. Man, I feel like we're gonna have to I have to sort this out at some point. It's getting a little bit silly. So these ones are keeps. What do we got down here? Those ones are pretty garbage. We can redo those. Next one, double sacred water. So I'm probably not going to use those ones. They can go in here. Rare monster. That one's garbage. Which we just have to sell for now. Bosses take increased damage. Nah. Nah. So this one's probably an upgrade for me. That one maybe as well.
Indeed.
Let's take those over and have a look first. Just make sure this other thing is not crazy. Monsters deal reduced damage. Avoid gaining affliction. Some people seem to really like those. I'm not so sure about those things. Seem a bit of a gamble to me. So I've got some crazy defenses ones around here. This one seems a bit meh now. Honor resist max honor stuff. That one's pretty badly rolled. Life quantity of keys. Life double sacred water. Getting a bit messy in there. Wish I could put them in my trial thing without having to like portal or whatever. You can try minions to get your ES. I don't think I've seen you do any minion build other than Golemancer. I've played a few minion builds, but not in some time, yeah. Now that PoE2 minions come back, might be worth looking into. Oh, definitely plan on playing all of the things. You can be sure of that. I'm gonna play them all. Just open this up. So I've got 12 life, 12 quantity of keys, and I just picked up this crazy one here. Where was it? 25 life, 17. That's crazy! That's a crazy one. Oh my god. I could lose some dodge roll for more keys and life. Do. Actually, probably don't mind that. That'll be good for next time. We may have an even better one, I wonder. 49 defenses. Damn. Life quantity of relics. 10 life, 17. So it's slightly less life, but a bit more keys. We'll use that one instead. This one's Garbo. Too many to look at, eh? But I did find a banger upgrade there, though. I have a 4-room reveal and a 2x2 relic. Ooh, yep, that's pretty nice. Hopefully your other affix is pretty good too. Late to the party as I wanted to watch the VOD of your review of the interview. I was wondering if stun threshold with pushiness is another compounding element that needs to be looked at. Stun threshold, pushiness seem like they could be good things to combine together.
Hello.
And they kind of like thematically pair well for a warrior. You know, like warrior having more stun threshold stuff going on. And then that reducing their pushiness or making them able to push enemies more. Like, I like that idea.
Time is not on our side.
There's a few places you could put it, but yeah, stun threshold's a good place to tie it to. That's kind of like a hybrid affix or something.
Hello.
Quantity, yada yada.
It's not.
Alright, I'm just gonna sell some of these now. Those ones might be worth keeping.
I'll be here.
Alright, we're somewhat sorted out here. Where am I gonna put these ones? That one's quite good. 25, 24, 31, 20. There's times when you want either, isn't there? 25, 24. That's a boss yield damage, reduced damage one. Oops. What a mess! What a mess! I don't mind that tapestry there, it's pretty good. Damn, mate. 63 defenses one there? Oh my god. Why can't I be an energy shield build? 22 defenses, quantity of keys. There we go. Put you back in there. Put you in there. Yep, you're going in my trade, dub. What just happened? Okay, I opened the map. Very confused there for a second. Alright, what else have we got? Any other loot? And then I can do my jewels. There's a lot of jewels. Surely at least one good one in there, right?
Speed.
Jewels are usually where the money is. Nothing there. Garbage. That's definitely worth some exalts. Open prefix on you. Okay, I keep finding all these amazing boots with no movement speed. It's because of the movement speed roll. Like, they're high tier, but movement speed is super low weighting, so that's why we just keep getting these. But, like, man, if I do nail one of these on an exalt, though. What'd I get? Stun threshold, I think. Boo. Come on. Oh my god, 121 life. Come on. Oh god. I'm like hitting all these high tier affixes with the melt move speed, man. Oh god. Those boots are incredible. Where's my movement speed? 1 Chaos Orb. It's so not worth it, but 1 Chaos Orb. It didn't even change anything. I think it like removed the thing and added it back. I think it changed one of the armor affixes. Yeah. Changed one of the armor affixes. Bree. To be a Temporalis build, do not care about movement speed and just be able to buy whatever pair of boots you want, hey? 24 cast speed. 21 energy shields. I think that's kind of a low roll, but still worth. Crit chance? Go on then. I'll stop there. +3 minion skills? It's probably worth having just by itself, right? +3 minion skills. This might be a case where we don't craft it. Then again, I can never do that. I've never successfully managed to resist that temptation. Excuse me, you need to be an amulet. Thank you. And it's on an attributes amulet, which is fine. Yeah, it looks like +3s start at like 30-40 cal. Exalts even. And none of these are all like 2 stats with garbage 2-stat rolls, so it's gonna be better than that. Can I see with only a single modifier? Maybe like, so that's a suffix. If we do prefix, oh, none of these things exist right now. None of these search tools work. Is there a way to do it? I don't think there is. Stellar with a +6. Yeah, it's worth more than those. Okay. A way of, there's probably like some overly convoluted ways of like doing not affixes or something, but there's no way to search for it. There's no way for a buyer to search for it either. No, since none of the meta mods exist. Yeah, in PoE1 trade site we have, and they'll add this stuff in the future. We have ways of like saying like number of prefixes 0 and number of total affixes 1. Various meta things like that help with searching, which just none of that exists right now. The way you could do it is by like listing out all of the other affixes that could spawn as prefixes and then just saying none of them. Like put them all max 0 or just like a not count, count 0 or something. You could do magic only and then use a not filter. Yeah, that's the only way I could think of to do it. But it might be pointless because I think I'm just going to augment it anyway. I should probably not do another thing though, because Essence might be the next play, but then again, I'm going to augment it. You just find the name of the amulet. Still, that would only search for stellar amulets though. That's a funny idea though. Does that actually work? It does work. Nice. That's a good idea, mate. Well done. It doesn't account for other amulet bases, but that's actually like kind of the simplest way of just doing it quickly. Yeah, it looks like more like that 80 to 150 exalt range probably. Hilarious. I think I'm gonna augment. I don't think there's any omens that affect like the single augment, right? You don't want to aug before essence? Oh, do you? Oh, is it because of the meta crafting stuff? Yeah, I think maybe I just want to sell it as is. I'll see if I can. So if there's already one here for a divine, it's been there for 3 days. This one's been for 2 hours. We've got a slightly higher implicit. Let's see if I can undercut then. I actually do want some cash. As tempting as it is to roll it. 95 exalts. Go on then. Like you said though, it might actually be hard for buyers to find it. That is a legitimate concern. This thing is pretty good. Pretty good indeed. I don't think I have any greater essences. Just regal? Regal. 20 rarity is not amazing. Did I just roll cast speed on that? Yes, I did roll cast speed on that. That's quite good. Damn. Alright, might as well go all the way. Boo. Boo. So about those last 2 affixes. So we've got a dexterity, cast speed, life, double cast speed ring, huh? That's also a somewhat tricky one to search for right now without mods, because we have to do like explicit cast speed and then implicit cast speed. But then you kind of also don't necessarily want to search implicit cast speed. But we'll start there. That should be somewhat general enough to work. Yeah, there's enough like that, because cast speed is relatively common. But then we want the high dexterity, which is... It used to be the case that casters wanted a lot of dexterity. I don't know how much that's the case anymore. Like in PoE1, you know, that all the casters needed greater multiple projectiles. So I don't know how much of a thing it is here. Yeah. Looks like maybe not worth too much in the end. Rarity probably boosts a little bit. We're a bit high in cast speed. The other mods is pretty dead. Looks like a little 5x ring to me. And then I want to exalt this thing. Oh! It's got a pretty meh flat energy shield, but that's a pretty good percentage. What did I hit there? Crit. Armor. Of course. I think that's full now, isn't it? Yep, that one's probably going in the 5x bin as well. Unfortunately for me. Slash, this is also the reforging tab as well. So when I get like 3 rares that don't sell for a while, they come in here and get reforged into another rare. Which is then complete garbage. And then this thing is... What is this thing? Get out of here, I don't want to look at you anymore. Ew. Okay, it's time to start clearing some of my tab here, isn't it?
Until next time.
Is that all the things from my tab? Yep. Okay, now we can take a look at my jewels. Evasion rating, projectile damage, chance to shock. If we manage to like land lightning pen on that. Actually, I think lightning pen's a prefix, so we might not be able to do that. Yeah, lightning penetration's a prefix. Maybe like attack speed or something would maybe be okay. It's a bit... Element threshold. Yeah, that's pretty mediocre. Maybe I'll start a list of these guys here too. Projectile speed, crit chance, element threshold, damage wave, and active charm. It's like it's such a garbage mod. You look like you're going here too. Okay, block chance, rage. Those rolls are pretty low, but they're good mods. Life regeneration rate. These are all really low rolls, unfortunately, but I'm not gonna like not exalt. Global fizz damage. It's like, oh, they're all so low rolls. Why? Okay, the block chance is high, to be fair. This might be actually worth something. Probably not much though. And we're not really going to price check jewels. This is the way we price check jewels. We just go, I feel like it's worth that much, because unless you really, like, unless you literally already have a jewel search saved, it's a lot of work to price check jewels. I think the meta skill stuff, I know from Sapphires, the meta skill stuff can be quite valuable, and the mana gain on kill can be very valuable. This one is possibly valuable. We'll regal it. It's a high roll chance to shock, I believe, isn't it? Cold res penetration. Huh. That's probably worth something, huh? I haven't used sidekick yet. No, I've only heard of sidekick for the first time today. When Ziggy would turn off his caps lock? Never. 2% mana on kill is big money? Yeah. If you get any other good modifiers with it. So that one's probably pretty valuable. Seems like a winner. Two rage when hit by an enemy with only 3% block. I've got plenty of regals right now. Damageable with Warcry, bleed, knockback distance. Seems somewhat synergistic. Warcry cooldown. Minion resistance and like weird spell ignite stuff. Spell damage, cast speed, curse duration. Might be worth looking at some more. Area of effect, minion. Meh. Block chance, stun builder, minion life. Magnitude of elements. Okay, these ones are all going in like the tab to be recycled. Maybe I should do a dual recycling tab. Apparently I have one. We'll do it as a 5x tab as well. Here we go. Do 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 do. Blue. And then these two are probably valuable. Exalt both. Damage penetrates cold. Niches are down a bit, but more valuable potentially. That one's already full. I'm feeling a little spicy. Let's go ahead and Val one. We got an extra modifier, and it is damage taken from mana before life. Oh, hello. That's probably quite good, isn't it? Although, I suppose most builds that care about that are probably using one of mana anyway, right? So I don't really know that meta yet. Shall I Val the other one? This one's probably too valuable to Val, but... What just happened? Nothing. Wait, no, it completely scuffed it. What? Oh, what did it do? It changed one of the good mods into a minion mod. Or did it re-roll the entire thing, maybe? I think it re-rolled the thing. So corruptions can do a few things. They can give you like modifiers that can't normally roll in that dual type. I think I might have done that one there. What are meta skills? Meta skills are like cast on crit or cast on freeze or whatever. Minimum builds a hardcore solo, so I found like mine, I use it. Alright, and then this thing looks pretty bad now. I don't know, the shock area of effect meta skill thing might still be worth something. I'm just gonna put in a random number. Wish it would default to Exalt, not Alex. This one I'm gonna just put like 99 in. And we'll see if that sells. And if they don't sell after a while, you know, you just come back and you just do this. 33. 44. 33. I don't know if I put that one in there today. That's good to me. 33. This one hasn't sold. 88. Down a smidge for you. Gotta make some sales. I need money. Give me the money. That's a recover life on kill. Why haven't I exalted that one? Spell damage, life on kill, energy shield recharge. Surely that's worth something now. AoE shock metagem might actually be pretty valuable to lightning conduit one tap sword. I was thinking that there's like probably some sort of synergy going on between those, huh? We'll see if I get spammed for that one. Alright, let's do a little palette cleansing map after too much inventory management. What is this thing? It's quite the abomination, isn't it? Oh, this one has a boss though. I love me some bosses. I don't have any boss corruption. If you had the boss tablet, I could put one on here. Oof, that'd be good. I need to get I just need to get some tier 15 drops so that I can corrupt them and get some tier 16s for my next boss points. Whee! I also need to not die, so I hit 90. AoE isn't very important to lightning conduit, and shock chance is less important than shock magnitude. That makes sense. And that's the sort of like having a bit of build knowledge. That's where that pays off. Jewels are kind of a fun slot when it comes to trading. They really reward some good meta knowledge. They are a pain in the butt to price check. Shock magnitude. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of shock magnitude now. I actually have a 50% shock, which is pretty satisfying. 50% increased damage taken is pretty lit. That's with the curse. It's like a 33, I think, was out. Been rather enjoying my voltaic grenades. It's a very solid B+ build. Ah! About as good as I can go with budget gear on a life Grenadier right now, I feel. Good. There's me T15 I need. How good you are at like stunning, electrocuting everything in this was really satisfying. I don't have a build guide for this one currently. There is a planner, a Maxroll planner that I put together. I might need to check if it needs some updates. I think I've made some changes since then, maybe. Yeah, crossbows in general. I mean, there's definitely some like boss one tapping and various good things, but just as all round, they're probably a lot of them fall a bit more into the B boss category. Which just probably just means they're balanced, right? B for balanced. Not like overpowered right now. Ow! Bit of an awkward choke point to get through. Very awkward choke point to get through. The current crossbow looking like? It's a pretty good expert bombard. I think it's like 450 DPS. It's not too bad. But I'm hoping once I get a bit more currency too, and I don't think it's very necessary, but I'm hoping to get like a 500 DPS non-bombard crossbow for shockburst rounding. It's not very necessary. But would just be a little bit more of a single target boost. No one asked about account sharing on the podcast. Probably rightfully afraid that their local governments get bought out and then you know they get put in prison or something. Asking for an enemy. That's... Bye for how you doing, mate? Thanks for the 25 months sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Everything's legal, yep. Yep. Rules don't apply. Hello. Ow. You poked me. Highly weird. You are very tanky in this map. What is going on in this map? Probably should look after I finish the fight. Normally these bosses are deleted in one sub or shock burst rounds like that, but they seem to be tanking. Ow. Oops. Love the loot from the bosses though. Consistently 3 tier 15 maps. It's funny how consistent it is, actually. A little strange. Hey, Magma, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate you, buddy. Have you seen the explosive shot with 3 dragons? Yep. Yep, I have. I like it. I do like it. It probably plays better as like a Dead Eye or something, though, to be honest. Then as a Witch Hunter. But yeah, it's cool. I like it. Explosive Shot's very fun skill. I enjoyed Explosive Shot a lot in general. I just don't really need it for Voltaic Grenade. The fuse timer is short enough on Voltaic that you don't really need it at all. I can craft the strong box with insta-kill lightning strikes. Oh, we have a breach up here. Can always be a little spicy. I dislike that the current best thing to do when you're like doing tough maps is to leave all the league mechanics and then backtrack for them. But that is like the objectively correct choice. Because you can get your map completion and then you can come back and do your side content. But that's really annoying. should not be like that. But I'm not gonna do it. And watch me die as a result. Probably should wait for my grenade charges first, but...
Choke on this!
It's crazy how Path of Exile 1 breaches, right? White hackers. I got my map completion at the same time. Yeah, maximum efficiency. Ooh, GCP. A delicious juicy peat for me. Giving up on doing that? Yeah, I just can't tolerate it, but it is the right choice. Whoa! Well, almost evidenced by my near death just there. Yeah, this is a Vald map. I'm just trying to see what was actually making them so tanky though. Seemingly nothing. I don't know why that boss was like so tanky against my shots. I feel like something's going wrong. Like it actually felt like my damage was bugged, right? It was that overt on the shock burst rounds. Very strange. And it's not resistance because I have 75, I have like 78 penetration. So monsters can literally not be resistant to me. I have resistance proof myself. Very strange. Wish they would add checkpoints at the rituals and stuff like that. Yeah, I think like a checkpointing system in maps could make sense if they do want to make big maps that you spend a long time in. A checkpointing system makes a lot of sense. It doesn't have to be about respawning either. It can just be about like you get a slot, you get a refill, and you can travel between them. You can call them like waystones. Wait, no, that's already a thing. Waypoints. Wait, that's already a thing too. Travelers. Oh, maybe just wells. Wells, but they're like Fey wells, and you can jump into them and travel between them. Check stones. Point stones. Wait, check ways. Yeah. Something like that. You got the right idea there. Way rocks. Weedles. Weedle. Weedle. Sounds like a Pokemon name. Weedle. I've been watching Pokemon recently with Tully. She loves the little Pokemon toys that her auntie gifted her. We've been watching some Pokemons. One of the like newer ones with Ash Ketchup and some other boy named Go. Anyway. It's caused me to start asking a lot of uncomfortable questions, like, do Pokemon poop? Turns out they don't poop. They expel their waste via their special moves, which is why Pokemon can learn, or every Pokemon, despite not being poison type, can learn the poison type skill. I think it's like Toxic. But it's worse. It goes deeper. The rabbit hole goes deeper. So it turns out not just Pokemon don't poop in that universe, but in the Pokemon universe, people don't poop either. People don't need to eat, and they don't poop. This is canonically true, apparently. I feel like it's some backwards justification for the video game devs not including toilets in the houses. So then I'm like, but before I asked that question, I asked another question, which was like, do people eat Pokemon? They do. You know that little pink, cute Pokemon named Slowpoke? There is Slowpoke Tail Quiche in one of the games, amongst other foods. And so you've got but the implication of these two questions combined, right? So think about this for a second, right? So they don't need to eat and they don't poop, but they eat Pokemon anyway. So they just do it for fun, right? And for the taste, which I guess you could argue we do still, don't we? We don't probably technically need to eat too much meat these days, but we also kind of do for fun and for taste, don't we? So to be fair, I need a Slowpoke. Well, I guess they get hungry, but they don't need to eat. Yeah. Apparently they don't need to. They certainly don't have bathrooms. It's very strange. It's very strange. Like I said, it's the whole thing has caused me to ask some very uncomfortable questions. Breach and breach. So I've got a lot of breach. Precursor stones here. I've enjoyed the rate at which I get GCPs. I feel like at Endgame I get GCPs enough that I'm always kind of like gaining a little bit of quality. I don't really need that though. Maybe I actually stop. I think I just hit my limit of GCPing. Means I can probably turn that into some wealth that I need. No bathrooms in Rayclast either. Yeah, but I mean, you can probably say that we're all just doing tactical craps in our pants while we're battling. So I'd probably crap myself too if I was in the Rayclast universe, to be fair. So probably justify that. I feel. Who hasn't? Tactical, yes. Fill your pants every few minutes. Help! Help! Yep. Yep, it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. 30 move speed with... So I finally get some move speed boots after getting all those other amazing pairs of boots, and they're like pretty much garbage. Pretty much garbage. They still sell though. I've sold something like this before. 22 crit chance. Evasion, meh. You can go over there. What do we got? Some intricate gloves. Int mana, actually pretty good. Check a regal on them. Check a regal. Cold res. Yeah, I give him one more exalt. Give one more chance. Nah, nah. That's not gonna do it.
I'll be here, waiting.
Do I have Loctinial? No, I do not. The collection grows. Nice. Well, I did the thing that I needed to do, which was get me some tier 15s. Now you and you. And then, I don't know if I want to exalt spam some of these. Let's check the suffixes. Let's just go ahead and exalt that. Bit of a gamble. It paid off. Go for the Varlorb. No tier 16. Didn't ruin it though. Oh wait, it did. Monsters deal extra chaos damage? Wait, did I exalt that? No, the Vial must have done it. I think it re-rolled it or something. Ew. Extra chaos is so deadly. You're gonna go over here. Hey, White Jaeger, thanks very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Was this one extra chaos as well? Why do you like this game? Why do you like this? Why do you do this to me? Yeah, I feel like any of the extra added damages have been pretty deadly. Well, I feel like I'm just hanging in there, so I guess that's about right. That's a pretty pretty cute little map. I need some Varlobs though. Varlobs are really cheap. Is that for real? Wow. I'm guessing, I think it's because the Trial of Chaos prints them. You just get so much from it. There we go, I got a tier 16. It's a bit deadly, but we can probably manage that. Alright, I gotta take a short break and then we'll, what do you do? Okay, stuff. Tier 16, ooh. Here we go. Toad School is described as having flaps that fall from their body, which are chewy and delicious. Gross. Yes, one of the episodes we were watching with Holly yesterday was the Evils or whatever they are. The ones with the big eggs. They like to give the eggs to their friends to eat. I'm like, oh, it's so messed up. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Good to see you folks. Oh, finally got my tier 16 I've been trying to get for ages. But I don't think I have somewhere to put it yet. So I need a boss. I need a boss node that also has irradiation and corruption. I gotta, let's see, there's like boss, corruption, no radiation. Actually, that means that this one could get radiation if I do this tower. Yeah. There's a chance. It's a bit of a remote chance, but there's a chance. Okay, let's make sure I don't use that tier 16. I'll come over and, what's this one? It's just kind of an empty one? Or maybe it's the one I'm in right now. It is. Just pop one of these in here, I suppose. Here we go. Thanks, Megabuyers. Yes, there's like an ice cream Pokemon as well. And they use parts of its body. It's so messed up. It's so messed up. That rabbit hole goes pretty deep. But yes, I've had to tell myself, just remind myself not to ask too many questions when watching the Pokemons. That has been enjoying it though. This one has a lot of like hands of Pokemon wildlife just hanging out, doing animal things. She likes that. Not so into the battles. You could also clear a bunch of maps in the area to force it to irradiate. Yeah, even more than that. And if you haven't heard about this, prepare to have your like world ruined. You can also do what I'm calling sextant blocking, where you where you intentionally put low-level maps in and intentionally fail them and just override them. Like you just put a low map in and then override it right away to fail the map, and then that actually blocks it from being having towers applied to it. So if you fail a map, they can't ever have towers mods placed on them, which is a little surprising actually. I wonder if they'll change that. So you can actually do that to a bunch of like bad layout maps, and then the towers won't get them. They won't target them. Yeah, it's fully degenerate. I hate it. I refuse to, but yeah, it's sextant blocking all over again. Or like the Shaper Elder donuts and all that jazz. It's come back to haunt us once again. I know the grenades are only B+, but I don't care. It's too cool, man. It's too fun. And my palette isn't ruined by having played overpowered characters. Yep, so... It was good, man. I could enjoy it now as much as I can first. I like the towers overall. I think it's very satisfying when you start putting the towers in and all the stuff gets added to the maps. It feels juicy and exciting. But there is obviously some issues there. And yes, degenerate tower blocking things are a big concern. You gotta make sure that players can't do stuff like that, because otherwise they will, and they will complain about it and have a bad time despite doing it. Players can't be trusted to like make good decisions about this stuff themselves. Can't trust them. You're picking up stuff wrong, you should pick up... Yes, and drag them in. Oh god, it hurts. It hurts. You can't say it though, McCoy. You might like buy my house or something. Kick me out. Oh my god! That was a lot of damage. I have no idea what that was. Probably calling on myself. Whoa! Players will optimize the fun out of a game given any opportunity. Yes. Yes. You have to look after them. You have to look after the players. They can't help themselves. Or you know, water flows downhill. You have to guide it a little bit. we already completed this one, right? It's really fast. Hardly any rares. Sometimes it does that, and it's just like barely any rare monster spawns. There's also Fido Duck Bun, which are bred dogs. It doesn't explicitly say they're eaten, but it feels implied. But I mean, they made a delicious bread. So, I did not know Fido was a bread dog. I didn't know its evolution was called Das Bun. Whatever they're called. Wild. Chess wants me to do some crafting, apparently. Okay. I had not heard that before, Nova, but it's a very good illustrative quote. Steel Mage quoted as saying, "If punching myself in the dick gave me divines, I'd speed bag myself." Yep. Brilliant. Stated eloquently. Yeah, it's amazing. Where's my notes? Warrants a note. This is the topic is players will optimize the fun out of the game if the devs don't stop them. Saved for future posterity and reference. Whoa. Warranted its own note. I'll need to refer back to that someday. Lag. Because, you know, I make this claim all the time. I was like, players will have less fun if the devs don't stop them from having less fun. And then, you know, sometimes people are like, I don't know if I believe that. Show me your proof. I'll bring out my proof, which will be that quote from Steel Age. That's my proof. I can't argue with that. What are they going to try and tell Steel Mage he's not going to speedbag himself? I don't think they can tell Steel Mage that. If anyone has a clip of that, that would be awesome. It's unique that adds an instant reload to crossbows, but as a cooldown, was thinking Temporalis with it removing the cooldown, so there's an infinite reload. Might make grenade skills completely broken. You don't. You're actually like, you're like adding an extra step there. Like grenades don't need to reload. The Temporalis alone makes them have no cooldown. So like I have 1.4 seconds cooldown. In theory, I'd probably drop some of the nodes, which should maybe bring up above 2. So even a bad rolled Temporalis would make my grenade skills have no cooldown, so I'd be able to spam them. And it's like we definitely get by with the cooldown, but I do in breaches. I hit my cooldown. I actually am considering like more investment in cooldown at some opportunity cost in order to like help with things like breaches. But I have to say, putting a Temporalis on like a Grenadier, a mercenary Grenadier, does feel like what's an equivalent here? It feels like buying a Ferrari to pull a tractor at my farm or something, you know? Something like that. Like I could probably instead use that Temporalis for something a little better. It feels like might be wasting it a little bit.
Time is not on our side.
Here we go. One more burial bog. Like this little sucker in here. Do you use acrobatics? Nah, acrobatics is very far away. Actually, where is acrobatics? Oh, I guess it's not that far away. But I feel like my 1100 evasion would not achieve much with acrobatics. I don't think it would be a net positive. It's like I would have to invest so much dexterity and get very good evasion gear and scaling and everything else before that started being a good idea. Acrobatics evasion does seem pretty good though. Armor doesn't seem to have an equivalent, unfortunately. How are you staying alive? Predominantly the fact that I murder or electrocute everything. Anything that doesn't die gets electrocuted. And if they don't get electrocuted, they get stunned. And when they finish being electrocuted, if they're still alive, which is not very often, they then get stunned. So, very hard crowd control. But the weakness in that is obviously that sometimes you just get charged by something off screen. The big roly-poly enemies, sometimes they get me like very occasionally. That's the downside there. Got by 8 packs of monsters. I would love to have some more conventional defensive layering. It's just like I don't see a way of getting it properly, really. And it's not a matter of just like getting some defensive nodes on the tree. I would have to somehow get defenses on gear that doesn't support it. Like hybrid evasion armor gear is really tough to do with that. I've been finding. So I have to go like pure. Ideally, want to go pure evasion gear. And then, but actually doing that means a lot of dexterity investment. It's a bit, it's a little tricky, So I originally had some investment in that, and I was pushing that direction. You know, I messed with reflexes. Eventually, decided that was not worth it. I was doing some more of this like kind of general's bindings and things like that, but I felt better to actually just drop it all and not, which is not ideal. I feel like what they're trying to do with PoE 2, that shouldn't feel like the right answer all the time. I've been seeing more people saying that sort of thing too, where like it feels like the right answer to just like, they run into something where they're just like, why am I even bothering? Why don't I just go more offense? My defensive investment is like simultaneously offensive, which I do. I like that. That's cool. I like that my crowd control is very powerful and I've invested into that. You know, I have some electrocute scaling, some element scaling, some stun stuff. Using a spirit skill that helps that. We'll see if anything changes with the armor buffs, but probably not. I don't imagine the scavenge plating plus armor buffs will make too much difference. Is there a side app that showcases top builds similar to PoE Ninja? Nothing like PoE Ninja yet, no.
Oh, I'm getting swarmed under.
Yeah, just the content aggregators like Maxroll, which is like content creators posting their builds and, well, actually, there are like, because even Maxroll now has like a public build posting and rating system. So like anyone, like you can post your build there and you know, rate each other's builds and stuff. So that stuff's there, but nothing like the just pure stats. You know what I mean? Like PoE Ninja was. Not yet. I don't think access to that API is available yet. You swap all your extra dex to strength for huge HP? Well, I still need some dexterity, unfortunately. After all, crossbow is the strength dex base. But I could probably check that I can't trade some more off. I think I am pretty close to minimum though. Add series disdain. We'll have a look at what that one is. Full one crossbow. Can't do a big drop. Show me some juicy damage. Maybe after combat. Like that guy charging me just there, for example. That's the situations where your crowd control doesn't help because you don't get a chance to apply it. You can lead with grenades all the time and avoid some of those situations though, which is good. And I do have, the other thing I have a little bit of to help with some of this situation. If I'm a bit worried about a map, for example, like maybe it's got a lot of charging enemies, I can lead with tar grenades, which I've stacked with like slow stuff. It just like slows enemies down to a crawl. It's actually pretty hilarious. Also, it makes everything. Look at him go. It's like they're crawling. So good. So if I care to be a little more careful, I can drop those tar grenades down. Little grenades. I agree. Armor should prevent getting pushed. The pushing should be reduced if wearing armor gear. So I think those elemental effects are gonna, well, maybe not those ones specifically. But I think those are intentionally like bearers. Must be something else that we're talking about removing. Like when the enemy dies, they don't do an effect. Doo-doo. Check the bombard. This one, good hybrid, worth it an regal. Garbo, unfortunately. Do you think it's safe to invest in evasion ES gear? I mean, ES won't be nerfed to the ground. It seems unlikely there's going to be any major nerfs until some sort of economy reset, so go for it. I'm kind of like a little surprised that they won't do it. They're not doing any, it seems like, but I guess if you want to truly be safe, wait until the patch notes in a couple of days. They haven't mentioned anything, but as much as I love GGG, they have in the past not mentioned nerfs and then put them in the patch notes. So you just need to be aware that's a thing that can happen. So yeah, to be truly safe, maybe wait for the patch notes. What is your proximal? The answer is always proximal. Whenever I'm like, why are you dying? That's always the answer, isn't it? Oh god. Ouch. Plus 3 colds might be worth warranting a closer look. Proximal. Yep, time for backtracking. Hooray. God, I feel like every map's layout's designed to maximize the potential of this too. It's like, yeah, let's do a loop map. So obviously players are going to stick to one side, but then whatever side you stick to, there's going to be like outcroppings with a rare in it. So yeah, almost guaranteed to, you either have to backtrack, right? Or you have to do this like weird wiggle clearing, which means you're doing a lot of backtracking anyway. You're just pretending you're not. Like you cannot, there is no win, right? There's no way to win. If they're gonna keep this system, they have to make it so that like rares get flagged way sooner on the map, and any rare you encounter is also flagged. That should be highlighted, right? If you are anywhere near a rare monster, it should show up on your map and get tagged from then on. Because like too many times I like, because the rares aren't highlighted very well, you know, it's like I fight a rare and I don't even realize I'm fighting a rare, so like some random monster's just like a little zombie. I walk away, only for it to turn out to be like the last rare in the map I have to kill, and I go backtrack all the way back for him.
Yes.
What's this thing? Corona of the Red Sun. Warrior Great Helmets. When you leech life from a hit, allies in your presence also leech the same amount of life. Oh, that's a very cute helmet. Try Ellie damage gloves. Yo. Pretty well rolled too. The Barrow Dweller. Dionadair. Double stun threshold while shield is raised. That's terrible. It's terrible. It was a level 1 unique. It's still bad, even in the context of a level 1 unique. Oh my god. It's actually so bad. Fine, I'm in ruin.
What can I do for you?
I'm tempted to exalt these gloves, see if the suffixes roll as well. Fizzly from your trailing gloves. I love it. Love it. 184 life. Max cold res. You're worth an exalt or two. +4 all. Oh my god, +4 all. Why is that even a thing? So low. Increased block chance? Okay, the block chance plus life plus max cold res is going to be worth something, right? Let's see. I haven't really evaluated shields yet. Shield. Okay, so the first question I want to ask myself is block. Where does block start becoming valuable? Is my question. So Doomgate is the highest block chance. Let's go non-unique blocks. So 50. Let's see, like, garbage ones that are still worth something. So this is pretty garbage. Got Chaos Res. Mostly these ones that I'm seeing with 50 have other things going on, so it's hard to get a baseline. This is what I do when it comes to things like Energy Shield, for example. You like find out what is the minimum number that Energy Shield starts to become valuable with no other modifiers. So you look for like the worst possible Energy Shield gear, but it's got like 600 ES, and it's worth 20 exalts, and you're like, okay, so that's anything 600 plus is worth something. So then you know if like you got 500, but it's got like good resists or intelligence, then you're okay, this one's maybe worth something. And it seems like, just based on the max, anything around 50 is going to be worth checking, but 45 with other good modifiers is probably going to be pretty valuable. We're at 43. So we're a bit low on the block chance there, but it's still going to be relatively high. And high enough that with other good mods, that could be worth something. Life. So we're at 180, right? Let's try 170, and then we'll probably do the max cold res, but I wonder if we do like count 1 max res of any type. Max resistance. And it's 4? 2. Just putting 2s across the board. Seems like that is not very hard to do on a shield, as good as it looks. The economy is such that that is only just barely started. So if we see like 4 or 5 listings of 1 exalt and then it starts picking up, we're like actually just right on the cusp of being valuable, which actually means like our rolls could make a difference there. But we don't really have anything else going on. We have no resists and these do. So, you know, like if it was not better than this, right? So not gonna cut it, unfortunately. Wild though, hey? Like it's crazy that that's not good. That's not a good shield. But the threshold is a bit higher than that now. So how high does the max res roll? 3. So anything with any shield this good with 3 looks like it's going to be worth something though. I don't see any, not really many 1 exalts there. Just this one. And reduced fizz as well. Yeah. Strength makes worth a lot more because of Titan's Grip. Oh yeah, to use with a 2-hander. Makes sense. These are good notes. I'm going to take some notes on this. Because I'm doing a gearing guide too, actually. Do I have the gearing guide? Yes. Doesn't have all my notes in it, but this works. Let's add a section to shields here. Shields. So around 50 block. Here's top. How high does life roll? You see 189. Strength. Valuable. Because of Titan's grip. Plus 3 max res. Valuable. So let's say like 43 block plus, was this 140 life? So life 184 life. So even that's a nearly top life roll. It's not enough by itself. 184 life plus 2 max. Not valuable. So yeah, you would need strength. I dare say if we add strength to that, it's probably valuable, or more resist, or fizz damage, fizz reduction, good res, or maybe like, I don't know if you can do multiple max reses. Let's check. They might be mutually exclusive. Offhand shields. No, they're not mutually exclusive, so you can have multiple of them. You axes yet? Axes? What axes? Oh, I've not done axes. Do you mean maces? I haven't done maces yet. In the actual guide on the site that I'm working on, I'm up to... I'm nearly finished rings. Still got the rest of these to go. Most shield uses 133 strength, and of course 1k plus armor is valuable. Yeah, I have a hard time imagining that just armor by itself would be worth anything. We can try with these stats to see what sort of... These only get... Oh, right, because of damage. I forgot about armor equaling damage. Not bad. True. So none with this is going to make sense because it's got life, right? So you'd have to not have life, and then max armor. Oops. Oh my god, please. Yeah, there you go. So to get to... Okay, good note. That's a good one. Well, let's find out what the actual armor value is if we just turn all these filters off and the block, and just search literally only max armor. So this is a good example of how you do it for energy shield. So then we can start to find out where that becomes valuable. We have a bit of an idea that it is about 900 from the looks of it. So if we put in 900, we start to see there's still 1x at 900. And still there's a few screens before they go up, so maybe a bit closer to 950. Still a few at 950. Usually around numbers like 1000 to get overrepresented. Yeah, so 990. So that's 990 at quality. Yep. And then 1000. 1000 breakpoint seems about right. Cool. Now, the interesting thing is though, because like this, for example, I could buy and make better if they respond. That's always the problem with trade. If they respond. Sapphire ring. I have a chance orb. I like gold rings more than sapphires for this, I think. Deleted. Check evasion, Ziggy. Yeah, so evasion's got a similar thing, right? Is there some skills that scale off evasion for damage? Oh, sorry to hear it, Zakaluka. Exile Exchange 2 is the new version of Awaken PoE trade for PoE 2. Yeah, how's it going? Is it working well? It's been verified, nice and open source and everything like that? Maybe I'll try this one. This person's name is Flaccidius. I love it. Maybe it's a real name, I don't know. I'm sorry if so, but to me it's like one of those made up Roman names. Roman sounding name, Flaccidius. Flaccidius the Shriveled. I'm going to extra lightning, but then it's plus cold. I mean, that maybe still works with people doing some like cold Archmage or something, I don't know. And a mana, bit too low for Archmage though. Bit too low for the Archmage. Queen of the Forest for evasion shield? Right, that makes sense. Flaccidius, please sell me your shield. I want to have a look at one of these shields. So if we took this and added 20% to it, it would be like 1100. How much more valuable does 1100 get? Probably not much. A better choice would be taking almost 1200 one already and then add socket to it. So I'm not even socketed here. You could actually set up a custom search for this. The highest armor without a socket you can find. And then you add a socket to it and give it armor. I don't think there's very easy ways of searching that current. Is there a way of doing runes somewhere? Socket. Empty rune sockets. Yeah, that works. So 1100 with an empty socket starts coming in at 30. I swear I just saw better than that. What? Here's what we do. We go max price 7 exalts. There it is. That's the one. I want that shield. Give it to me. Give me the shield. EE2 has been okay. It's been a victim to the issues traders generally had with modifiers not working correctly, exchange rate issues, etc. Yeah. Especially the quick price checkers when it's like issues with the exchange rates and stuff like that. Definitely a problem though. Oh, we have a taker. I'm doing an experiment. Beep boop boop. Beep boop boop. There it is. Now this would be better even if it was a shield that didn't have as much high percent but had really high flight. So if you wanted to refine that search, that's how you do it. So you'd search for specifically for really high flat modifiers on good bases. Because this one's 130%, so adding 20 to it is not as impactful. Whereas if it was like really high flat armor, then it would be more impactful. I also like the chance to have a little bit of a gamba here too. Alright, it's already done. Couple exalts of quality currency. And where's my armor evasion energy shield? 1170. Let's just check 1170. Take this off. 1160. Hello. Alright, my max price. What's going on here? There we go. Looks like I just turned it into a 1 divine shield. It's very good. That was an efficient flip. But I'm going to gamble and see if we can do even better. What did I get? Nothing? Did I re-roll? No, nothing happened. Boo. It's now a 1 divine shield apparently. There's some money to be made though. How long's the 1 divine one? There's only... What's the market depth at 1 divine? Only 2. That's 1180. That one's 1170. With worse stats. Yep. And a gained on block. Don't know how good that is. Looks like one divine's probably a decent attempt. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get a second socket. That would have been lit. It might be that pricing in Exalts might be a better choice, but I'll see if I get the 1x for it first. That's pretty cool. On the notes, another max res, 1000 plus armor, valuable regardless, and we can check the evasion as well. So let the puppy out. Yes, flipping items with suboptimal ruining is definitely a thing right now because the meta searches make it hard to search items and compare them without or both with the runes. Like that, those tools aren't really there right now. So if you figure out a way to do that, you can absolutely buy items that aren't ruined and ruin them properly and then sell them. 100% a thing. But it's just whether you enjoy and want to do that is the question. Let me see what sort of evasion. I imagine it's probably pretty similar. Oops. Is that not an amount of evasion you can have? Something's wrong. Ah, is that only hybrid evasion shields? There's no pure evasion shields yet? Alright. They haven't added like bucklers to the game until the Huntress is added, I'm guessing. Okay. So you can only get hybrid ones right now. That's a weird bit of market, isn't it? Okay. So it looks like probably anything over 500 then. Yeah, 500 starts at a divine, so maybe even lower than that. Then they have to be hybrid. Okay, yeah. 450. Looks like about right on the money. $450 plus evasion for Queen of the Forest. Will change when bucklers / pure evasion shields are added. Would likely then go to 1000 plus as well. 10x one looks like an easy flip. Not socketed, but you have to consider how far it goes though. And whether the other stats will make it easier to sell. This one here is 451, 129. What about this one? 457. This one's probably got the most sellable stats. Max chaos res, I suppose it's okay. I'd probably look at a few more before jumping on that one. This one here looks better. This one's 470 with no sockets, so that one's probably pretty good. 5x one looks better, has a prefix. Yeah, looking for ones to Exalt Slam is pretty good too, actually. Exalt Slamming that would be pretty good. Is that actually not full? Looks like it's got an open suffix. Greater Defense Essence is reasonably affordable. You'd have to set up a custom search for magic items for that. Don't know how you go with that one. There's probably some profit potentials in there as well. Interesting little excursion. Maybe next I'll look at wands, because I need to figure out what makes a wand valuable. It's plus skills, but outside of that. Oh god, I'm going to use one of these chaos ones. Yeah, I've got the tower actually, so if I just do bang a tier 13 or whatever in the tower. Extra lightning actually makes it somewhat dangerous even though it's just a tower. I missed your earlier comment. I've had some success buying magic items with high tier mods and using some of the cheaper grade essences. That makes sense, because that's like totally something people would not many people would be looking at doing yet. And then like lots of different specific options for you doing it. It's a cool one. Well, that sort of profit crafting market arbitrage opportunities can be kind of fun. It is more fun if you do a step like that where you're coming up with a specific craft you're doing on a specific item, rather than just like chucking runes on items, which is a bit boring. The thing that makes it fun though is you can then val those items. So if I was buying shields just to put runes in and resell, even if it was profitable, I wouldn't not really feel super compelled to do that. If it wasn't for the fact that I could also val orb them, that makes it kind of fun. If nothing else, you can always use this sort of knowledge just to get yourself a bargain, even if you're not flipping things. Just to get yourself something cheap. Hey Drace, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Oh, first time sub, welcome. It's chucking my prime my way. Why are mob textures disappearing? On my screen or in your game? I haven't seen anything. The shimmery black effect is from Overwhelming Presence. It's like an aura. I'm finding niche accessible profit crafts. I was the one doing the Alva memory recombinator stuff. Oh yeah, you were really good at that. I was thinking about that the other day. I was thinking about the whole like, what was it? Wasn't that doing the like things where you smush them together and you get the higher item level items? Yeah, that was really clever. You were super clever with that little stuff. The black effect? Yeah, the black effect is Overwhelming Presence. It's an aura that makes enemies easier to stun and apply ailments to. So now, let's take... Well, hold on, because we might want to block some maps. Alright, well, some of the good news is... Well, good and bad news. is that there's no connections here, which means less maps to hit, but it might hit maps over here that I can't do anything about. So like, if I want, what I want to try and do is get radiation onto this crypt. If I get radiation onto this crypt, we're good. We can get our final boss points, assuming I don't die. It's my only one. So what I could do is like complete or block that blooming field, and I could also move my way there so that I'm not... Well, these are already irradiated, so I guess they can't be irradiated again. But I could complete these two maps here, or even just fail them. So I can take like this risky map and do this and go, I guess, complete my expedition, because I do like expedition. Did they announce when the patch would be earlier? Patch notes are coming in a few days, so it's probably Thursday, Friday patch is coming out. I assume patch notes coming out shortly before the actual patch. It's also possible some of those changes are like, you know, spread out over some different patches or something maybe, I don't know. We shall see. We'll know more in a couple days. Be very careful in this map. And every chaos damage is not fun. The damage is very not tuned around having that. Oh, yep. Is this an augury as well? Nice. Bloody augury. I'll be fast if I don't complete this map, but ideally I'd like to not die, due to me being quite close to leveling. Holy flashbangs. Bloody augury. Oh, there's more. Oh no, there's more. So many enemies. They're all gonna do chaos damage. Even thinking about an Arc 2.0 Redux for PoE 2, love the Arc build you came up with before PoE 1. I have been hesitant to like kind of jump into doing a spellcastery like that because I feel like there's going to be some pretty big balance changes around there. And I definitely will do something like that for launch. And probably sooner once things are a little bit more established. In the meantime, what I might try and do is do like a beginner's leveling guide to different archetypes. I like the idea of maybe like, you know, here's just a really well-documented way. It's not about being like the best build, but this is a really well-documented way to level and get into endgame. A mercenary or a crossbow build is a good way to do like a monk, a staff build. And here's a really good way to do a spellcaster. So kind of maybe document a few of those might be really cool. And then yeah, maybe I can refine from that, build from that. But yeah, so I definitely am interested in doing that sort of content. Gotta check the little tiny rooms because there's gonna be a rare monster in there. Like there just was. Two, in fact.
Nice.
Very low. That's very high. Okay. Wonder if that's great essence worthy. I feel like if that's kind of whatever flaring is in this game, I might need to greater essence that. I imagine greater fizz essences are pretty pricey though. I'd be a bit out of my budget right now. Careful, careful. He does it. He does it. Uh-oh, no, no. Oh my god, no. No, no. Fucking rowers. I live. I live. I survived. Amazing. Hopefully it didn't like bug out because they were pushing me around. I would have been fine, but one of my grenades went through the door and aggroed them. I didn't intend to. That's really nice. Ooh, spicy, very spicy.
Surprise!
No, no, no. My expedition, which smart thing to do would be to complete the map before doing that expedition actually. And that expedition, monsters without a chaos can be pretty dangerous. He's one of those rares like on the other side of the map. No, we're okay this time. His essences can get leech as well? Oh no. It's not, and it's not just one leech, it's mana and fizz leech. Right? Ooh. That's gonna be very tough. It's only item level 79 as well, so I think that cuts out one of the fizz rolls. So I might be just spam a regal on it, to be honest. Do 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 do. I've enjoyed my early start stream today. A bit tired, but it's been fun. Okay. Oh, nice. Well, Ghost Wraith. Ah! Ah! I didn't see you there. I was not paying attention. Oh god, panic! Panic! I'm okay, I'm okay. He interferes. Number of rare monsters. I could actually do that. Don't want to do any of the outer damages. Definitely not. Monsters break armor. We can totally do these ones actually. I'm going a little spicy here. I should. Oh man, I should totally go finish the map first though, shouldn't I?
I hope you know what you're doing.
No chance. No chance I know what I'm doing. Okay, look, I'm gonna be a little smart here though. I'll go finish that first. When did divs become staple currency? They swapped exalts and divs around in Path of Exile 1 quite some time ago now. Some many leagues ago. And they did so by kind of changing what the meta currency, what the meta crafts cost. That was the main thing that did it. They're actually the same rarity still, but they changed like the sinks / demand for them. And then in PoE2, exalts are actually really common. You know what happened? You know what happened? Because the rowers charged me, it bugged out. I didn't dodge roll intentionally because that whole thing where it bugs out if you do that. But it's not opening because of that. That's really annoying. So I have to like leave the map and come back in to fix that. Which maybe we'll finish this off first.
Try this on for size.
I love when I'm just like throwing out all of my grenade types and it's just this constant barrage of kind of cracks me up. It was very satisfying. Yeah, they're very dangerous right now. Nice. Handled with style and aplomb. Whoop. Damn. Not a lot of stuff though. Alright, I think if we portal out and in, it fixes it. So I have to go to that other switch though. Without the metacrafting, is there any reason for divs to be worth the most right now? So right now, in theory, there are several uniques and then rare items that are worth divining to try and get good rolls. So that's kind of the top end sync on divines, right? It's like finishing items. And then they're just really rare on top of that, yeah. So scarcity plus the sync of rolling items is in theory what keeps divines as their top slot roll. But also they just kind of like needs to be so that we're not doing everything in exalts. So players will choose something that fits just by unspoken consensus, really. They're much more likely to default to the thing that has already been it in the past, right? One of my jewels from earlier is selling. Pog. Poggles. Poggles my goggles. Do-do-do-do. The Val can reroll mods are not as useful for uniques. The Val thing is definitely like suppressing the value of the divine sync that uniques have. Because yeah, people want to Val them anyway. Do-do-do-do. 33. Where are you? This one. What one is it? Energy shield, area of effect minion. I forgot to actually exalt that one again, but it's fine, sold. Money. Money, 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 money. Hooray! I'm having a wonderful time.
Speak.
Looks like I already have a ghost drive. It is a 36. Do I want to Val? Yes, I do. You know I do. Don't forget to put sockets on it first, Siggy. Oh! Local energy shield! Yo! That's probably money now. Oh my god. That's local energy shield, yeah? Yeah, pretty sure it is. It's funny, it would almost be better if it wasn't because of the fact that like a lot of the energy shield here comes from life, but it's still a pretty good chunk. You're almost certainly gonna put in the energy shield runes for that one, aren't you? Pretty sure you would, but there's probably no reason to ruin it. Except that searching for energy shield would maybe change things a bit. The Varlor roll of the affixes is the real juicy one, isn't it? That all life? True. Yeah, true. The life one might actually be better. Maybe that's a good idea to not, or I should look at some builds that use it and see what they typically use. Armor scraps. Oops, I did too. Very good. The lagginess of this UI keeps getting me. That one's item level 37, so it didn't cost me as many armor scraps. It's funny. It's funny that that's how it's determined, eh? Go Varlob, go! What'd this one do? Nothing. Nothing! Nothing. But the increased life doesn't also increase the ES, and a lot of builds run Ghost Wrath with CI. Doesn't Ghost Wrath's and life converted energy shield still work with CI though? That's why they use it, right? So the life. Oh, you're talking about increased life. I was talking about flat life. Flat life would still work, right? You want 58 to 61% life converted. That's where the big money Ghost Wrath is? Yeah, that makes sense. The Varlob from that. What one do I want to keep for leveling? Maybe I can see what this one's worth. Ghost Wrath with 175 energy shield. Although that does not account for the sockets, does it? I might actually just have to add the implicit, I think. Enchant even. Increased energy shield. Oh, it's not worth anything, Peppy hands. Well, that one's... Hold on, these ones have got scuffed sockets. There's only the one there. Hold on, let me check the others. Okay, there's one that's a bit more legit. Yeah, it looks like that. It's not enough of a difference to be worth that much, it looks like. People are probably going for the life one, huh? Which won't happen with that enchant. Favorite thing about the patch announcement? Oh, that's a good question. Favorite thing? Where's my notes? Buff to bosses in endgame plus boss waystones. I mean tablets. Maybe? That's the first thing that comes to mind. More bosses at endgame. Yeah. That one's very, very enjoyable. But also probably clarity and less dying to kind of some of the BS mechanics at endgame is promising, but we'll have to see how good that ends up being. What else? Yeah, for me, I think it's bosses. That's probably my top thing. Rune overriding's pretty good. It's a really good one overall. The list in its entirety is quite lit. I gotta take myself a short break, folks. And we should be pretty good to sell this one maybe. Boom. Be right back. See you in a moment.
Go on.
Hello, hello, welcome back, folks. I just remember I had this like thing. Yeah, what do these guys cost? Surely too much. Greater essence of. Where are ya? Fizz. This is called Torment. 63 exalts. It's a little rich for my blood right now. That's for sure. 56-63. That's a big split in the ratio there. I do not have that much. Because I am a chronic exalt slapper. I love to slap my gear with exalts. I cannot help myself. Shit. I love this like bleed duration thorns. Amazing. Amazing.
Go on.
Okay, look, you have these. You have this one as well.
Time is of the essence.
We're just gonna go with this. Oh, well, it's an additional bolt, but it's on an expert bombard. No, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Go on then, just regal. It's not that good in the end. Time to slap some more exalts. I did tell you I like to slap exalts. Yep, it's ruined. Unless 31 to 60, that's 18 to 42. We're actually still a fair ways off. So I'm used to like bow numbers. It's actually not that high in the end anyway. If I rolled like 100 IPD, maybe be okay, but no attack speed? Nah. It's dead. Bye.
They'll be here. Wait.
I should have actually checked the tiers first though, because it looks like that flat's not even that high. I have a habit of slapping chaos too. The chaos slaps have rarely paid off for me, but the the exalt slaps do often. I like the exalt slaps. So did we clear that map? We did, yeah. So we cleared that one out. This one's already irradiated. Most of these are already irradiated, so there's a pretty good chance that this one gets it, right? I'm just a little worried that it's going to go like bam, 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 bam around the edge here. So I could do this blooming field and get rid of that too. In theory, I could also do these ones and get rid of those. Just to make it a surefire thing that it goes where we want it to go. What do we got? I've got one other bad tier 15 here I can do. Which I can pop on this blooming field, which is straight up empty. Actually empty. And it's not complete. It's not like I've attempted it before and wiped it out. It's actually just legitimately empty. Wow. So if setting up towers, you can use the Ziggurat Refuge to see the tower radius. Yeah, it's really annoying that doesn't work in our hideout. Hopefully they'll fix that. Yeah, resocketting runes is really big, but I'm actually surprised how much of an impact that seemingly hasn't had on me yet. Like, it'd definitely be really good to, when I want to like change an item of gear. I think it'll have a much bigger impact on the leveling process. Sure. I'll have an Archie Gestibouge. Yeah, big for gear puzzling in general, and big for SSF. Just it probably would have been at the top of my list. But the boss one is just personally closer to my heart at the moment. More bosses and maps to me is a lot more fun. God, these thunderstorms hit so freaking hard, right? I probably get like the added chaos from the map as well. Whoa. It's just okay. I want to get the shrine, but it's a bit dangerous. Give me the shrine. Ah! Okay. Now it should be fun. Yeah, that's true. Like, 1530 resist to be able to juggle around on your slots is going to be pretty helpful, actually. It might just be the fact that I haven't even like thought of it as an option, but now will be an option. In fact, it might be the case that I'm overcapped on some stuff right now that I could swap with that. So let's see. Right now, Fire and Lightning are just bang on. But Cold is really over. So if I have any Cold, I do have Cold there. So I could replace that Cold with Life. So there's already something I could do with it. Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong, mate. Not wrong. Whoop.
Where'd I go?
Whee. Zoom. Another shrine. 3 shrines, mate. Straight into another lightning shrine. I'm gonna need this boss map to reload my tier 15 pool. It's gone. It's been obliterated. Is your flask recovering that much? Yep. I quite rate a good life flask. I've got increased recovery rate on this one. Although I've started to feel a little bit lately in Endgame that it's kind of almost back to needing to be instant, but increased recovery rate nearly always heals you before you need it again. Certainly in the campaign, I wanted increased amount recovered or recovery rate more than anything else. Which is interesting because, yeah, in PoE 1 it was always that instant heal was better. Woo. Tier 4 blue gold ring. Watch double rarity. Dragon's of Excavation. The classic. Show me. No. It's just a single mid-tier gold res. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Tricked me. I was tricked. Yeah, Speckline likely coming alongside Duelist. I wonder what they're doing with Duelist. I don't think we've seen anything regarding Duelist, have we? Because, you know, we've seen, like, Huntress and Druid and even a little bit of Templar, but I feel like we haven't seen anything about Duelist. This track from the OST is, like, such a direct Diablo 2 homage, isn't it? Duelist, not jewelers. the jeweler class. I can't wait for my merchant class. I set up in town with my little merchant cart and sell some potions. Buying feathers and apples. Selling potions. Alright, we made it through that map with not too much drama. Whoops. Ah, stop map. What are you doing? So normal to roll rarity on both prefix and suffix of an item level 32 helmet. So helmets are one of the slots where you can roll rarity as prefix and suffix alongside of rings. I don't know if there's many others. Maybe amulets. Yeah, there's just a few slots where you can do that. And is it normal? I mean, it is possible. It is not abnormal, exactly. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. It's not abnormal. Excuse me. Another one of these things. Which I'm not in no rush to do. Yep. Pretty much fresh out of those tier 15s now, so we're gonna need this little gambit to pay off here. Okay, so pretty good chance it lands on where we need it to go. Give me a waystone, whatever they're called, tablet. How much is this one? 7 maps irradiated? In theory I could get a higher roll one, but go. Oh, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. What? It did like all the ones over here, didn't it? It did like nothing. None of the ones I could see. It did like 2 maps where I could see. So it did 2 over here. And then it did like 5 off screen over here. Oh my god. I'm livid. So there's nothing I can do now. That was the last one there. That probably wouldn't reach, I don't think. I could go check in town, I suppose. Big oof. That's a big oof. I'm oofing very hard right now. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, kills me. What do I do now? I guess I begin my search once again to try and find a place to put this tier 16 map. Oh man. It's not even really any bosses over there. So what I need to look for is corrupted bosses. Corrupted bosses. There's a corrupted boss. Huh. That's actually not too far away as well. There's like 3 towers that could probably hit it. Alright, we're going this way. Do I have any 14s? I have an 14 here. Oh, I've got a 15 as well. It's just a little bit deadly. Oh, I've got another 15. Oh, I stashed those and forgot about them. Okay, I'm not actually out of 15s yet. Thought I was. I'm okay. Corrupted boss. Here you are. I think that was the 14, wasn't it? Oops. It's fine. It's fine. I hope they fixed the hacking. They've fixed it, yeah. It was a specific big oopsie social engineering sort of hack that occurred. And they're still looking into like the full details of some of the some of it, but it's solved at this point. It's not a thing that's going to continue happening. It's pretty wild, but yeah, don't think I have a big explanation in the podcast we wanted to do today. Woo. I don't know if a dev fell for a scam. I think it was just an oversight, wasn't it? Like they kind of had accidentally. My takeaway was they had accidentally linked an admin account to a Steam, and then just didn't know about it. And then someone found that and used it. And then there was like I guess some layers of oopsie on top of it that I don't really understand. Oh, and then Steam customer support gave access to them, so they requested access and got past Steam's two-factor authentication by, yeah, I guess, pretending to be the person that owned the account or whatever on Steam. Which is funny because, like, the thing that everyone was blaming was the fact that Path of Exile doesn't have, like, two-factor authentication, so everyone was saying, like, no wonder this is happening, they don't have 2FA. And then it turns out that the attack vector was still bypassing the 2FA on Steam in the end. Slightly humorous. Not ha-ha funny. Meteoric Shrine? Gimme. I like other shrines. What reason would it be better to play on Steam? I can't think of a reason, that's why I don't. I'm guessing for lots of people it's just access and convenience. They don't have to like think about it. They just have all their games on Steam. In the past, there's not really too many downsides nowadays. But in the past there was more downsides with like it taking longer to get patches and stuff sometimes. So that kept me on standalone over the past decade. Whoop. Don't need a yeah. No, I guess that's true. Another account, another login, all that stuff. Because I guess Steam handles that for you, doesn't it? So it simplifies people's lives a little bit. That's true. I already had it though, so not an issue. Woo. A little bit spicy in here. Sorry, Archie. You have to stay in here, buddy. You make the other kid a little nervous, even though you're very friendly. You get a bit excited. Whoop. Ah, ah. Crazy how many rares you get in a breach compared to like any other mechanic in the game, eh? Just rare galore. Ow. Quit zapping me. How do you feel about the reaction to 326? They didn't seem hyped about it at all? What do you mean, their reaction to 326? Do you mean like offhandedly asking at the end, there's probably not really time to talk about PoE1, is there? And they're like, nope, definitely not. You mean that? Yeah.
Ooh, better than coin.
The reality is they probably haven't got an answer for what's happening with PoE1 yet. And it's not really the time or place to ask about it, ultimately. Vainly crafting my bombard bows. Clickety click.
Dark machine.
That's probably the funniest thing they said in the interview. We could nerf breach pack density and players wouldn't even notice because all it would do is reduce how monster failed to spawn due to space error logs. I missed that line. Pretty wild. So they sure are pretty juicy, aren't they? I love it, and it also seems wrong. but I love it, but it's also pretty wrong. I heard the craziest idea earlier. I don't know where I heard it, or who said it, or where I read it, or what. But it was something along the lines of being like someone suggesting the idea, which initially I was like, that's stupid. But then I thought, huh, I wonder what it would look like. And the idea was, what if like the baseline wasn't packs of monsters, but just monsters? And so by that I mean like you got a map and it's filled with packs of monsters, right? So instead of that, it was just each pack was a monster. You have more monsters, but less total monsters overall. And each of those monster fights could be a bit more Path of Exile 2, a bit more engaging, a bit more significant, a bit more dangerous. I was like, oh, wait just a minute here, you can't. On the other hand, what would that be like? Would that solve some issues? It's an intriguing concept. An intriguing concept. Maybe they could test the idea by having a map full of rares. The problem is that all the overlapping auras and everything. all the shenanigans that occur when you get too many rares together. It is it's stuck in my brain a little bit though. I'm not using Doriani for identifications. I have to say I normally do, and then just occasionally I forget. It's pretty much the only answer. Fast charm charges, fast charges, fast. That might be worth exalting.
It's not on our side.
Gotta slap the exalts. No.
On with the work. Yes.
No deal, my dude. You have this.
Go.
So that gives us this tower now, which we will blast with just something low here, like so. Good lord, I skipped the monkey in hardcore, went back at 52 and he almost one-shot me. Yes, the monkey is... he's a spicy one, he is. And you're especially game doing that now before it gets changed, since one of the changes specifically they announced was they've reduced the damage of his rolling ability. Because that was, like, I would say basically bugged. The roll is basically bugged. The pillar slap is designed to kill you. But the roll was causing like multi-hitting that in a way that shouldn't be, and it was doing way too much damage as a result. Due to pushiness issues. Now in Path of Exile 1, we had kind of strategies that had like, they were like, this is a mid-tier map farming strategy, you do this like tier 7, then maybe you do this strategy in tier 4 maps, and you do this strategy in like tier 12 maps, or then, you know, the ones that we just do the most juice map possible. Do you feel like that is not a thing here? Definitely seems like not a thing here at all. I don't know if it's just because that Atlas tree doesn't exist. It's probably mostly that, but I wonder if there's something else fundamentally about the map system that means that, like, it doesn't make sense to run anything but your highest tier maps. Outside of, you know, I'm playing hardcore, I'm worried about dying. Or I run out of those. It might just be a... yeah, it might just be a lack of, like, we don't have that sort of a level of strategy formulating currently. Like, there are things you can do to have a strategy. The game's not, like, simple currently. I mean... certainly simpler, but there's not nothing. You know, there are some strategies you can do, but they're mostly just kind of around how you approach towers, how you then capitalize on those towers, and whether you do sextant blocking. I don't think it's a system of the map system, but rather the economy options. Economy options. And by that, do you mean like mapping strategy options? Do I actually have an irradiated tablet? I don't think I do. Oh no, I don't. Oh, I've not had to buy one of these before, but I might have to buy one of these. Expedition... wait, no, what do they call it? Just precursor tablet? I'm guessing just precursor tablet. There's limited ways to produce currency right now compared to PV1, which means you really care about item level of items dropping. Imagine that plays a role. I feel like it's more just that you don't really like I would say this tree's crap. Like, to be blunt, I feel like this tree's like cruddy. It's very lame to me. It certainly is more visually approachable than PoE1's Atlas, but I think it's very boring. You spec strong boxes? Hell no, I have spec shrines. There's not really like strategies here. There's like a couple of little things you can do in this big one, but I would say there's not really a lot of like strategy. And then a lot of this stuff doesn't, you don't even like, look, I've got 0, 0, 0, 0. I've completed the tier 15 one. I'm working on getting my 8th point for the bosses right now. And I haven't got any points in any of these trees. Now, that's because they've designed them with them being like, oh, this is about doing the like 4 Pinnacle levels of Pinnacle content. But that means you don't do any Breach stuff until you've started farming the Pinnacle boss of it, right? So like it's extremely top heavy on top of that. So it's top heavy. And then there's not actually like any, I think, any strategy choices in here. It's just like, do you want slightly more rare monsters or slightly more magic monsters? Do you... Well, it's just like a how do you want to... Which particular flavor of making your maps a little bit more profitable do you want to do? Do you want it to be because your rares are a bit spicier and they drop more stuff? Or do you want it to be through quantity? Or do you want it to be by scaling the map effect modifiers? They're all kind of doing the same thing in the end. Or do you want it to be through the tablets? It's kind of the same thing. The bottom keystone on the main one has so much tucked into it. The rare monster one? Yeah, the rare monster one's pretty good. What maps do you think are best? I have to say, with the way it's currently designed, I don't ever consider the map. Like I never, and this is possibly indicative of an issue here, but I never look at the actual like what the map is. The most I do is go, oh, it's another augury, you know? Like I don't, like yes, you can kind of do some like tower blocking stuff where you like specifically block certain maps. And maybe I should do that here, honestly, so that this is the only one that can roll it. So I could do this seepage. Should probably do this seepage. Maybe I'll get the tablet I need dropping in the meantime. Yeah, I mean, it's 100% a placeholder in game. I just keep reminding myself that. It's just like, here's what we can quickly knock together, placeholder-wise. I'm surprised, though, that they went to like so much effort to make a new system. Here, though, instead of just like, literally it's a placeholder, here's the part of the ones in game. Maybe they felt like that would be a bit too far. Do you think they'll stick to skills being bound to one specific weapon going forwards? I think the baseline will be that, and then slowly over time they might start adding some skills that kind of like blur the boundaries, but they want to, and I think they should, establish the boundaries pretty firmly first, so that we can clearly look at like a skill and say, oh, that's definitely a mace skill, or that's definitely an axe skill without it being tagged. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of like the idea of like in Magic Gathering, for example, like you could look at a card's effects, and a lot of the time, not so much these days, but generally you should be able to say, oh, that's a blue card, right? This one has you like look at the top card of your deck and then put it on the top or bottom, and then you draw a card. You're like, that's blue. Blue does that. And like this one makes it so that your enemy can attack immediately, and then it sacrifices itself. And you're like, oh wow, so that's red for sure. They kind of want to do that with weapons initially, so that all of the skills have like very clear definitions of their weapon types, and then they can start to like do stuff in the future that messes with that concept a little bit. Once you've established those clear lines, that's when you can, that gives you design space to then blur the boundaries. So once you've got very clearly like this is what a mace skill is versus a staff skill, like a quarterstaff skill is, then you can start to say, okay, but what's a skill that could be either look like? So how do we take what is the concept of what a quarterstaff is and the concept of what a staff is and blend them together? And there already is some skills that do this, right? Like there are skills that blur the boundaries because they're not necessarily, though they're in a weapons category, they don't necessarily require the weapon. Like totem skills, curses, and you've got, of course, got spirit skills as well, which are like, aligned with certain archetypes, but they're not they don't need the weapon or anything. Level 90! I did it! I survived to level 90! Oh god, I'm burning. God, this burning ground's really hard in this map. So like, I've been in maps with burning ground where it didn't deal any damage. Oh, it's early weakness, isn't it? 62 fire res, that's fine. Now, I had some choices, so I can get maim on all hits and 25 attack damage here. I was thinking about getting that for now. But I think with now that I have 3 points, there's a few other things I can do too. What were they? What was some of the other stuff I could do? I can't remember what the other nodes. Oh yeah, I was like I could get Warm the Heart here and be basically pretty much freeze immune. But freeze has already been I haven't really died to freeze ever since I've had these boots at least. So I wonder if that's not actually a big deal. I feel like shock is mostly just from shock ground, and I haven't died to an ignite either. If anything, I actually feel like stun might be the one that's getting me, so I wonder if deft recovery or something would be better. What other stun options are there? I mean, the maim on everything damage here is pretty good. Do. They're all a little bit away. Some stun threshold there, but it's not particularly good. There is a defensive cluster somewhere around here. There it is. Strong chin. The lowest of evasion or armor on your helmet. Ah, yes, so 0. Nice. I think I'll go with maim and strike for now, but I wonder if these two might be kind of worthwhile. I'd like to see some weapons count as multiple unique types. So some unique weapons count as multiple weapon types. That's a fun idea. So that's an example of what you can do where you start to blur the boundaries of it. You have some sort of like, you know, bow staff or something. I know bow staff is literally a type of like a name for staff, but it's a staff that's also a bow. I know there was an ascendancy that was going to do something like that, right? But yeah, you have like a, what's a better example? Probably like an axe that's also kind of a sword. It's like it's an axe and it's a sword. So it's like some sort of curved hacking sword sort of thing. Kind of a kukri looking thing maybe. It'd be kind of like an axe sword, wouldn't it? It's actually a pretty fun idea. I like the idea of there being some like weapons that are like blurred boundary weapons like that. But doing stuff like that is more effective once you've first at least clearly defined the weapons in the first place. Because otherwise none of it means anything. Taking a break from Warrior for a little bit? Yeah, I was thinking that I would just play for a couple hours and do a couple things while chatting about today's reveals, but I ended up kind of just vibing and playing longer than I expected. Whoa, no. I'm okay. And the other aspect of it is that I'm wondering if I wait for the patch so that I can see the like armor changes live in action, maybe? I don't know. Maybe not. I'd be better if I do that when I get to endgame. Like halfway through leveling now. I don't know, could be an interesting moment to have that kick in. See how impactful that seems. I wonder what they're going to do with flails. What their skills will be like. I assume they're mostly just going to be like a ton of Templar themed skills where they're like not really about the physical, what the weapon does so much as who the Templar is, I guess. I could see that being more what flails are about. So you kind of like magically empowered warrior stuff. A spellblade, if you will. A spell bonk. Where's XP in PoE 2 pretty hard to grind? I think it's a combination of like it being a bit harder in general, so you're dying, and not having as much ways of juicing up how much XP we're getting. Like The amount of XP we get in Path of Exile 1 now is really, really, really high. This is much closer to what like Path of Exile 1 was a while back, where like getting XP took quite a long time. That was before, you know, we had like mega juiced abysses that were giving you tons and tons of XP per map. Gotta be a little careful on this burning ground and where I choose to engage these packs. Right down here, is there? Whoop. Or possibly not. Man, there's going to be some backtracking on this map, tell you what. Look at all them bombard crossbows. Whoop. With Corruption beyond everywhere, it does feel kind of lacking in what it actually does. So, Corruption is effectively just Scourge, but it has actually a reason for existing now, like it's, you know, the beast's influence. So I mean, I don't know, it's pretty clear what it does. It causes monsters to appear out of the goop and makes the entire area a little bit harder and more rewarding. Oh, plus 1 level. Next patch will be in a couple days. Well, the patch notes at least they said will be in a few days. Tier 15 map. Very good. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Yeah, there we go. That's what I needed. Oh, it's a 9. It's a 9 banger as well. Oh, it's a 9 banger. Oh, I got a nice round 2800 life now, I see. Satisfying. Yeah, it's beyond, right? Like, corruption is beyond. But you don't have, like, control over when it appears. It's in specific areas on the map. So it's a locational beyond, which is actually, like, kind of a little interesting, because if we had control over everything, then the air, like, the whole moving around the map thing wouldn't matter at all. Apart from, but having, like, things like towers and corruption, where we can't control where they are, means that's what creates kind of like the interesting gameplay opportunities. Conceptually, I like it. I don't know. Long term, how it's gonna feel if we love it. I don't know. It's a bit hard to evaluate right now because it's like too many other things that I need to tune and tinker with. It's hard to. Ooh, level 19. Nice. It's hard to say how this like fundamental idea of the big map that you crawl around is until we sort out some of the other issues and try it a bit more. We are done on this one? Yeah, nice. Okay. Kind of hoping that we would get tainted currency or something similar back since corruption is a mechanic. I can definitely see them expanding that stuff, right? Like, I think the beast thing, just think about this, we only have half of the story of the beast, so there's a pretty good chance that what we explore with that in Endgame is going to change when they add the second half of that story. Yes. This is very much a little placeholder story in the meantime. Attack speed. 820 Fizz, high accuracy, attack speed, strength lightning res. That's a thing.
I'll be here, waiting.
Want map tab. Well, what do we have here? Flash grenade. That's probably the one to do. Shot burst rounds, though, also tempting. I don't know. I'm surprised I haven't found more of these 19s yet. They seem kind of rare. Do. Higher base damage on that's pretty good. Radius and damage on flash grenade though. I'd probably use this more, but the damage here is more appreciated when it does happen. Let's go the gigantic flash grenades. Go on. My eye is already bleeding enough. Might as well keep going until they're fully melted. Bye, eyeballs. I'll miss you. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Boop. Magnitude of shock with elemental damage. ES is extra stun. This seems like it has potential. Chill duration. Don't know about that last part. I think shock magnitude's pretty good, but the rest of it seems a bit meh. Rare monsters have a 20% chance to have additional modifier. And 3% pack size. And you're getting exalted. Shame that last one wasn't life. That would have been a real banger if that last one was life. Although, it's actually got a pretty good amount of evasion. Wait, no, it's armor evasion. I thought it was energy shield. Bleh. Never mind. God, those offensive stat rolls are pretty good. Dang. Those are very good defensive stat rolls. It's got like 30 life. 34 life. Don't know about that one. See if it sells. There's the tablet. Okay, do we need to sextant block more before we do this? I mean, I got screwed last time. Maybe I should. We have another tower here, so I could at least... I have another shot. Go on, let's just try it. It's 9. Come on, surely. You're kidding me. I should have sextant blocked this one. It would have went there. It would have went there. Oh, no. Alright. I gotta do the other tower. Maybe the other tower will get it. Come on. Surely this next one will get it. Cannot believe this. I'm going on the goose chase through the Atlas right now. This next node is so good too. It makes all of the map boss maps just automatically irradiated. Took me ages to get this last point. It's a little tricky to get the stars to align on it, isn't it? Took me like 12 or so corrupted maps to get the tier 6. Nah, it was probably more than that, if I count the ones I did before that, but I don't think I got any tier 16s until just now. Apparently it's like 1 in 9 or something. 1 in 7. Got pretty unlucky. These guys with their like bloody winter icicle things just through the doorways is the worst. If you actually try and put good maps in here and have some added damage or something, you're in trouble. Stuck in the last breach boss fight. Can't sustain my mana fast charges long enough for current damage because of Peaconk. I was wondering how the mana fast thing was going for Peaconk, but I mean, if you got that far before that was an issue, it's pretty good, honestly. You have a path forwards, have a plan. The Prowling Shades? Yeah, not only did they like make these like tower maps, like you can't see in the rooms, they're shooting projectiles along the hallways, you're getting choke pointed, you're wasting your map. Not only that, they add a ghost that just disappears for like 30 seconds at a time and then only appears when you're like looting. It's like when you stop the loot, then they appear. Like, come on, they like this.
Time is not on our side.
Well, I need another tablet as well, but I guess in time I should block these other maps. Do the smart thing and block them. Okay, block it. It's gonna get all the ones on the other side. You watch it. He's asking what map tier to drop item level 82. At least 80, because rare monsters are +2 levels higher. I'm pretty sure they haven't changed that. I think that's still a thing, right? So in an item level 80 map, rare monsters will drop 82s. In a item level 81 map, then magic monsters will drop 82s. And I don't know, can you get a 82? I guess you can, right? So 79's the highest. 80, 81, that's 80, so 82 is... 82 is a corrupted tier 16 in a irradiated corrupted map. And then everything drops 82 items. Rares and magic +1 in PoE2. Bosses are +2. Oh, really? Did they change the rares aren't +2 now? But yeah, forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm just I should be clear. I'm just assuming this based on Path of Exile 1 knowledge. It sounds like they may have changed it. That might warrant some further looking into. Hey, Demi, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you, thank you. Ziggle my squiggle. You want me to what now? Hello, Arthur. Sorry, buddy. Stay in here with me. I'm gonna get it this time. I feel the next tower is gonna be the one that wins for me. It's gonna land on the exact map I need it to. I feel it happening. I believe. Somebody cries. Oh, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Okay. Getting real slowed though. Woo! You hindering me or something, eh?
Oh, nice.
Nice. Oh, nice. Hey. Whoop. Oh, leveling gloves.
Let's have a look then.
Hooray. just like every unique. Leveling. Whee. Initially I was thinking it was because like they don't have the high level bases yet, so they don't have the uniques, but then I figured out they actually do have like a lot of the uniques that don't have bases yet, like 3 dragons for example. I think there's probably still quite a big missing chunk of uniques for like new bases. It's especially why there's like not any crossbows outside of low level ones. But yeah, like 3 dragons is on a base that doesn't exist right now. Like you can't chance 3 dragons just because you can't get its wide base anywhere. Oh my god. Anyone click the change to unique? I mean, it's just on the YouTube channel, you can go look. I took notes though. Nice. Gimme. Let's rush and finish this map. Hopefully cleanly. I don't need big upsets today. No deaths. If I recall correctly. Yeah, no deaths. I'm pushing my luck now, aren't I? I had a few close calls, that's for sure. Too many. Way too many close calls. Those off-screen meteors. At least they have good ground signaling. A lot of modifiers on you. Look at that list. Like a Lord of the Rings over here. Woo! Heals. Hold on, Archie. Let me finish the map, buddy. He's a dog. He doesn't understand what a map is. Death effect? You never know, right? It could be. Could be some death effects in there. You gotta just play it safe. What do you got going on? Nothing? Nothing. There we go. Very nice. Hey Mustang, how you going, mate? Yeah, well, I had a week and a bit holiday, and had some recovery time afterwards as well. On top of that, been a little bit unwell, but got a bit better now. Today's been a fun stream. Whoop. Take those ones. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Until next time.
Okay, what do we look like now? I gotta get one of those tablets. I think. Probably want to eliminate. Well, that's already irradiated, so we don't need to eliminate it. So if those are already irradiated, and a couple here are, there's a good chance that some of these will eat the irradiations. There's also a chance that it hits this one, which would do it, but that's really far away. Like, really far away. It's like a good 20 maps away. Actually, I wonder if we can get through the mountain there. Doesn't look like it. Hopefully we can land that. I might have to buy a tablet though. Gonna take a short break now, and I'll see if I can buy that tablet in the meantime. Oh, all right, here we go. The fun. Here comes the fun. This is what we do. We set minimum price to 2 exalts. That doesn't make any sense to do that. And then we try and buy some of those, and hopefully Hopefully those ones will get us. Yes! We got someone. We hooked a fish. We hooked a fishy. Just skip all the 1 exalt ones, because you're going to spend more than 1 exalt's worth of time trying to buy the 1 exalt ones. I'd be tempted to go straight to 3, to be honest, but we got a 2. Boo. Oop. Whoa. 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 I'll take like 5? I have enough currency. Are they showing me how many they have? Is that what they're doing right now? Whoa! I was like, for a second I wasn't sure if I got a currency bot that has malfunctioned. It happened to me in Imperial 1 before. So like it was the standard that we were basically always traded with currency bots in Path of Exile 1 for a while there, because, you know, people just set up their currency bots to do all their trades for them. And they were far more convenient to trade with in the end. But every now and then you get like something bugging out, or you'd be able to like exploit them in some way. They'd do some stupid trade where they give you a bunch of stuff. Think he would have given you all for 2x? Yeah, but then I would have been worried it was like a viewer doing that. Keeps me sorted for a little while at least, that's good. Okay. You can do that.
Time is not on our side.
Do. Alright, let's do it. Come on. I believe. Come on, just do this one here. Just this one here, alright? You've already done all these. Don't look at these other maps. Don't look over to the left. Don't look at those left maps. Yeah, hooray! Okay, but we're not out of the woods yet because I still have to beat it. And it does have 40 damage as extra calls, so. And that might not sound like a lot, but that's a lot. I only have so much life. There's so many life nodes I can get in this game. And you know how many that is? 0. It's 0 life nodes. That's how many life nodes I can get. Okay? I have all 0 of the life nodes I'm able to get, okay? 82. There we go. 82. I have to just kill the boss. I don't technically have to kill the rares, but I do have to kill the boss. I'm gonna be putting my oil grenades down. Believe you me. Technically there's one up top. Technically you're one up top. I know there is like a couple left nodes. 0 I can get, okay. Whoa! Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. What the heck? These guys came up and flanked me. Did you see that? What the heck? Where'd you guys come from? Oh man, they're like firing across the gap here. Oh my god. Yeah, I'd love the idea of using Sorcery Ward if it didn't feel like really not worth it, and also so hard to even get the defenses to scale it with. Good if you can pull it off. Difficult to pull off though. People were suggesting like attachments and stuff for the crossbow. Actually, I would love the idea of like a shield attachment for the crossbow. Like make it like a little mini half shield, not as good as a regular shield. It could have like no block. Although blocking in the direction you're aiming would be pretty lit. But I like the idea of like a little, you know, attach on shield on the front of the crossbow. I mean, doesn't my crossbow literally have that? No, I think there's one of them that looks like that. That's got like kind of the shielded front area. Give me a Pavis shield. Get my French arbalest going on. Whoop. looks like it's a massive one. Gimme. Alright, we're gonna deal with it while this shrine's on. Oh, that's not where I want to be.
Beautiful.
Bloody beautiful. I realized all the strange trading interactions we had because we're sharing console servers. Yeah, it's pretty wild that we have crossplay, right? It's easy to forget that fact. Yeah, I reminded myself of that a few times. I was like, we're trading with people who've like never done like, haven't had any exposure to the PC trading etiquette and stuff like that. Oh, we're the boss. That can be a little dangerous. That barrage, for example. A bit ouchy. Yeah, chop her off too early. Rude. Ooh. Hey. What you're dodging? It's certainly a lot spicier once you pick up a few of those difficulty nodes and then like +3 them. I'm impressed how much difference it actually makes. Love killing bosses on this character. Yeah, I did it, baby. We did it. Woo! I had a goal. We executed the goal. No, it's an advanced crossbow. Get out of here. Bam. Give them to me. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. I wish there was like some info on like what the actual difficulty did in terms of what your benefits were. Bosses are irradiated. So I gotta find like the whole Pinnacle boss to get the other one, eh? But having a chance to add corruption and it is always irradiated. That's a pretty cool combo. That's pretty cool. I think my goal before that one will be to try and unlock some of the points on the specific mechanic. Maybe starting with... I would have said starting with Expedition, but Expedition's a little sad at the moment. I do have a logbook I can do though. Breach, start with Breach. Why is that? Just because it's good? Expedition is the cheapest, Breach is the second most accessible and most rewarding to map. Yeah. Pretty easy to say that just based on experiencing Breach in maps. And we know for a fact that there's like some buffs coming to Expedition that the devs are not happy with where it is. They feel like it's pretty lame right now. Which is sadly feeling quite true. It's a shame because I really like log rolling, but the crafting has been very mediocre. Yeah, it feels like they do less steps of crafting, and I don't know, they're like mostly just removing stuff constantly. It's like every time they're like, oh, that item's halfway decent, we should be able to, like if it was Rog, he would do something with it. Back in PoE1, he'd do something with it. But here they're just like, you know what? I think about those good affixes. I think we should remove them. Let me just hammer on that front end a little bit. No, Rog, what are you doing? Stop! No! It's a +3 amulet. Wait, that removing the +3, Rog. Oh, you want me to do something else then? Okay, well, I'm going to make it cost twice as much. All right, you know what I think we should do instead? Why don't we just replace all of the front? No! Let me just hammer on that front end a little bit. Stop! Rog, stop. What are you doing? You've lost your way, my friend. You used to be good at this. 20 days later, he's a scammer. Yeah, that figurine addiction finally caught up with him. His addiction to collecting figurines. It's cost him everything. His friends. His fortune. He'll stoop to know. He knows no boundaries. How low he will stoop. Come on then. Ain't got all day. Whoop! Hi! I did not know you guys were spawned. Okay, immune to cold damage. Quantity, any logbooks or anything? No logbooks. I want that immune to lightning. The void damage from hits is annoying, but probably manage those ones here. I don't even know, like, I can't see any of it. I guess that's getting it. I guess no one's coming.
Risky choice.
That's decently juicy. Oh, oh, not where I want to be standing. Do not want to be standing here.
For the cowgirl.
We good? You all gone? Very good. I can actually see the excavated chests now that I have a proper loot filter. It's helpful. Where'd the cow go, y'all? That's all? That's all. This little dexterity in his old age. Alright, let me craft this amulet then. No, Rog, stop! My amulet. Rog doesn't do amulets. Sorry, I just revealed my masquerade. Sorry.
I'll be here. Wait.
Don't tell him. I just verbed. I did a verb. Oh no. Do 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 do. Not amazing. Increase fast charges gained. Reduce charm charges. Tricked me. You tricked me, didn't you? Nice little collection of these things now. Very good. Boss is paying out. As per usual. Very good, very good. Did it. We did it. Excellent. So then, you reckon you focus on breach? No, let me do my logbook at least. Got this little level 80 logbook here. So you can't craft them now, right? Woo. Hello, Danzig. What have I got for you?
It'll be like we're back home in Midgard.
Alright, they're both chalices. Chests have chance to contain twice as many, explosive radius and range. Quantity of artifacts. 11 additional chest markers. Increased number of monster markers. I think this one's going to be more fun. This one's probably more profitable. Without knowing anything about the layouts. Gotta relearn the layouts, oh my god. It's interesting that they made them not craftable this time around. Okay, any skull? I don't see any skull, so no boss. There's 2 submerged areas. Monsters cannot be leached from. Increased experience. Regen. There's like no remnants near the start. Most of the remnants are at the top, so it seems like we should probably go that way first. Look at this. This is the stupidest one ever. I wonder what the math is on this. This is just like relying on me having bad math. And you know what? They're going to get away with it too. Monsters have 40% increased life. Monsters spawn with 15% of lives missing. Oh, I'm gonna try and do this math. Nobody tell me the answer. I'm gonna figure it out myself. Don't tell me. Let's pretend a monster has 100 health. We times it by 40%, presuming there's no other increases, which I don't think there is. So we times by 1.4. And then they spawn with 15% of it missing. So that means it's times 0.85. They end up with 119%. That doesn't seem like a good deal. Wait a second. Hold up a second here. That doesn't seem like a good deal at all. I don't think it changes if you do the other way around, right? Like if you go 100 times 0.85 times 1.4. It's the same. I think that's a scam. I've wisened up. Look at this, doing math. 75% is extra chaos. 75%. Mate, there's no way. There is no way. Okay, maybe regen for quantity here. Immunity to fire with rare monsters. What else do we got? Curse on hit. XP is not really worth. Turbo, we can maybe get away with. 2 turbos though? Oh baby, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Alright, we're gonna go. We can do the leech one. Nice explosive radius though.
Seems risky.
Shut up, Rogue. Stop. It's probably not worth going that way. Seems risky. We're gonna make sure we go down there. The symbols are certainly a lot more boring, aren't they? It's just all weapons and armor. There's like one map symbol there. What is that? What, is this gems? Must be uncut gems or something. Let me see. It's one symbol over here. Apparently it's boots. Okay, apparently it's boots. That's not what I would have predicted from that. I guess that symbol's just really tiny. Yeah, we can't be too reckless about juicing here. We only got one portal on this. I already feel like I've overdone it a little bit. Not gonna lie. We definitely don't want that. Let's try in as many of those monsters as we can. Mostly trying to hit as many of these marker symbols, I think. Still got quite a few. Now, let's bypass the bottom and loop back around. Monster Resistances is basically a freebie for me. I'm not going to take that. Oh, there's a breakable area there, nice. Need a lightning damage. Monster Turbo on low life. Just bypass that one. Need fire damage. That one's fine. Let's get this map one. Monsters penetrate chaos res. Hopefully they don't do any chaos damage, then we'll be fine. Or I'll get my boots, I suppose. Finish off with some pretty spicy stuff right at the top here. Any symbols over here? Mate, there's nothing. Back down this way, I suppose. Whatever. I think I got them. Yep, we got them. Here we go. It's actually gems. It just has a boot icon. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Makes sense. I believe you. I do believe you. That would not surprise me. Somehow it feels right. Wait for my boot gems. The only like saving grace here is that the way that these spawn is I can manage them with crowd control really well. So it's pretty good for doing expedition. These like hidden areas are a bit more of a gambit. So far they've been pretty manageable though. Woo. Would have been a great time to die right after saying that. Oh, I can't believe we're back to picking up the artifacts. Not taking the 40% life, but the 15% additional life missing, then taking 2 40% life markers. Well, those ones had actual upsides. That one had no upside, right? Like it was just a net negative. Unless the math changed when I got the other increases, maybe? Does the math change if I get multiple increases? It probably does, right? No? Should be like the same. I don't know about that one. I'll take my one regal shard and I like it. Sulfur mines. It's a cute area. Oh! They have the high ground. Oh! Oh god! No! I'm scared. Help. Oh, with that, Exile! That's all. I found some sulfite. Pure uncut sulfite. Damn. Can I find more like that? So probably shouldn't be throwing around explosive grenades in this area, right? Seems dangerous. Oop. Nice. Getting stuff like gin barriers and stuff in here makes it feel a bit more rewarding. Ouch. Uh-oh. Arungui Zord. No. Are they gonna be mad that I did that? Arungui coming for me? Blasting. What was in there? Wait, that was their horde? A singular augment? What? That's actually a joke. That is seriously silly. That is extremely silly. Surely not. Big gold. Ongui's horde. It's like named after an actual god. Right? It had an augment in it. What? That's not right. That's not right.
Where do I go?
Didn't they use the like loot hat guaranteed minimum symbols system for this sort of stuff, right? What the hell? I can't wait for my level 18 uncut gem from my gem chest up here that I juiced as much as possible in hopes that I'd get something useful. Oh boy. Okay. There's another Ongui's horde. Let's see what's in there. Look, it's freaking glowing with the power of a god. It's just another augment. What? How is it just an augment both times? It can't just be an augment. Both times. It can't. What the hell? It was an augment. You know, the best loot I got here was like the loot that lets me have other mechanics. So sad. Expedition is one of my favorite League mechanics. This is so tragic. Logbooks on Expedition, my all-time favorites. Always love taking a break to do a logbook and getting some giga loot, then doing some sick rog rolling and gambling with, and taggling with Tujin. Oh my god. There was a level 18 gem, just like I said. Yep. Yep. So tragic. My most expensive item, unique flask, was from the expedition boss. Yeah, I'm sure the boss, some of the boss loot's good. On like, I think each of the bosses has something good at least, right? But the rest of this is pretty tragic, though. Okay, I'll keep trying. Bricked on the last one. Just needed one decent IPD roll and would have maybe gotten somewhere, but not quite. Not quite.
Time is not the one.
Got my flask on the first try of difficulty 3. Yo. Nicely done.
It's not on our
Apparently my
side.
inventory's full of white items.
Yes.
Seems about right. Seems about right. That was truly tragic. Well, but surely at least we craft something good, right? With what we earned from this. Surely. Best thing I got, Jin Barrier. I have any others? Got a couple more here. Look, I have a lot of juice for this. I have a lot of these chalices. Who does this? That's Tujin, right? Yeah, no. Tujin's West Sides.
Until next time.
Rog. Alright, Roggy. Alright, Roggy. Roggy. I feel like gambling on boots without movement speed is just not going to happen. The chances are too well on them.
I'll make a figurine of you out of this.
So did I cap at level 79? No, that looks like they're varied. So this one's 80. Can you actually get them to 82 though? Seems like maybe not. If they're capped here. They don't get higher, so 80's the highest. Dang. Okay. Boots. 61 spirit. Good base. Maybe that one. 97 life. It's pretty low, ultimately. It's good-ish stats. Strength X. Do. See what he can do with this.
I could
High spirit
refurbish the
roll.
front a bit.
Oh, I think I might just smash off that one good affix it has. What do you think, Governor?
Oh, there's potential in this one.
I think no. You fool. You fool. Go on then, reroll the
How
suffix.
about we scrap the front of this and start over?
Look, so they only ever want to like reroll and remove. You never like adds or upgrades, right?
Something quite interesting.
Okay, you didn't add at the end. And there's a lot less steps here, like
to a piece of equipment.
seems like I don't mind the idea of them giving us unfinished items that we can then like chuck an exalt on, but oh, I miss all the upgrades. Where's all the upgrades?
You want the premium deals, I see.
I do want the premium deals. Can you please show them to me? Rog. What happened to you? Where's the real Rog? Those gloves might be worth a shot. 78 life. I mean, yeah, nah, probably not. Let's try these high life strength gloves.
Why don't I throw
No.
with the right incentive?
Add a prefix. Okay, add a suffix.
Some bits
He's actually doing it for once.
You want me to put them back on?
He actually finished an item. They're not good, but he finished them. I'm proud of you, Rog. You can do it. I knew you had it in you. Can we do more like that, please? That was a good try, buddy. That was a good try. What are you, expert Altero? Yeah, okay. If he can... He won't targeted reroll the thorns though, right? He won't. Which is what needs to happen. He'll try and reroll all of the prefixes. You watch.
I have an entire
Reroll
vial of
suffixes?
black
Sure.
stock. I could refurbish the
Reroll
front
all
of it.
prefixes. No. Just do the one. Just do one of them.
Let's apply a paste of crushed. This piece could hold another at.
Remove all prefixes. I'll remove all your prefixes in a minute, Rog. It's got really high flat. Might be worth a Chaos Orbu on that, see if I get lucky.
You want the premium deals, I
I want the premium deals, I do. It's true. Dee-doo-doo-doo, dee-doo-doo-doo.
You want the premium deals, I see.
Show me the premium deals. 30 move speed. Go on then. What are they? Advanced? Yeah.
Allow me to take my room.
See if you can fix the suffixes.
Refurbish the front of it. This can retain another app.
Ugh.
I could refurbish the front of it.
Come on then, Rug. Take the wheel. Show me what you got. He tried. He rolled move speed again. He fixed the life, but then rolled the move speed down to 25. Yeah, thus breaking the item. So what do you got? You've got tier 12 mana and then somewhat decent EOS. Okay.
I could etch away the pole.
Remove a single modifier with the lowest modifier. That does exist. Okay.
Oops. Oh, there's some bits that fell.
No, I don't want to re-roll them.
Could scrub out some of the
He wants to remove them again. Okay, sure, bro.
Stash of rare
Okay, thank you for my 3 prefix helmet.
Go for gold, so to speak?
Excellent.
A bit more stock.
Do 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 do. I'm gonna give you a long shot chance here, Rog. If you could have some move speed to this, it would be amazing. Don't do it. Go on then. Go on then. Go on then. Go on then. Thanks. Amazing. Mwah. Beautiful. Just what I wanted. 2 armorous scraps. Oh yeah. Dang you. Alright, let me get some good suffixes on this. Come on. Come on. Oof. 1 out of 3. 228. What are we? 250 ES with 178 mana. That's going to be probably not quite enough ES. That's good though. 170 with, I guess, what are we mathing this at? With another 20%. So hold on. So if we say 40%, so 10 is 22. Let's just say 20, 20, 40, 60, 80. It's actually 300 ES. It might actually be worth something. Try 290 and see if we're starting to look like anything. Alright, hold on. Helmet, please. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're probably starting to be a little worth something here. Hooray! I mean, if I had a singular win, then that's actually pretty good. I take it back, Rob. You might be, maybe you're cooking. Maybe you're onto something, buddy. And we'll go. Look, we'll even Varlet. Where is my defensive ones? Mana regen might also be attractive here, but it will not be sellable if I do that. 306 energy shield. Let's go, Val. Wait, what? What'd it do? Did it, like, upgrade one of the tiers or something? How did it make more ES? It did increase the ES to 340. It went up like 30 ES. Oh, the enchant! I didn't even see. Okay, this is the enchant. Oh, sick. Yo, excellent. That's even better than a rune slot. Amazing. Okay, that's a win. 340 ES. All right, now it's definitely worth something. Do like 335 with that much mana. Oh yeah, nice. Getting into the 1 divine territory here with 1 good resistance. That's about the same. And that's pretty close as well. 342, 363. So that's a bit higher actually. So probably a little bit under 100 then. This one is not corrupted yet. That one, if it corrupted well, could be a bit more. What else is on here? A little bit of rarity. Meh. Yo, I'm going to put up like 90 exalts. Not bad. Good job. Good job, Rog. Job me. Oh yeah, 96 exalts. Just got to press random numbers. You got rarity. 10 rarity. I mean, in theory, given what seems to be some diminishing returns on rarity, 10 rarity actually might be kind of nice if you just get that sprinkled in a few places. But no one's actually going to look for that. Or value that when buying the item.
Time is not on our side.
If there's like 2 items that are identical and it has 10 rarity and the other one doesn't, then yeah, maybe. So if mine's a little bit cheaper and they're like, well, that one's also got 10 rarity. Yes. Dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Very nice. I love the Varlor being in this. Very satisfying. Exalt the last suffix on this. God, those suffixes are pretty trash, aren't they? You have to be like 600 ES before chests start being worth anything. That, I suspect, is not going to do it. Yeah, like one of the prefixes is thorns. Ew. Oh yeah, the chaos. That's right, I was going to chaos this one, I forgot. Good try, chaos. 190 life is not quite what I was looking for. Did it hit the thorns? Nah, it hit the ES. Not quite. Good try. I thought I actually hit the thorns and turned it into life, but no, I had missed the thorns, didn't I? It's weird, it puts the thorns down the bottom.
Until next time.
Hybrid might be worth. I don't know any hybrid that aren't using Ghost Wrath, right? Like, I feel like they just use Ghost Wrath. I could be wrong. In which case, I may have ended a tiny bit of currency, but probably not. The prefixes were also garbage. Oh, I do need to learn how good a wand has to be. So let's have a look at that. Wand. So I feel like +3 is where you start taking wands a bit more seriously. This one's a little bit of a mess. It's not going to be good, but it serves as a good baseline at least. So this one's plus cold skills. Right? Yes. So if we do +3 and then say... It's not going to be... Yeah, I think you have to have like high mana lightning, or like this with cold needs to be like added cold and then much more spell damage. I don't think that's going to do it. Technically it's kind of like 100 mana, so yeah, no cast speed either. It's going to hurt a lot. Like if we said mana of 90, not even starting at that point. What, like, here's maybe a good idea. Is what sort of like spell damage plus skills? So it needs to be a lot. Yeah, so like well over 100 spell damage +3. You start to maybe be worth something there. So +4 is probably where you can start to look at a bit more reasonable rolls. Yeah, that's pretty much bang on. Let me take some notes here. Ones. +3 with very good spell damage. Plus extra damage. Plus cast speed. Let's go slash for these guys. +4 with and 90 spell damage. Starts being valuable. That's right where it starts to pick up. Yeah. Yeah, lightning is probably going to be way more. So this is for cold. Let's try with lightning. So we'll go +3 with lightning. Bring this down. Take this off for now. So +3 with, I reckon any combination of like spell damage, mana and stuff is going to start being worth something. Do I have minimum pricing right now? No? Okay. I mean, +3 with 90. So like the threshold for lightning is lower right now because of Archmage. Archmage makes threshold for quality lower. I want to see what, like, mana starts to become valuable. Because mana is probably a pretty big thing here. So you can get up to 220. So let's try 150-ish. Not even. Not even. 175? Surely not. Not even. What about with int? Surely eating the 2 slots is not going to be as good as, let's do like 20 intelligence. So get up to 33 there. Mate, even with the 20 intelligence, that's not getting it. It's interesting because like +3 with spell damage there, so that's probably really expensive with spell damage though. Yeah, so that's when, so you start to get pretty pricey there. I was just trying to figure out like what the baseline just for mana alone is. But it looks like we have to get all the way up into top rolls of mana, which if you're getting to the top rolls of mana, it's basically not, this is not a useful metric. So that probably means that mana is like a big value add here, but not the core stat that's being searched for. So people probably go like plus lightning, spell, and then maybe they even do cast speed first. I feel like I would. Let's have a look at cast speed, see if that's a more useful metric. So cast speed rolls up to 35. And I mean, we can see top rolls here with +3s. It's not worth it much at all. So probably want to do like 25. Then we'll try with spell. So 90 spell, 25 cast. Yeah, okay, so then we start to get a little chunkier. We'll do some distributions here. So like +3 with 90 spell, 25 cast speed. Well, that's pretty much just here, isn't it? With 25 cast speed. Or is there that kind of an or we can do here? It's like the mana had to be really high before it started being about that much. That's kind of the int, narrowing that down too much. Yeah, so it's like or like 200 mana. But if we start combining those things, then we're obviously going to get pretty valuable. Yep. Whenever you get combo of those, we start to get very spicy. Alright, so what if we come down to more reasonable numbers and do like +4, then it's probably going to go right up. Yep. So there's more results of that. That's more typical because it's relying less on having really crazy results. Yeah. Interestingly, like, I haven't seen a lot of gainers added damage. But I imagine the added lightning damage is a pretty big deal here. Gain damage is extra lightning. Level spell damage into primary for lightning. Isn't int just the same as mana? What else does int do? Apart from requirements? Or is it basically just that? Pure power on the tree? So this is good. I don't know about this. I wish this highlighting was a bit brighter. 2% increased lightning damage per 10 int. Aha, okay. I mean, ultimately, if you get like 20 mana, that's like 20 int, that's like 40 mana and 4% increased lightning damage. It's not really actually that big, but is mirror until it's not? Sure, yeah. I don't know if people are getting increased percentage intelligence scaling or anything. Oh, okay, I'm getting really tired. Oh dear. Oh, thanks for hanging out today, chat. Appreciate you having an early start with me for a nice long day. What did we do? Like 9.5 hour stream today? Oh man, time just flew by. I had too much fun. It's a nice endgame progression. Had some nice chats. Gonna go, make some dinner or something soon. I think have a bit of a rest. Thanks very much for hanging out. I'll be on as I can be on over the coming days. I don't have like a specific schedule in mind, except that I wish to play more Path of Exile and do more things. I think I'll have a think about whether I want to continue the warrior now or after patch. And if I'm not now, what I will also do. I don't know, I'll think about that once I've had a rest. But yeah, thanks very much for hanging out, folks. Either we'll be doing some solo stuff on warrior, continuing here, doing more research and experimentation. I've got a lot more endgame stuff to unlock, which I'm rather enjoying. But it might also be time for me to like try some of the other classes, you know, get some more experience with some of the spellcaster stuff as well, maybe. Not sure yet. I'll have to think about that. But it's been a pleasure. I shall see you fine folks next time. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Oh, boy. Oh, wait. I accidentally probably went longer than I should have. I thought I'll just do a couple hours after the reveals today. Instead, I did all of the hours.